Okay, welcome back, YouTube. Welcome back over there on YouTube. We have part 4 of the Artemis 2 mission coverage. They've just performed the Artemis 2 crew has just performed the translunar injection burn. If you want to see that on the VODs, jump back over to part 3. Got a reacquisition of signal over there. I'm going to tune us right back into the mission loops, and we're going to keep figuring out what's going on. Ready? You've been watching for like 4 hours straight. Didn't even mean to, but I've been loving it. This is good stuff, man. This is good stuff, and I'm happy that you guys. It really means a lot that you guys chose to share it with me. You know what I mean? I'm here doing my coverage, but with how active and all the good questions that I've been getting in chat, it's very clear to me that you guys like seeing this, and I'm doing something right, I guess. So I'm humbled, and I really appreciate everybody watching. It means a lot, dude. This is it means a lot because this is, you know, if I'm gonna be very candid, this makes me feel good because I love this stuff, and I know there's people out here that love this just as much as I do, if not more. And it makes me happy that we can all sit here and enjoy this together, because for the longest time I thought I was weird for having an unhealthy obsession with space flight. But yet here we are, so it's good. Not crazy, or maybe we all are and we're all crazy. We can hang out together. It's fantastic. Either way, it's a good time. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching. Hey, Ouchbox with a 3-month resub. Thanks for this. Hey, we had Good Dog with a yeah. Good Dog with a sub in there. Welcome to Mission Control. Go at Throttle Up. Private Pile, 2-month resub. Usopp Captain, welcome to Mission Control. Thank you. Dang, the Twitch chat's going off. No place I'd rather be. Typical broadcaster. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're going to hear the mushy stuff from me. Here, how's this for mushy stuff? I don't ask for subs, I earn them. If you think I'm some damn charity case, I'm not. I earn it because I want to entertain you. I want to show you how cool this stuff is. That's what I do. You ain't going to hear anybody that begs for subs out there say something like that, now are you? If you came to hear me beg, you would be disappointed. Were it so easy. This is a Twitch stream first and foremost, guys. I'm not going to reference video games, obviously. Hey, Clone King. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
30 minutes since the start of the translunar injection burn. Again, that was a 5-minute and 50 second burn using the orbital maneuvering service engine on the European service module.
Thanks,
this was the burn that committed us to flying by the moon and returning home to Earth on flight day 10. We are now over 5,430 miles away from Earth. At the time of the burn, we were just 115 miles above our home planet.
I saw it, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle.
We're 237,000 miles from the moon. This view inside Mission Control Houston as teams continued to monitor the systems aboard Orion. Everything looking great after that translunar injection burn.
Go at throttle up.
Get coined.
Orion is also back on the Deep Space Network, which allows us to communicate with the crew as they travel farther away from our home planet. The crew is also in their timelined midday meal, but
sterling.
As we heard from mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, they
are
all glued to the windows, getting some views of Earth as they depart.
That was good. I like that. See, I have an Atlantis challenge coin. Pretty good. It's probably not a TLI coin, though, like what Jeff just handed out, but still cool. Will you cover the presser in 7 minutes? Absolutely. Now, here, you guys want to see another good one? I got another coin. I have more inside.
Discovery, go
I
at
have
throttle
a
up.
Space Force one. Space Force challenge coin. That one's pretty sweet. This one, though, is one of my favorite. CV6, CVN65. Enterprise Challenge coin. That one's pretty cool. I like this. I like
this
one
view
a lot.
of visualization of Orion. You can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This is called ARROW, the Artemis real-time orbit website. This is live throughout the mission and allows you to see just how far we are from Earth and close we are to the moon. It's now been 1 day, 1 hour and 50 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis 2 mission.
What gets ditched before re-entry? So the conic part of the spacecraft is the only part that comes back. Basically everything from about this line, actually it's more like this line, down gets jettisoned. So the solar panels, the surface propulsion system, that is all separatable. This cylindric part right here is housing Orion's heat shield. Orion's heat shield is attached to the bottom of the crew capsule, or the command module up here. The Orion Integrity's command module is up here, and the heat shield's attached to that. The heat shield is riding inside of this cylindric structure. When it separates, the cylindric structure will go, and the heat shield will... the heat shield and the command module are the only things that come back. H2, you detected TLI burn on Doppler with SDR results pending. We are going. We're going, man. We're going. This is happening, dude. It still hasn't set in for me, guys. I'm just sitting here like this is just some normal stream. Sorry for asking again, but kilometers or miles are easy for you to work with. I don't care, Bulgarian. I can work with either one. I don't make a big deal out of measuring systems because I can do basic math. If you really want to know, dude. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. You must now wear that suit for every lunar TLI. It can never wash the lucky suit. I'm going to wash it after the mission, but we will, any future Artemis missions, this is it, man. It's not every day we shoot the moon. Demonic, you were on CVN65? Hell yeah, dude. Hell of a ship. All engineering cameras if you want to see it. All right. Well, the press conference is coming up, Anonymous, so I will leave that teed up when we want to see it. The engineering cameras for the Artemis 2 launch. It's not every day yet. Yeah, baby. There should be a post-TLI press conference here happening very soon. I just got to find the link for it. Bathtub stream for Mars missions? Hell no, dude. Some people dress down for their hot tub streams. I dress up for the spaceflight streams, okay? Business, baby. Would a TLI coin outrank my POTUS coin? I think POTUS would still outrank the mission since NASA is a U.S. agency. A presidential challenge coin is pretty cool, Nader. Yeah, see, well everybody's doing that. We're dressing up. We're doing the opposite of that, all right? Okay, the press conference has not gone live just yet. Give me one moment. My phone is blowing up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are on our way to the moon after a successful translunar injection burn. We are expecting a news conference this evening to discuss the status of the mission at this point, the translunar injection burn itself. That's slated to begin at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. It may get a bit of a delayed start.
Integrity, for your information, the PCL pointer is set to slot 2 for post-TLI.
Okay. Suit has been good luck. You're stuck with it now.
Okay, copy. Slot 2.
I have no
On
problem.
our way.
Yeah, Will, we don't do that here.
Again, as I was mentioning, we are expecting the news conference.
That was the re-entry burn as well. Correct. The free return trajectory means you do not need to use your service propulsion system engine, so the AJ-10 that's on the European service module, you do not need to use that again anytime. They will have trajectory corrections, so they're going to do mid-course corrections, but the mid-course corrections shouldn't be, if they had a nominal insertion, and they did, with their translunar injection burn, mid-course corrections will be done with the reaction control system thrusters.
Minutes ago, we were 240,000 miles away
Orion.
from our lunar neighbor, and now we are approaching 235,000 miles away.
Admiral, what are they eating? Oh, they got all kinds of stuff up there, dude. Brisket. They have tortillas up there. They have mango salad, I believe. They got there's all manner of stuff. Those are three that I can remember off the top of my head. Legitimately, like Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen has some Canadian food up there, or some products of Canada that are edible. I just really hope you got some poutine up there, man. I love poutine. But yeah, they have cauliflower up there. There's all kinds of stuff. They got all kinds of fruits and vegetables. Okay, so like if you want like just a thing one on like what good spaceflight food would be, you want something that doesn't make a lot of crumbs. A lot of crumbs will jam up the HVAC system. The HVAC system, so that the air conditioning and cooling is tied to your life support system. You don't want to jam that whole thing up. So what they try to do is they use food. They try to eat food that doesn't make a lot of crumbs, that doesn't make a mess. So no like cookies or anything like that. They use tortillas instead of bread, because tortillas don't make nearly as much crumbs. You don't want the crumbs floating around and then getting sucked into the air filters and jamming up your life support. I don't think I need to say why that would be bad, but you get the idea. They got 43 cups of coffee on board, which personally I don't think is enough, but hey, whatever. Let me see if that press conference is ready to roll here. Negative acquisition of signal on the presser. Okay. Yeah, Blinga. Yeah, there's a link for it right there. Should have been 43 per person. Yeah, right. They need white monsters. You're not the first one to say that, London. That's weird. What was the infatuation with white monster? Did they say how much fuel they had before the TLI and how much they used? They used 1,000 pounds of monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. They did, Jordan, yes. 1 per person per day with 3 spills allowable. Not nearly enough. Yeah, it's delayed.
Right on time and put us in the proper position to fly by the moon on flight day 6 and return to Earth on flight day 10.
Thinking NASA will let this crew fly again. I would. There's not many people out there with beyond low Earth orbit spacecraft flying experience, Boreal. I.e., there's a reason why Jim Lovell, John Young, and Gene Cernan, who flew some of the first Apollo missions, ended up flying on 13, 16, and 17. Right? Jim should have landed on the moon, but, Apollo 13, the space gods had some other plans at that point. I drink White Monster because the faster your heart beats, the stronger it gets. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I don't think that's how that works. 5 different hot sauces on the ship. Yeah, my brother-in-law made sure to. Yeah, dude, they got a bunch of good stuff on there. You got brisket and hot sauce, man. I'm good. Brisket, hot sauce, and coffee. I'm good to go, dude. Like I said, I just hope Jeremy Hansen has some poutine up there, man. I could go for some poutine while flying around the moon.
This is Artemis Mission Control
saying that
at
as an
Johnson
American.
Space Center in Houston,
It's
Texas.
fantastic.
Again, we had
Eat
a
that all day.
successful translunar injection burn that commits us to flying around the moon and coming home. Our crew of 4 aboard Orion in their midday meal. And here on Earth, we are standing by for the start of our news conference about the status of the mission. If you're watching on NASA's YouTube, you don't need to go anywhere. We're going to bring that to you right here, and we'll be here in Artemis Mission Control.
Oh, sweet. It's going to be on the mainstream, so... Can you explain the different attitudes? Bias XFI. Yeah, that's the orientation of the spacecraft, Admiral. Bias XSI is when they point the engine of the spacecraft on the x-axis, negative x-axis. So that would be the back of the spaceship, pointing it towards the sun. So that would mean you're pointing the back of the spacecraft towards the sun. So negative x-axis towards solar, whatever you want I to be in that acronym, because I don't know what it is. The other one's TLI, attitude orientation, meaning the engine is, the surface propulsion system is pointed in the direction to accelerate you towards the moon. And all the other ones, I'll be 100% real with you, I haven't figured out what FTO, DFTO. I know that DFTO is developmental flight test operations, and FTO is flight test operations. I'm not sure what ONAV means, and the rest of them are kind of self-explanatory, dude. But yeah, that's what they mean. Many thanks for the informative answers. No problem, Akbar. All right, here we go. We got Judd Friedling there and Jared Isaacman and Lori
Welcome to our
Glaze.
Artemis 2 status update. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications, and I'm joined by several NASA managers this evening to talk about our recent translunar injection burn
And a sound producer that doesn't know how to manage reverb.
to the moon, and about how the
Thanks,
test flight
Lori.
is going
OpNav's
overall.
optical navigation. OpCom's
They are
optical
Dr. Lori
communication.
Glaze, who leads NASA's Artemis program, Judd Freeling, Ascent Flight Director
Sorry.
for the mission, and Howard Hugh, Orion Program
Oh, no,
Manager.
that was Howard Hugh. I thought Jared Isaacman was there.
We'll have
Howard
some
Hugh runs the
opening
Orion
remarks
program.
and then take questions both from reporters here in the room and on the phone.
Seriously.
And those of you who are joining us by phone can press *1 to get into the question queue. And with that, we'll start with Lori.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. So,
Please fix
ladies
the
and
reverb.
gentlemen, I am so excited to be able to tell you that for the first time since 1972, during Apollo 17, human beings have left Earth orbit. With Artemis 2's successful 5-minute and 50-second translunar injection burn this evening, our 4 crew members, NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are now on their trajectory toward the moon. The burn was executed by our flight operations team here in
we can hear the
Houston,
phones
and it was
vibrating through the
flawless. The burn was the last major firing
has their phone
of this
on the desk?
mission. From this point forward, the laws of orbital mechanics are going to carry our crew to the moon, around the far side, and back to Earth. Our crew is healthy, and our spacecraft is performing really well.
Agreed, Hendo.
After we've had a series of checkouts since launch, and again, everything really performing pretty well. And we are on the path that we designed for this mission. But just a reminder, again, you can hear us keep saying it over and over again, this is still a test flight. We are getting, and we're going to continue to get, lots of new data every day, important information as we continue learning how we're going to operate this Orion spacecraft in the actual space environment.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, we're already learning
Right.
a lot as we go. We've encountered several things along the way. We're not really tracking anything right now that's of concern, but anything that
fine.
we've encountered
Whatever.
since we've launched was brought to our mission management team today and discussed, and the satisfactory path forward on every case, and a unanimous decision to proceed forward with the go for the translunar injection burn. So you'll hear a little bit more about some of that here in a minute, all the things that we've been doing. Just a reminder, we got 8 days of work ahead, and we intend to learn as much as we can, everything that we can that this vehicle can teach us. And with that, let's see, before I do that, we had a couple images we wanted to share. Let's see if we can pull some of those up. I wanted to share one of my favorite images. This one I saw last night. Actually, I was getting onto the plane to fly here from Florida. This one popped up, and I just absolutely love this one. Yes. Looking out the window, you can see the solar array wing there and the OMS engine from the Orion spacecraft, and then you can see Earth's crescent in the back. I just thought it was absolutely gorgeous with our crew members being able to see out the window there and get that photo. It's just absolutely beautiful. And then the second image I wanted to show you, you'll hear a lot more from Howard about the proximity operations demonstration that was conducted yesterday evening. And let's see, is that one going to come up?
It's coming back.
It's coming back. There it is.
So,
and in this image...
I don't mean to talk over them real quick. I just want to tell you the reverb's on their side. There's nothing I can do about it. Second part of this, NASA, for an organization that does stuff like this, has never been able to manage the audio correctly in a press conference, and it's really, really funny. It's a meme at this point, which is hilarious.
Of the whole...
So all the budget, I guess, went into the spaceship, because the spaceship's working great. But the press conference audio? No.
Technical details about the flight so far.
No.
All right. Thanks, Lori. It's been a great couple of days to be in the space business. Yesterday, SLS put us right on the money during ascent. We started with some checkouts by the crew from both the water dispenser and the toilet. Those were successful. And ICPS then burned us with our perigee raise maneuver, got us in a stable orbit. We did have a brief comm outage that was due to a ground issue that we have now rectified, and we understand that's not going to be a problem henceforth. And then, let's see, the ICPS then gave us a great amount of energy, put us in the high Earth orbit with the apogee raise burn, again, right down the money. So really happy with that burn. After that, as Lori mentioned, Victor did the ProxOps demonstration, gave us a lot of great feedback on how the vehicle responds in preparation for future rendezvous operations. So very valuable data. We also checked out all of the carbon dioxide scrubbers, all 3 beds successfully checked out, and CO2 is doing great in the vehicle. We did, once we were done with the ProxOps demonstration, the ICPS on its own did the automatic deploy of the 4 CubeSats, and then also ICPS did its disposal burn, and so that all went well. In the middle of the crew sleep, we also had them wake up and do the perigee raise burn, and that was 100% successful. Got us again back into a stable orbit, raised our perigee to about 100 nautical miles. So we're happy with that performance as well. This morning, the crew woke up. They had a conference with the flight control team and our lead flight director, Jeff Radigan. Went over some details of anything that they had, changes to the timeline, which were minimal. They did an exercise test of the flywheel. That was successful. Reed reported that it was exactly like training. His arms are really tired, and he got a great cardio workout. So we took some samples of what the carbon dioxide was while we were doing exercise, and that was all great as well. And of course, just a little under an hour ago, we did the translunar injection, which sets us up for the free return around the moon, and also for splashdown in San Diego. So with that, I'll hand it over to Howard to give you some more details on the Orion.
All right, thanks, Judd. Really excited to be here. Wow, what a great 2 days, huh?
Yeah, baby.
I haven't slept, I don't think, very much over the last 24 hours, just following all the things that have happened for the Orion spaceship. We had a perfect ride uphill, got into orbit, spent a good day, just checking out systems. And we're getting ready for TLI that Lori talked about, and a successful TLI and a really great precision burn that we just had. But I'll talk about the things that we accomplished yesterday. Yesterday, as you know, we did a proximity operations demonstration with a centerline camera and with a spacecraft. I call it test driving the car. It's been an awesome event for all the engineers and the team that's worked on it to hear Victor and Reed talk about our spaceship and the work that we put in. to put into this capability for manual flying. I would say that, first of all, we accomplished all the test objectives that we set out for this proximity operations. We have 2 precision tests, and I'll describe a little bit about what those were. But I'll send with a picture first to show you and describe. This is a very close-in picture, these 3 pictures. On the, I guess, upper left of the picture
really cool.
is our centerline docking target right in the middle. It's a standoff cross that you'll see. It's a 2-foot wide target. This is the target that we're going to use for future missions. So this is the exact flight configuration that we use. So it was really important that we got that on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So we were able to get that on that stage, and what we do, as I describe it, is as we separate from the ICPS, we do a backflip, 5 degrees per second, and we back away all the way as far in this demonstration was about 400 feet. And that back away scenario, that allows us to have a good standoff understanding. We're pretty far away, not this picture, but I'll talk a little bit about where this is going. Then we start doing what I call course manual piloting. And this allows, and you might have heard this, what Victor was doing was basically moving side to side with the spaceship, up and down, and then doing the rotation pitch, roll, yaw, making sure that the response from the spacecraft and the performance is what he's seen. And the reason it's course is because you're so far away at 400 feet that you want to make sure you have big maneuvers so you can see the target going out of your field of view a little bit, okay? So that's what we did at the initial part, and then we slowly started coming in and approaching the vehicle. And that picture that you see in the upper left side is almost to 33 feet. It's about 40 feet away, I think. And that's where we will do what I call fine manual piloting. So we're just doing a little bit of the same thing, side to side, up and down, doing the pitch, roll, and yaw maneuver and handling. And you heard that if you watched closely, and some great commentary. Especially, it was heartwarming to hear. I know I talked to some of our team members today, to hear that how well their baby worked, operating precisely. That is exactly what we wanted to do, holding the attitude and being able to maneuver very well and described, I think, just very excitedly by Reed and both Reed and Reed and Victor. I think it's really a great a moment for all of us who have been working in this arena to get this demonstration off. And of course, that wasn't the end of it. We did back away to about 65 feet, and we let the ICPS do a maneuver, and then we had another target, what we were calling this two-dimensional target. So it didn't have a standoff cross like we did on the ICPS nose. What we did was add a good 2-degree target or two-dimensional target on the spacecraft, on the ICPS, and then we did the same maneuver, but a little different. This maneuver was what we call 6-degree of freedom maneuver, where we were tracking and also maneuvering by rotating as well. So you're translating and rotating at the same time, and that allowed you to have a different characteristic of the vehicle performance in a manual piloting approach. And we were also able to go to this 33-foot range. So really important demonstration of both the fine and coarse handling of the spaceship for future missions as we go forward. And that was something that we wanted to make sure we brought down some risk. And you saw the images of the centerline camera, and performance was outstanding. And of course, the crew was outstanding. They did a terrific job. I actually flew the simulator. I did not qualify for this mission, unfortunately. So I definitely wasn't ready for this kind of mission, but Victor just did terrific and followed everything. And I saw the track today in terms of our predictions, and I got to give kudos to him. He followed it right along, and it was a really great opportunity to demonstrate our capability. So that was a really important demonstration and test of our rendezvous and proxops capabilities that we're going to need for the future. But also in that 24-hour period, we had to obviously demonstrate our readiness for translunar injection. We were able to really track a lot of the subsystems that we've learned from on Artemis 1, but also the most important subsystem when we put humans on board is the life support system. And I'm happy to report that the performance of the CO2 scrubber, the ability to distribute water, control the temperature inside the cabin is exactly as we predicted, and in some cases better. And so that was really great. And of course, across all the other subsystems that we demonstrated in Artemis 1, like power generation, was better than predicted also. Over 13 kilowatts of power generation, and our ability to control, like I said, the inside cabin and control the temperature across all the parts of the spacecraft was right on and nominal. So that was really good to see. And of course, we were ready to execute the TLI burn today, and our guidance navigation control system was ready to go. And demonstrated through this burn its ability to handle this type of burn and the precision that's needed to take us to the moon and come back into Earth's atmosphere. So really great overall demonstration of the ProxOps, really great demonstration of the core subsystems that we have on board the spaceship that's required to execute the rest of the days of this Artemis 2 mission. And finally, I would say that we had, I would say, really great opportunity to just understand our overall performance across all these subsystems and making sure that we're ready to commit the crew to a safe journey to the moon and back. And we demonstrated that over the last 24 hours. We were able to, as Lori said, have a mission management team review of that and determined that we would go for TLI. And I'm just really happy that we're headed to the moon. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room, and then we have several on the phone. A reminder, please raise your hand if you're here. We'll have a mic coming around. And then if you are joining by phone, *1 can get you into the question queue. And we will begin in the room here. Let's come around with the mic here in the front. Tarek, yep.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com, and I think it's for Howard. You know, the TLI seemed to go quite well, although I guess there were some reports of a couple of caution alarms that the crew reported, and then the mission control said, you know, it was not to worry about. And I'm just curious what those alarms were, or those caution lights were, and you know, how they were, I guess, set aside so quickly. Thanks.
Okay. I'll let Jed maybe give some highlights there.
Yeah, so about 15, 20 minutes before TLI, we had a couple of nominal reconfiguration changes of the atmosphere revitalization system, the cabin fans. And when we were moding those to a different mode, the fan speed change caused the cabin sensors to dip below the caution limit for just a bit. And of course, that rang an alarm that was a suspected cabin leak. That was a false indication. And so we quickly knew that there was no leak. We knew that there was just the sensors dipping low pretty quickly. Additionally, there were some RCS, reaction control system, SM manifold messages that we had been seeing previously. Essentially, whenever we're using that system, there's a pressure sensor divergence. And we've seen that before, and so we knew exactly what those signatures were. So again,
understood behavior is good. That's what you want, even if it's something weird like
Eric
that.
Berger, Ars Technica, and just congratulations. So far, it's been spectacular to behold all of this. I guess two questions for Howard. You know, first of all, quick question: were there any thruster issues during the ProxOps demo? Any sort of outages or concerns with that regard? Did everything perform nominally? And then does the performance in Victor's piloting during that exercise give you confidence in Orion's handling for the maneuvers contemplated in Artemis 3 with one or two of the HLS?
Yeah, no issues with the thrusters. They performed nominally, and the performance was excellent. Relative to future confidence, this gives us a lot of confidence in terms of close in. I've talked previously about being on the docking axis. It's very important for the crew because unlike Orbiter, where we were able to have situation awareness from the windows, when we approach closely, we are very dependent on the cameras and the LiDAR that will be on Artemis 3 and above for our relative navigation.
The thrusters with this guy.
This was a really good exercise of that. And of course, hearing the crew in a preliminary way through verbally, but we'll look at the data very closely and then get the post-flight report from them in detail. I think at first indication that the vehicle performed better than obviously they expected. And I think, for us, it was really good understanding of how the human-in-the-loop part worked. We know precisely what our capabilities are when we have automated capability, but having a crew in the loop and demonstrating their capabilities and being able to hold and be able to execute a translational and rotational maneuvers and being able to do that precisely is really outstanding. And I look forward to them coming back home, telling us all the nuances. I'll be sitting in hours with them and questioning them on how they felt about it and what the responses were based on the pulses they put in. But yes, it's very, very heartwarming to hear that from the crew. And of course, even better to get the technical data and play that forward.
Go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is probably for a combination of both Judd and Howard. Now that we're committed with TLI, during Translunar Coast, the attitude you're going to hold, what are the out-the-view windows for the crew? Are they going to be, what are they going to be able to see Earth with regard to Earth or the Moon? And also, prior to the flight, you were talking about, based on TLI, what they would get to see when they do the close observation. It was based on the sun angle of high, medium, or low. What did we end up getting based on the launch day and the TLI that we're in? And if you don't mind, just based on what he said, I'd like to follow up with Howard. It sounds like, based on what Ike said and you said, that the handling qualities, tight, deadbeat damping, that this is better than you predicted. Is that a true statement?
You want me to start first and
go ahead.
talk about that? I would say that, predictions are hard. There's a human in the loop kind of element, and we practice that. So I would say, yes, definitely maybe better than we anticipated in a lot of ways, because there's variations by which we go into space. On a closed loop control system, for guidance navigation control, when you have an automated system, you know precisely and you predict exactly how the system will respond. The crew is well trained, and Victor did exactly what he needed to do, and the spacecraft responded.
As far as where the vehicle will be pointed, most of the time we spend in a tail to sun attitude.
No
so
problem,
we
Malo.
take the back end of the vehicle, point it towards the sun, and so whatever the geometry is, that's what you get. We sometimes have the advantage when we have good power balance, we can move the solar arrays that have cameras on the end, and we can move those around and see what, look back at the Earth or look forward at the Moon. Also on, flight day 6, whenever we do the lunar closer approach, we'll change attitude, make sure that the crew has those views of the lunar surface. As far as the lighting of the Moon, this was a lower lighting day that we launched. I think it was in the 20 to 30%, 20% lit area. So we'll still get good shots from the crew. We'll still get great descriptions from their Mark 1 eyeballs. But we're going around the Moon, so that's the main thing, right?
Did Judd Friedling just...
Okay, we'll take 2 more on the end here, and then we'll go to the phone. So go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Waddle, CNN.
What just happened?
A quick question for Howard. I know Victor said that he was going to give the Cooper-Harper rating scales during the prox ops. Are you able to share those numbers? Just curious to know how it handled. And then also would love to just ask a general question about the crew, how they're adjusting to orbit. Specifically curious about the first-time flyer and whether there's any space adaptation syndrome without, invading privacy. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm sure we can share the Cooper-Harper handling qualities. We did assessments with the simulator, and we'll do it as part of this demonstration, and love to hear that feedback. I think we got some additional feedback, like I said, but look forward to that. Yeah, definitely. But I'll let Judd answer the other question about
as far as the crew members, they're doing great. There's no indication that they're having any problems at all. So I don't expect that they're having any problems.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Thanks so much and congratulations again. I wanted to ask about the troubleshooting of the toilet that happened on that first day. Can you just explain to us what the issue was and how they fixed it? And on a priority scale, would you say this was a number 1 priority or a number 2?
So when, we had always planned to wet the toilet with some water that we had pulled out of the PWD, the potable water dispenser, and it turns out, I guess, we didn't put enough in, and so the pump was not fully wetted, and so it has automatic fault detection in that if it's not fully wetted, it'll shut itself down. So once we figured out that we didn't put enough water in, we put more in there, made sure that it was essentially primed, the pump was primed, and then the toilet came right back up.
I will say that in addition, a good kind of byproduct of this, while we're working through those procedures, we were able to check out the secondary vent line for the urine as well. And so that was a good, that's an alternate path. If we could not go with the primary line, we were able to bend out on the secondary line, and we were able to demonstrate that. And we didn't demonstrate it today, the primary vent line through the working toilet. So I think both lines are working well, and really happy about that.
Yeah, I'll just add
the
real
filter
quickly
wasn't
that
the whole
I think
story,
this is
guys.
a great example of some of the procedural things as we're learning to work and live in the Orion capsule. We've got real humans in there. They're trying to live and learn, and we're gonna learn things along the way. Oops, we need to do this. We need to prime it first. This is the kind of things we're gonna get.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone now, and we'll start with Marcia Dunn from the Associated Press.
Oh, yes. Hi, good evening. I have a question probably for you, Lori. Could you just
That was pretty funny. That was good on Lauren.
Could you
That was funny.
talk about the stress level in mission control prior to the TLI burn? I mean, were you really sweating it there? And now that that's done, do you have any new revised numbers for the lunar flyby distance? Do you still think the Orion's going to go 4,000 miles past the moon before turning around, maybe closer to 5,000? Any new lunar distance numbers from today? Thanks.
Hey, Marcia. Thanks for the questions. I'll let Jed speak to what the mood was like down in Mission Control. I was actually sitting up observing the room and listening in on the loops, and everything was seemed like it was going very smoothly. They always seem so calm and controlled down there in Mission Control. Up in the room where I was with several other folks, as soon as we counted down and we started that burn, we just sat in silence and watched the clock go and waited for that statement that said the burn was complete. And that was
the space
just
toilet
wonderful
must
to
be
just
moist.
sit there, watch, enjoy it, and say, we've done this. So it's a great accomplishment. We're really proud of all the teams that got us to this point. Let's see, the second question, about the distance. So the anticipated distance, I believe, was around 4,600 miles from the surface. Is that right? And it's a good burn, so I'm anticipating we'll be pretty close to that, but I don't know that anyone's done the actual calculation yet.
Yeah, assuming that we had a nominal burn, which we did, the max distance that our folks calculated was 219,639 nautical miles max distance from the Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
So, as far as the mood in Mission Control, these teams have done lots and lots of simulations, and so I would say they're consummate professionals. Everybody, even with the sensor problems that we had, able to do the TLI and get us through everything perfectly. So I mean, I wouldn't say there's any stress level at all.
Yeah, maybe Lori, I'll jump in on the mission evaluation room that supports the flight control team. I was in there with the team, and we have high confidence in our main engine. We've operated several times on Artemis 1, and of course we operated the upper stage separation burn as well. And I'll just tell you, everybody was standing, not so much nervous, just excitement. And then in one of our conference rooms where we had a couple of GNC experts, with us. We geeked out and talked about TGO, VGO, Lambda, Lambda dot, and teaching a class on how these burns were calculated, what the guidance targets were, and it was really fun to listen to that while we waited for the TIG. So it was really fun.
All right, our next question on the phone line is from Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, I have a question on the exercising. So I was watching the video when Reed was exercising, and I know Mission Control kind of started chuckling because you could see the movement. So I was wondering if you'd kind of quantify a little bit how much it was moving. I know it was expected, but I'm still curious to know how much. Also, just a technical question. Would you say that Orion was in high Earth orbit or low Earth orbit during the TLI burn, just because it seems so close to the Earth? Thanks.
Can we take that? Let's see. As far as the exercise, the flywheel machine, it's a little bit like a rowing machine. I think you saw that. I mean, are you asking? I didn't quite understand the question. Like, how much movement does the capsule do while we're doing the movement? Is that the question? Yeah. I don't think we saw anything that we didn't expect.
Yeah, you'll see some solar array dynamics, which is expected. But it didn't perturb any of our control where we've had to make any adjustment, big burns or anything like that to control the attitude is where you would hear or get affected by those dynamics. Of course, we'll look at the data. I wasn't sitting in front of the data console today, but I just saw it on the videos that were coming down, and we'll talk to the team, but we didn't expect anything different. I asked our guidance navigation guys if there was any issues, and they said nope, didn't see any issues relative to exercise. And then, of course, we'll always look at the data and go by that, but looks good so far.
Let's see, and the other question was, were we in a high Earth orbit when we did TLI? Yes, technically we were, but we were at the lowest part, perigee of the orbit, so we were about 100 nautical miles off the Earth's surface, traveling about 23,000 and change miles per hour. And so because we did the TLI burn, now that takes us out of the high Earth orbit and gets us on that free return trajectory to the side of the moon.
Okay, next up is Nell Greenfield-Boyce with NPR.
Hey, can you hear me okay? Thanks for having this briefing. I would appreciate hearing a little more about the water dispenser situation. It sounded like just before the burn, they were doing what they were calling like water ops, and they were bagging up water in plastic bags. Could you just go over exactly what the issues were with the dispenser and why it was decided to have backup water and how much water the astronauts actually bagged up? Thank you.
Water.
Yeah, great question. So during ascent, so we have 4 water tanks in the Orion service module, and each one of those tanks has an isolation valve between them. The isolation valve between the middle 2 tanks failed closed during ascent, and so it essentially isolated 2 tanks on one side and 2 tanks on the other. Each end of those tanks goes to one of 2 different water dispensers, a primary and a secondary, so we have full access to all of the water. However, in an abundance of caution, we decided it probably good just in case we have a subsequent failure of an isolation valve to bag some water, and so that's exactly what we did. We're going to bag some water in the cabin and preserve that just in case we have a subsequent failure.
Okay, our next question is from Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to clarify the predicted maximum distance from Earth. Did you say 219,000 miles? And is that based on, and that's based on the TLI burn that was just done today, right?
Those are our predicts prior to us performing the TLI burn, so that assumed a perfect TLI burn, so I haven't gone and run those numbers again.
And just real quick, the reason I asked, of course, is because that's far below the record breaking for Apollo 13. Is that your guys' understanding, I guess?
That's in nautical miles. So the Apollo distance record in nautical miles was about 216,000 nautical miles.
Okay, our next question is from Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I have a bit of a general question and then a specific one. The general one is, how do you feel like everything is it going to plan, and are there any concerns you're keeping an eye on at this point? And then more specifically, I was curious if you could tell us about what to expect from the first high-res images and video, as well as when we might see the solar eclipse. Thank you.
I think I'll take a stab. It's echoing in here, so it's kind of hard to hear the question. But I think the first one is how things are going. Is there anything we're tracking? And
oh, it's echoing in there? Please, tell me more.
Really well. I think we couldn't be more pleased with how well things are going. Right now, we're not tracking any issues of concern. As I said, we're learning from the spacecraft, but that's what we anticipate, and we're not tracking anything. We went straight into the TLI with absolute confidence that we can complete the rest of this mission as planned. I think the other part of the question had to do with some of the imaging and expectations for when we'll get some of those back, in particular the eclipse. I'm really excited about the eclipse that we're probably going to encounter now as part of this mission. I think the crew's excited about it as well. I know they did a little training to learn about what they're going to see. It'll be really cool when they're out and beyond the moon, be able to look back with the moon eclipsing the sun. They'll be able to see the sun's corona. That's kind of a cool, exciting thing to do. So they've been trained on it, and they're looking forward to it.
That's
We'll
awesome.
come back
That's
here
gonna
in the
be one hell of a
room for
picture.
other questions. Let's start here in the second row.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. There was a little bit of online chatter about the Outlook issues that were happening with Reed Wiseman. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what exactly was going on with that.
You had 2 instances Outlook running.
Yeah, this is not uncommon. We have this on station all the time. Sometimes Outlook has issues getting configured, especially when you don't have a network that's directly connected. And so essentially we just had to reload his files on Outlook, to get it working.
Turn it off and turn it back on, baby.
Richard Two with the Post newspaper. A question for Howard. You talked earlier about a ground issue related to the communications problem. Can you explain that a little bit more? Was it literally like a loose screw, or was it something underground cabling, maybe a resistance issue? Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Thank you.
Yeah, I can take that. So we have a processor at White Sands ground terminal. It's called a serial communication processor. In order to get return telemetry, it has to translate the radio messages to something that our front-end processors at MCC can understand. So that processor is supposed to be in a configuration for nominal S-band Orion telemetry. When we essentially found a bug that we didn't know was there before. So when we did our checkouts, part of our checkout is to put in a configuration for the emergency comm configuration. When we commanded it back to the nominal configuration, it showed that it had taken, but it did not actually. And so you basically had to go into low-level commanding to see what was the actual configuration and do that. So it's a software bug we now understand that we hadn't seen before, and so no issue with us going forward.
Okay, we'll go right here.
Hi, thanks for doing this. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout. So we talked a little bit about some of the communications anomalies and other kind of teething issues we saw on that first day of flight. And I was just curious, what would you say has been the biggest learning moment about the Orion spacecraft so far during the mission? And have there been any surprises? Thanks.
Yeah, I think the biggest learning is always first-time systems. And I always go to life support. Being able to control humidity and scrubbing CO2, which performance is really great. In fact, we're maybe becoming, we need a little bit more humidity. I think it's doing too well sometimes. But I think those are things that are, like Lori said, we're learning, we're adjusting how to operate the spaceship with actual people on board and that are actually putting out CO2 and breathing in oxygen. So I think this is one of the things that we've learned in that 24 hours. We're learning a lot. The trending data, the sensors we have on board in terms of accuracy, being able to track that very closely is something that we're going to learn. No surprises. We expect good performance from our subsystems, so we're very happy about that. And again, we knew that we would learn a lot. And the other thing we would learn a lot is what you guys were all referring to relative to caution warnings. I think, we have thousands of caution warnings on board the spaceship, and it provides a lot of good information for the crew. But also we're learning about the boundaries of these caution warning parameters and whether they're really nuisances or whether they're real issues. And I think this is one of the things that we'll learn all the way along the mission as we utilize and learn more about the spacecraft and approach all these objectives we're trying to accomplish along the way.
Okay, right here.
Hi, T.G. Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question for Lori, in terms of a little clarification on the timeline. With the eclipse, you said it'll be when they're behind the moon, so will that be on day 6? And also, is there any clarification on what part of the timeline we'll be having the ship-to-ship communication with the station?
That's definitely a question for Judd here. We'll let him, he's got the detailed timeline right in front of him.
Yes, it is flight day 6 that the crew will be behind the moon. Let's see, and your other question was?
The ship-to-ship.
Ship-to-ship comm. I think we were going to do that on flight day 8 or 9.
Dude, he has the timeline.
Ended up.
7, I believe.
Yeah, maybe it's on 7. Yep, it's flight day 7.
Okay, let's
C2C
come here
call,
to the one with
right
your hand
there.
up. Yes.
Hi, Katrina Miller for the New York Times.
Crew.
How fast will a rocket move as it heads to the moon, like the maximum speed? And have the crew members been able to check in with their families yet, or when will this happen?
You have that same PDF?
So
no way.
It changes speed as it goes around in orbit. The maximum speed we just experienced at TLI, which was, we started off at 23,660 miles per hour. We added about 867 miles per hour, so that's 24,500, something like that, 24,500 miles an hour. And then as we get closer to the moon will be our lowest speed around the apogee, which is around, I think, 1,300 foot per second, which I'm not going to do math in public on how many miles per hour that is. But then once we come back to
about
Earth,
400 meters a second.
Gets around that same speed, around 25,000 miles per hour as we get to entering our interface.
And have they talked to their family?
Okay. Let's actually come over to this side here in the middle. Oh, and there was the additional question about if the crew has spoken with family yet.
Yeah, I don't believe they haven't had time to talk to their families yet. They've been really busy, so we'll make time for that now that we're past TLI.
Dude, I totally feel the not doing math in public thing. I can't tell you how many times I'm like, yeah, I can do this math. I'm going to do an equation. I'm going to explain this equation to Chad, and it's going to be amazing. What's 2 plus 8? Yeah, I forgot. Oh, well. Totally feel that. Real.
Isaacman's distance record from one of his 2 space flights. When does Integrity beat that?
Well, I would say the RCS, or Reaction Control System, if you're asking that is a European-built system. I don't know about Administrator Isaacman's distance, so I can't comment on that.
I suspect we've already broken that.
I thought we broke it when we went into the high Earth orbit.
Broke it in the first 15 minutes of the mission.
Apogee, we would have already exceeded that.
Okay, was there another question? Second row here, yes. And then we'll go back to a few more from the phone.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks for taking my question. The viewers of our Inside NASA Innovation series are eager to understand the broader human impact of this mission. So looking beyond the boundaries of space exploration itself, which industries here on Earth stand to benefit most from what you're discovering up there? And what is being learned in the mission that will tangibly improve life for people down here?
Oh, those are some good questions.
Pretty well thought out. Good for you. They did their
think
homework.
From the industry standpoint, I think there's a whole range of things that we're going to benefit. Number one, just thinking basically just in our production capabilities within the U.S. and around the world. But I feel certain we're going to be pushing boundaries of technologies as well, not just in the systems that we're flying on the rockets, but even in some of the things we're testing out inside the crew cabin for the crew to use, the cutting edge of technology. So a lot of amazing things there. And then what was the second part of your question? Oh, help life on Earth. It's always a wonderful question, and I really feel like the exploration that we do is just inspirational for everyone here on Earth, hopefully inspiring our young people around the world, the Artemis generation that's growing up now to want to grow and achieve and to learn and to start trying to think through where they're going to dedicate their talents as they get older and learn the different skills that we need to cut the edge of new technologies into the future.
Why I do what I do here?
Okay, we'll go back to the phone for several questions. Our next one is from Robert Perlman with collectspace.com.
Rob, this guy's cool.
Hi. The quote, "You'll go for TLI," is one of those iconic quotes from the Apollo years that just has held the test of time. But Michael Collins was the astronaut who coined it, and he later said that maybe he should have picked out something more momentous. I'm wondering, now having gone through a TLI, if you think that it speaks to, or not, does it hide how this burn is different from all other burns, that this is the one that you're committing to leave Earth's orbit and go to the moon, and there's no turning back. I know that you said that there wasn't extra stress, that you had practiced this over and over, but was there any moment that you actually, gulped hard that, yeah, we're going to the moon?
So the question, it was a little bit garbled. I think it was about the TLI burn and that burn being perhaps special in the minds of the team. Robert, may need to get you to say some of that again. I think we captured that, though.
Yeah, that's do you think the public, when they hear go for TLI, or when we speak about it normally during a press conference like this, does it really convey how the momentous moment that it actually captures?
So I think what he's getting at here with the question, help me if I get this incorrectly, but
they can't hear him, guys. It's the damn echo off the phone bridge. They can't hear him. That's why. It's not garbled. It's just the freaking echo.
Kind of absorb the impact of just how important this burn is, and how, if we don't get it all the way through the burn, then what would happen. I don't know if you want to speak to how your teams execute within the mission control. They're very measured, they're very controlled, they execute, and they're ready to respond.
Yeah, I would say we probably reflect on that after our shift, and we'll execute everything professionally. Probably save the reflection for after our shift, and certainly that reflection. I suspect everybody understands that this is a once in a lifetime moment.
All right, our next question on the phone is from Christopher Mick with the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you for taking the question and for all your time tonight. Another amazing day here in the mission. I just want to ask, I think these would be for Jed and Howard. I was wondering, the crew sounded very busy in the time I was hearing the loops today, and I was just wondering on the astronauts' kind of individual task timelines, if they're kind of on schedule for that or falling behind at all or skipping some things. And then maybe to Howard, if there was any time for Earth observation photography, if there's any feedback from the crew on how things were going shooting through the Orion windows.
So I would say there were, as far as the timeline goes, there were a few things that the crew was not able to get to today and yesterday, and that's fine. We knew this was going to be a very, very packed first 2 days, and now once we've got past TLI, we've got lots more time to do things. And and observation certainly is one of those things that the crew absolutely will be doing during their time, and they've got plenty of time now to reflect and do those other operations.
Yeah, I'll say that although, like Judd said, maybe a few things didn't get done in the schedule that was planned that could be made up, the real important one for me at least was this ProxOps demonstration. I think we budgeted around 71 minutes. The crew finished in 65. And that was awesome because, like I said earlier, we were able to accomplish all our objectives and within that time period because we were having to exit and leave the ICPS distance and move on towards the orbit. So having that done and getting all those objectives accomplished was very significant, and I'm really happy to do it with some margin.
Hell yeah.
Okay, our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
Good evening. I have a question. Has there been a formal report issued yet on the possible damages caused by Artemis 2 compared to Artemis 1? I understand that it caused some damage to the elevators, and it also burnt through the surface area, scorching it. Has there any report issued on that as yet?
She can't hear him.
So this is a question related to the potential damage to the Mobile Launcher 1, where we launched yesterday. We've talked many times about the ruggedization that we did to the Mobile Launcher following the Artemis 1 mission. And what I can tell you is that our initial assessment is showing that most of the damage is really largely cosmetic. Really, overall, everything's looking pretty good, especially compared to Artemis 1. We know we're going to have some repairs that we'll need to do, but those repairs, the repairs that we made following Artemis 1 largely worked, so that's a good thing. We are in the process of doing an in-depth assessment of what kind of damage was received there. We do know that there were some bolts, some latching bolts that perhaps didn't hold as anticipated, and there was some, I believe, some issues down in the firing well there. But we're still doing the assessment, so hold tight, and we'll get you some more details as we better understand exactly where that mobile launcher is right now.
Honestly, guys, all this scorching, that's just coking. That's nothing.
I guess a quick follow-up with Lori about the mobile launcher. After the first launch, there was a pneumatic leak. You didn't see any issues in terms of the continuity with the pneumatic systems in those lines? Everything's
doing extremely well, actually, yeah. And the water suppression system was able to wash things down, so we didn't have the issues of the concerns with corrosion, the pneumatics. All of the other systems seem to fare extremely well.
Okay. And then a quick one for Judd, hopefully. On the first launch, SLS had a tiny underspeed at MECO. And I know they were looking to make some tweaks so that they would hit the exact targeted MECO. What did you see yesterday during the ascent?
Yeah, as I mentioned, right on the money.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kaya Burgess from the Times of London. How closely did you study in planning this mission the free return slingshot trajectory of Apollo 13 in terms of the lessons to be learned of what to do similarly or what to avoid, and how different will this trajectory be from the only other time humans have taken that trajectory around the moon and back?
You take it.
Okay, so it is slightly different from Apollo 8. Apollo 8 actually went into the lunar orbit, gravity well, right? Orion doesn't have the capability or the propellant to do that, and so we're taking advantage of the gravity to slingshot Orion back around the moon. So it's quite actually in the early design of Apollo. As a matter of fact, Apollo 13 got on a free return trajectory to get it into a minimum energy state so that it could go back to Earth. And so this is more like that trajectory in that we're taking advantage of the moon's gravity as an assist so that we don't have to burn as much propellant.
My question is, how does it compare to Apollo 13 rather than 8?
Oh, 13, not 8. Okay, yeah, it's similar. So we got on a free return trajectory on Apollo 13, very similar to the one that we are doing now.
Okay, we'll take another question in the room over here.
I'm just wondering. I work in television, and
what's your name?
When they're going around the moon,
what are the visuals going to be like? Because I know Apollo 11, when they were live, they're black and white. And we're seeing some of the images now from the spacecraft, which we love, but they're not as grainy as they were in the Apollo days, but they're not necessarily as wonderful as maybe SpaceX gives us right now with some other work.
Oh,
so
you
what
would.
can we expect to see visually?
Come
as they're
on,
going
man.
around? What's it going to look like?
So I'll say that
he works in
we're
TV.
much further away from the moon than we were on closest approach for, say, Artemis 1 or even Apollo 8, for instance. 3,000 to 4,000 nautical miles away. So the moon will look smaller. It's what I've been told is if you take a basketball at arm's length, that's about what it's going to look like from the cruise vantage point. Certainly the camera technology is a lot better than it was in the 60s, so we'll have that advantage. We also have some really long lenses that the crew have for their handheld cameras, Nikons and Z9s. So they'll hopefully when we get those downlinked, they'll be really sharp images that we've all come to expect.
Yeah,
modern technology.
The one thing I'll just mention, and Judd can probably jump in on this one as well, is while the camera technology that we have up there is outstanding, and we'll have very, very high resolution, high quality images, the downlink from the moon is not as great as it could be, as it is from low Earth orbit. And so it will take a little longer to get some of those data down, and sometimes I would imagine the early downloads will be somewhat reduced resolution so that we can get them down here and at least share the lower resolution, and then as we have the capability and the bandwidth to download the higher res, we'll make those available.
Go ahead.
Moises Avila, AFP, Agence France Presse. I know that more than 50 years have passed and it is a new world and new technology, but compared to the Apollo missions, what things have changed and what protocols or beliefs maybe, or traditions maybe remain?
Well, when you say what has changed, I mean, certainly the computing capability in the amount of software. We have over 900,000 lines of software. And so I think the ability for the crew to engage in the systems in a very deep level through the displays. And of course, we have electronic procedures, which Judd and his team is very familiar with, which we don't need to carry paper around. There was a lot of paper procedures. And of course, the sensor capability. The inertial measuring units. When we get close in, we got GPS. Everybody's familiar with that, of course. The ability for us to know exactly where we are in space, the precision by which we're able to do rendezvous prox-ups and docking, just even with a camera, is a huge step in technology. And so I think this is one of these things where the ability for us to utilize the technology to advance and make it easier on the crews to operate, and of course leveraging the ability for us to build a little bigger spaceship, a third larger, and allow us to fly another crew member and be able to compact that in smaller components, but yet still provide the same functionality and even more in some cases, is a huge advancement for us. So I think overall, but physics doesn't change. The teardrop shape is very efficient from an aerodynamics perspective. The Apollo giants were just very good technical engineering experts. And engineering and the physics does not change. And so we learned a lot from them in terms of the things they learned, and we leveraged off of that.
Okay, we'll take one final question here.
Thank you, Rachel. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for your time tonight. A couple of quick ones for Judd. You mentioned when we spoke back in September that pad abort would be the riskiest that the crew could possibly endure. I wonder, as you saw Ascent and they ticked past those abort scenarios, how you were feeling, getting further and further along the pathway.
Don't knock the camera over.
Now that the crew is in flight, I know we discussed in some previous briefings that certain abort scenarios or early returns are still possible even past TLI. at what point does it make the most sense to continue with the free return as opposed to an early U-turn? Thank you.
Yeah, so always feel great not to have to do an abort, period, right? And so I'm happy that SLS performed so well, that ICPS performed so well that we didn't even have to entertain that. As far as now that we're post-TLI, it's about a day or two in past TLI where it's no longer feasible to do what we call a direct abort, and it's more likely that we'll get home at the same time if we just continue on in the free return trajectory.
All right. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude. I want to thank our participants for joining us today. You can follow all of our mission progress in the multitude of ways we have available on nasa.gov, and we look forward to providing another update tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Notice that Lori, Judd, Howard, and Rachel all look like they have not slept in a long time. You know, I hear that.
Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the flight of Artemis 2 and our 4 astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen on their flight around the moon. First humans to do so in over 50 years.
I'm telling you, NASA missions
This is also the first flight of humans aboard Orion,
it's not
and it was a banner day for the
This is a
spacecraft.
whole nother beast, and it's so much fun.
At 6:49 p.m. Central Time, the Orion spacecraft executed the translunar injection burn, a 5-minute and 50-second burn that committed the spacecraft to leaving a high Earth orbit and beginning its journey around the moon and back home. This is a live view inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here, where the Orbit 2 team is now coming on console to take over from the Orbit 1 shift.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nice, Goalie.
If you were watching the news conference, we had a few calls.
There should be a PAO event soon. Here, let me pull up the schedule, guys. Let me just put that going in the background. Hey, XD9, gifted 10 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you. Jesus had a 48-monther there, and Taylor with a 15er. Thank you. Let's see. So, okay, mission elapsed time here is 1 day, 3 hours, 2 minutes, 7 seconds. We are into flight day 2. 10 hours into flight day 2.
Tranquility Base
Hey.
here. The Eagle has landed.
Thanks for covering this.
Hey, my pleasure. I love this stuff, man. I'm telling you, these NASA missions hit different, and it's not every day we get to go to the moon. So it's the pleasure's all on this side of the screen. You know, what's your favorite Apollo mission? I don't know. I guess I kind of like them all. I'm the same way. It must be so much harder for everybody here because you like space. I celebrate the space program's entire catalog. Is it a 10-day stream? Yep. Currently, guys, I sleep when the astronauts sleep. That is my sleep schedule. Wherever you see sleep here is where I sleep, but I leave the stream open. All right, so there's a public affairs event, NASA PAO, public affairs officer event happening in about an hour. Right now, the crew has a little bit of free leeway time. They're going to be testing the exercise machine. Do you celebrate this? That's a tank. I don't. Yeah. How much room do they have in the shuttle? Oh, the space shuttle had way more space inside of it, dude. I'd say the space shuttle had not as much space as let's say like an average size, like 1-bedroom flat or something, but it's around there. Space shuttle had its own bathroom. I mean, Orion does too. It's the same. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just built into the capsule. But the shuttle, there was a good amount of space on the mid deck. The flight deck really didn't have a lot of space. Now, Orion does have a lot of space. I would say it's a 1-bedroom flat, not an average 1-bedroom flat, but a 1-bedroom flat in New York City. Let's say that. Yes, it's expensive. Spacecraft usually are, just like a one-bedroom flat in Manhattan. Right? Am I right? Too real? All right, cool, sweet. Moving on. Yeah, there's not a lot of space. But considering where this capsule goes and what it does, it's pretty good. The Apollo Command Service Module that we used to get to the moon before was basically like jamming you and two of your best friends into a closet. Yeah, that's about how much space they had in their closet. Most of the pressurized volume was taken up by the computers because the computers are a lot bigger. Nowadays, you don't have to necessarily worry about that. So if you want to buy the numbers, the pressurized volume inside of Orion is 19.56 cubic meters, about 690 cubic feet. The habitable volume, so the places that you can move around that's inside of the pressure vessel, is 8.9 cubic meters, or about 316 cubic feet. It's, not bad. That's not bad. Like I said, it's like, Orion's like a one-bedroom flat in New York City. Like, it's still pretty confined, but, there is that space to move, and there's windows and stuff, It's not like you can't move around. It's got its own toilet, so toilets in a separate room on the bottom of the capsule. So yeah, it's actually, not too bad. I mean, considering 4 people, right? Like I said, the Apollo capsule was like, if you and your friends spent like 2 weeks inside of a broom closet. Yeah. This is comparatively, this is riding in style, dude. Like an average bedroom. Yep. Here, let me turn the
PCD troubleshooting for Christina.
Blark, NSF is a independent space news journalism organization. It is a business. NSF is not a charity. NSF and my stream, for what it's worth, are absolutely for profit. I do this to put food on the table. But that's not the reason why I do this. I don't just do this for money. I've spent I didn't do a 17-hour stream yesterday to go make tons of money. I did a 17-hour stream yesterday because I freaking love space. I love this stuff. I can't get enough of it. I do this for the love of the game, as the kids say.
Discovery.
He's a tier 2, 102-month resub. Did you hear about the guy who collapsed trying to climb Mount Everest? Authorities just found Himalayan there. You're lucky I like you. You love watching Flame Trench because of me? Right on, man. Right on. Could the Apollo capsules do hot meals? You know what, Rares? That's a good question. Please hold. There's a compact food preparation system designed to provide 3 meals a day for astronauts. Yeah, that's like saying they got a microwave oven. It's just a space microwave oven. You don't want microwaves going around inside of your spaceship. There's enough of those outside the vehicle, so they call it a food warmer. It's just a heating element that just heats up stuff. That's what Apollo had, and that's basically what Orion has. It looks like a briefcase, to be honest with you. It's about, yay big. They open it up, put your food inside, close it, and there you go. Low power toaster oven. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like a little easy bake oven. That's right. Yeah, it's a little easy bake oven. That's right. Do we know what the PAO event will be? Let me
go ahead for Christina.
All right, Christina, we have one additional Hail Mary to try and recover your PCD. We're going to suggest that you reseat the power cable and then press and hold the power and volume up simultaneously for 20 seconds. You should be able, if the PCD responds, you'll enter BIOS,
and you might get a screen in which you can select exit, making a functional PCD at that point. Good luck.
Are they going? Did I hear that they're going into BIOS options?
And work. Thank you.
Personal control device. Is Mission Control providing tech support for their phones? They said power and volume up. That's a freaking iPhone. Oh my God. That's a freaking, that's how you reset an iPhone, damn it. You gotta be kidding me. Did that just happen? Are they calling Mission Control for the troubleshooting? Bro, it's a phone. I'm sorry. That's the right move, right? That's the right move, but also that's pretty damn funny. Hey, AW gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. Thank you very much. I can't believe that. I don't know if they can Google things, guys. I know their phones have Wi-Fi.
This is Artemis Mission Control now. MET, or mission elapsed time, 1 day, 3 hours, and 10 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The first flight of humans around the moon in over 50 years. And we are going to the moon.
Oh, really, Bucks?
After a
Yeah, that's
successful
right.
translunar injection burn today,
Oh my God, it's a
we are
surface
now
tablet. You're
over
right.
19,500 miles away from Earth and growing closer to our lunar neighbor, now 222,000 miles away from the moon. The view on the left side of your screen is from Orion, a live view looking back at our home planet, that small dot. And down in the bottom right-hand screen, you can see
they're a long way away.
Capcom Chris Birch wrapping up her Orbit 1 shift today, as well as Flight Director Jeff Radigan. They've been leading the teams throughout Orbit 1 and the translunar injection burn.
Integrity, for your information, toilet is go for use. We're estimating about 5 more uses.
I
copy that, and I have a question about the flywheel accelerometer, specifically the
No
software
way, that's Earth.
that
Let's
I'm
take a
opening
look.
All right, Reed, I'll take your question.
When I'm opening the Orion Crew Seat Accelerometer version 1.10.5.0, I got a pop-up that came up that said, confirm disarm. The device is armed. Do you want to disarm it? Yes or no? Okay.
Affirm, Reed, you do want to arm.
This is forward facing.
Excuse me, you do want to disarm.
That dot is not Earth. That's the moon. The Earth is behind the capsule right now. Yeah. Did I see a Unity Game Engine logo? Yes.
I think I stepped on you there. We do want you to disarm.
Copy that, disarm.
That's no moon. No, it is. No, it is a moon. You're wrong. It's not a space station. That is absolutely a moon. No, it's not a space station. That's the moon. I'm sure.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Considering they have their phones, it wouldn't surprise me
It's
if
a
they
trap!
pulled up a Scott Manley Kerbal tutorial for the rendezvous and proximity operations test.
I don't think Vic needed a Scott Manley tutorial, man, but maybe. I don't think Vic needed it. He looks like he had that thing under control. It's a satellite. Well, yeah, a natural satellite. Got him. Engineering camera time? We should. Shall we? It did the no signal thing again because it hates me. Let's shall. All right, so NASA posted this B-roll footage, isolated launch views from the Big Orange, from the launch yesterday. This is OTV camera 80. Oh my God, this is going to look awesome.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket.
That was the SRB hydrazine APU starting. Watch the nozzle. See?
Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9,
Hydrogen burn-off igniters.
7.
Rainbirds are on.
5 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift
Oh,
off.
that's sick. That was sick. That was awesome. This one is going to be cool too.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
Yeah, yes, that's pretty good.
NASA has ever launched.
Are these cameras okay? Yeah, okay. So guys, if just real quick, well, people are wondering about these B-rolls, like, are these cameras destroyed? Now the answer is no. The reason why these cameras aren't destroyed, because if you look, there's another camera right there. If you look at it, it's got this crazy housing on it. Now I know what people are gonna say, like, oh, it's got that big armored box, like it'll be fine. No, dude, even an armored box would destroy a camera. It would just vibrate the thing to death. That's a periscope. The cameras are actually down there. They're underneath the launch deck. They're inside of the mobile launcher, and they're looking through mirrors. That's what some of these shots are. This one I do believe is actually a camera, but that's how they get some of these cameras up close without destroying the camera. It's a periscope. See how it's thick all the way to the bottom? Periscope.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8.
And here we go. He said the thing.
RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off.
Did you guys hear Judd Friedling talk about the SLS ascent? That's basically 2 for 2 on an absolutely nominal ascent trajectory. SLS's ascent trajectory on Artemis 1 was 99.5% accurate. This one was 99.9% accurate. Think about that next time you speak bad about the Big Orange. That's a hell of a rocket. It's a hell of a vehicle. 813. That's the camera that they showed.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
Hey, Midnight, what's up,
NASA
dude?
has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition.
Dude, that thing's
lift off.
Can you get the link to this? Yeah, sure, dudes. Oh, look at this. This is the ICPSU camera.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
Sorry about the no signal thing, guys. It's been doing
NASA
that.
has ever launched.
She goes, Akbar. Oh, yeah, she goes.
Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8.
Watch, this thing is
7.
going to swing.
RS-25
Swing out of the way real
lit.
fast.
4, 3,
1.3
1.
TWR
Booster
easily.
ignition.
Oh, man.
The crew
That's
of Artemis
awesome.
2 now bound for the moon.
That's sick.
Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Dude, that thing really shoots out of the gate fast, man. That's crazy.
GLS, go for your left.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
1.3 Farron.
NASA
Yeah,
has
it's
ever
definitely up above 1.2. She's a beast. The Saturn V kind of lumbered off the pad.
Sound
It took a
suppression
second.
water is flowing.
15.
And here we go.
Yeah,
10,
nervous for sure.
9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the
Dude.
moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
KSP in real life, hardcore mode. Hell yeah, man. No reverts. No reverts, no quick save, no F5.
GLS, go for your left.
Now the sun's
Great
kind of
call out.
blocking
The rocket
this
is on
shot,
its
but hey,
own.
whatever. It's still
4
gonna be
brave
good.
explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched.
Paved the surface just go is what they've been coming up with, but that's going to
Sound
take some
suppression
time to get
waters
that
flowing.
dialed in. Probably go to the moon, land some stuff out there to figure that
Here
out,
we
huh?
go. 10, 9,
Only respawn. Even that
7.
takes 9 months.
RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Dude, what a monster. I actually noticed the Orion service umbilical was a little bit slow on the retract, but I'm not sure if that's intended behavior or not, guys. Watch this umbilical up here. It's slow comparatively to everything else. I don't know if that's okay. Now, just for the people that care, you want to nerd out for a second, this is your ground umbilical carrier plate. It has gas ground umbilical carrier plate. It's the hydrogen vent line for the core stage. These triangular shaped umbilicals there are not umbilicals at all. That's the vehicle stabilizer. That's there. Honestly, if you really want to know, it's there so the vehicle doesn't tip over. It's a stabilizer with shock absorbers attached to the end. That's primarily useful for like when the rocket is rolling to the pad, so the thing doesn't fall over. I'm dead serious, so it doesn't fall over. It's called the VSS. That thing will shoot down. Above that, you have your core stage gaseous oxygen umbilical. Actually, yeah, actually, I think I'm pretty sure that, well, it doesn't have, it vents it. So I'm not 100% sure what that one is. Up above that, you have the ICPSU, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical. That has your fuel and oxidizer lines and then electrical connections for SLS's kind of brains, so to speak. Now, in the Block 1 SLS design, they do have core stage avionics, so the core stage has its own brain, and the upper stage and Orion have their own respective brains. Like, if we're going to speak in Kerbal terms, there's a probe core here, there's a probe core there, and there's a probe core there. On top of that is the Orion servicing umbilical. That actually deploys a little bit slow.
NASA has
Watch, when the umbilicals get pulled, that thing takes a second to turn.
Sound suppression water is flowing.
It's the SLS beanie cap.
And here we go.
Well, yeah, it could be the GOX umbilical, but core stage also has the vent,
7,
too.
RS-25 engines lit.
Got you, Ragnar.
3, 2, 1.
Watch.
Booster ignition. And
See it?
liftoff.
It was slow.
The crew of Artemis 2.
I mean, it got out of the way, but I'm pretty sure they didn't want that.
Great voyage begins.
The easiest for the crew module is the last to disconnect. No, I saw it disconnect last rev, but it was a little bit slow on the pullback. Watch.
Go for your left. Great call out.
Is that intended? I'm not sure that I'm not sure that they wanted
on
that.
one for flywheel accelerometer.
That was the actual mission.
Go ahead, Reed.
Launched. Sound suppression water is
It
flowing.
says to secure the 2 accelerometers, one to the flywheel, one to the hull, with the Velcro, but then also with Kapton tape, which is supposed to be with the accelerometers. I don't see any Kapton tape there, and my judgment is they are very well secured, so I'm not going to put Kapton tape over them. Let me know if you need
See,
me
it
to
gets
solve
hung
that.
up.
The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Reed, that sounds like great judgment to us. That's no problem.
It went back, and then it goes forward, and then it goes back. Did you see that? Yeah, see, I wish I'd noticed that. I would have told Phil to ask that question. I'm wondering if that's intended behavior. Now, guys, like, here's the thing. The reason why if you don't know spaceflight, all right, the reason why I would be, like, anal retentive about this, right, is because, okay, I know this is going to sound dumb, right, but in spaceflight, there's what's called expected behavior, okay? If the vehicle isn't doing what you expected it to do, that's deviant engineering. You do not want that, because deviant engineering could pave the way to what's called a failure mode. Failure mode means it most likely exploded. Don't want that. Now, that right there, did it cause a problem? No. No, not really. Obviously, it worked, right? But that umbilical got hung up. It stopped for a second and then moved. If that's not what you wanted to do, that's something, if I was working in exploration ground systems, I would want to figure out why it did that. The reason why you want to figure that out is Because if it got hung up, what if it stayed there? What if it stayed hung up? What if it didn't go all the way back? Now, it did, but what if it didn't? You want to roll the dice next time? I don't. More WD-40. That will fix the problem. Prove it. Oh, okay, Zing. Yeah. Crafty, thank you for the bits, too. Zing, thank you for the bits. Now watch. Watch it. It moves, and then it stops, and then it moves again.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7.
We'd have to look at Artemis 1.
25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
You see it move back, forward, and back again? I'm pretty sure they didn't want that. I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to do that. But either way, I mean, whatever. It worked this time. You should understand why it did that and make sure it doesn't happen again. This one doesn't seem to have audio. There are birds around. There it goes. It appears that Orion now has an apogee of 448,000 kilometers, plus or minus 1,300. Cool. Pull up the same shot for Artemis 1. Okay. Let me go find it. Nope, can't play that with music. So this is the NASA recap here. I don't know, dudes. Nah, that's not going to show us what we're looking for. Hold on.
Houston Integrity for PCD.
Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Chris. Unfortunately, no joy with that action, and I also had Ike try it. Neither of us were successful getting it to respond in any way.
Here, let me get out of the way. I'll show you again.
All right. Unfortunately, Christina, that's all the troubleshooting I have for you for now. We'll do some more thinking and see what we can come up with. But thanks for trying it.
About 7:30 in, Geeson.
Okay, she acknowledges that. I've got a question for you on the dual camera bracket config for transit. When I got to the threaded rods, just want to check with you. I was supposed to do 6 turns. When I get to 2.5 turns on all of them, I start to feel some resistance. I assume it's a helicoil, so do you want me to push through that resistance to 6 turns? And as long as it's a
But you got hung up again.
Resistance would be the caveat.
I mean, it was in slow motion, but...
All right, Jeremy, thanks for that report. We're going to check and get back to you. We think your approach is reasonable, but we're just going to verify.
Nice, Apollo. Let me see. Dude. Holy crap, there's so many people on the bridge. That's crazy, man. Okay, cool. Watched Artemis 1. The hang's intentional, guys. Cool, cool. Just something I noticed. It's supposed to do that. Yeah, it is by design. All right, let's tee back into mission control. Let's take a look at the timeline here. So we are 1 day, 3 hours, 29 minutes. Flight currently on flight day 2. Next event coming up here is the public affairs event. So we should hopefully get some live views inside of the capsule. I think that's what they planned. Did radiation kill Christina's phone? It's possible. Call into the next presser and ask about it, Shex? Yeah, maybe. Some people are... Okay, Taylor, you were asking about the slide wire baskets. That is the get away from the rocket before the crew access arm retracts thing. So when the crew access arm retracts, they armed the launch abort system, and that's how they get away from the pad. Anything up until that point, if something goes wrong, you open the hatch, you blow the hatch, basically, get out of the capsule, and you take essentially a zip line down away from the pad. They're called slide wire baskets. It's an emergency egress system. They did jettison at T0, guys. That was on purpose. They jettisoned at T0. And NASA said they wanted him to get away from the pad because they don't want him getting cooked on ascent when the rocket goes by. What is this camera? Yeah, did you see him? You see him move away there? Oh, wow. Nice. It looks like that one had a counterweight, Diz. Sweet. I think this is from a drone. Roll program. Yep, guy from KC, what's up? Yeah, exactly, Agles. It's to prevent strain on the cables during separation. You called it. That was a good call. Mutter is a high-speed shot of the launch. Guy from KC, I don't see your last. Sorry, chat's moving too quickly. I did see that one, G, yeah. I saw the video from the airplane, dudes. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, looks like some Nat Geo footage. Hold on. That's nice, dude. Look at that. Hold on. Nat Geo high speed. Woof. Very nice. Very nice. That footage might be in this reel, guys. Hold on. Yeah, it's... Oh, dude. That's great. Cessna? Oh, this shot's gonna look insane. Please.
4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
Dude.
Humanity's next
Yo.
voyage begins.
Man.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of integrity.
Wow.
Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Somebody shot that from a Cessna? That's pretty good, dude. Yeah, you see the sound reverberating through the clouds? That's how loud it is. You can see the sound wave. That's how loud that is.
Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on four main engines. Space launch system
Absolute
core
cinema.
stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is a visualization known as ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can access this at any time on your computer or device by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. And thanks to ARROW, we were able to see that we are now 22,000, almost 23,000 miles away from Earth, creeping up on the moon. Now 219,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor.
Approaching max Q.
On, Post-TLI on.
Yeah, Drew.
Teams in Mission Control
I
Houston
saw
are
that.
conducting their handover with the flight director coming on console.
How loud is it for the crew? It's a little loud, but you got your space helmet on and you're inside of the capsule. It's not that, I mean, it'll shake you around if that's what you're asking, and you'd need a radio. You need a radio to hear what anybody's saying, just like similar if you were on a plane, right? But yeah, not that bad. It's really when you're anywhere but on top of the thing that it starts to get really loud. I wouldn't be near that thing when it goes off. Oh, hold up.
Lid rocket booster separation expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
See? Slightly asymmetric SRBs, just very slightly.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Timestamp of the video, 13:48.
Good roll.
Sound suppression water is flowing.
Can you link this video? Sure, this is NASA B-roll. I'll link it in Twitch and YouTube.
8, 7, RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And
Yeah, look, see the sound reverberating through the steam?
The crew of Artemis 2 now
That's
bound
crazy.
for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Here's some NASA high-speed footage. Yeah, it was already linked, Anonymous. I have it teed up in the background. Give me 1 second.
Integrity, AMT high. AMT high.
What is this a picture of?
100 miles.
Is that a gutter and a drain downspout?
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q. 5%. 49.
Rocket.
That's press site.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. You know what? Anonymous, I want to see some of that high-speed footage. There's still more B-roll there, but I would like to see some of it. Let's see. All right. This is some of the high-speed engineering footage. So this looks like the Nat Geo footage that we were just looking at. Bro. Link for the high speed. Sure. Why does the clock have the minus sign on the front? Because it's counting down till the launch and then plus after T0. There's the slide wire baskets we were talking about there. Look, the paint's burning off the slide wire baskets, dudes. Do you see? No way. Look, each one of them has a little plume because it's so hot the paint's burning off. You know how much heat energy you need to put out to convect paint burning off something from like 30, 40 meters away? That's a lot of heat. Yeah, so that explains a lot why they wanted those not up there during that. Wow. That's crazy. It burnt the freaking paint off. Okay, like I said, that explains why they don't want those there, because it'll break things. Dude, can I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing there. All right. There's no rotating surface structure to block some of the plume. Yeah. Have you been to launches in person? Many. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I've so actually you see this thing right here? I've walked on that thing. Yeah, I've walked on the mobile launcher. Yeah, I've been down there a good amount of times. Zoomed out version of the slow-mo. See what we got.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Lower. What's going on? Let me just make sure that this audio is still unmuted. We're doing a shift change in mission control. There.
Copy, Jeremy. That sounds
Nice,
good with
Boreal.
your
You got me beat there.
8-inch snugging turn. I think the next activity for this will be, I think, on Victor's timeline. But sounds like a good plan. Thanks for checking in.
Oh, that's sick. Look at right here, guys. Right there. The sound is so violent, you see it reverberating through the steam. How's that? You want to know how loud it is? It's that loud. How loud is it? Yes. Don't be near it. There's a reason why people are like 3 or 4 miles away from this thing when it goes. That bird is very confused at this point. I can't believe it. I still can't believe the slide wire baskets got cooked. Yeah, Mutter. Yeah, I really appreciate what's going on in this picture. Come to think of it, I do like to brag, and I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag. Right, Hellfish?
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston,
So
Texas.
good, dude.
Mission elapsed time, 1 day,
good.
3 hours, 43 minutes.
Is that a Johnny Cash reference?
Orion has completed its translunar injection
It's my
burn
favorite Johnny
today
Cash song, dude.
at 6:49 p.m. Central Time as the start of the burn. That was a 5 minute and
the other one
50 second burn. The spacecraft and its crew,
no, not that one.
Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are now over 24,000 miles away from the Earth. Lots of movement in mission control right now as the Orbit 1 team is starting to step off console after a very momentous shift. We remain live for our coverage all throughout the mission, all the way until the crew is back home on Earth.
It's all the way at the end?
Currently, the crew is setting up for their first public affairs event while aboard Orion.
Hold up. I just, excuse me.
Today, they also worked on setting up the flywheel. This is the exercise device that they'll use inside Orion. It's essentially like a rowing device, allows them to do both aerobic and resistance training. The entire unit is about the size of a suitcase, which is in comparison to over 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. The crew in Orion woke up at 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, and they're slated to remain awake until about 3 a.m. Houston time tomorrow, April 3rd. Their sleep was scheduled to be interrupted last night by the perigee raise burn that put us in the proper configuration for the translunar injection burn. And with TLI complete, they will get the opportunity for a full night's sleep tonight.
Wow. Wow, dude. All right, Phil, let's, you said it's at the very end, right? Okay, it's this one. Let's see what we got. You hear that, EJ? You're going to be up. Yeah, I know. How big is the capsule if they have an exercise box? One bedroom apartment. Or, well, one bedroom in a one bedroom apartment, a small one bedroom apartment. There's a lot of room.
And we'd love some help with voice and speech.
Actually, you know what? That's not right. That's what I was saying about the shuttle before. Jay, it's closer.
Okay, we copy. We're ready.
It's closer to a walk-in closet inside of the Orion capsule. Like a fairly sized walk-in closet is how much room they have. It's not a lot, but, you know, it's pretty good for a spaceship that goes that far out into space. TLI went as planned, RP, yep. And this is what it would look like if they launched from the equator. No, that's fair. Yeah. Sorry. Been up for a little while. I'm starting to get tired, dude. But I'm here, so... How long is it? Oh, how long is the mission lasting? Well, Moose, with the translunar injection burn that was executed about 3 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, that committed the Artemis 2 to the full mission duration, which is 10 days. They're coming back next Friday. Next Friday. Not tomorrow. Next Friday. They'll be back on the 10th. Please link the B-roll again. Okay. That's cool, Hellfish. That's neat. Your screen is a bit off behind you. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Are they in lunar transit phase? They are in the lunar transit phase, Hugh. Yep. It's the longest mission you've ever covered? Yep. Yep. Yeah. I've never done a full, hey Leo, what's going on? I've never done, covered a full mission end to end. Normally that's because they just usually don't have a stream for the full end to end mission. And we've never had a mission like this. The closest one would have been DM2, maybe. like most missions that we cover go to the ISS and then they spend 5 months there. I'm not covering that whole thing, and neither is that whole thing streamed, right? I've never done that. So what I'm doing this time around is I'm sleeping when the astronauts sleep, because this is a lunar mission is more, it's 10 days. You could do the whole thing. You don't have to go to the ISS. You don't have to wait at the ISS. I don't have to wait 5 months for the mission conclusion, right? We could do the whole thing abridged. This is the first time I'm really just putting the stream on in the background, guys, and like when I'm sleeping and just leaving the stream on. It's the first time I've ever tried doing this.
Integrity Houston, we're still not seeing anything. Oh, just came on board. Okay. Just jumped the gun. Now we're seeing your video.
Mutter, I have it teed up. We did see some of the booster set shots.
Go for your left.
Yeah, I have that, but we could watch them again. It's 2028, you go for full duration again. Yes. Yeah. All right, Lava. Buenos noches. Have you seen the footage from the outboard external camera looking downwards towards the SRB? Saw it for a few seconds on NSF stream, but can't find the actual footage to watch in full. Yeah, Leo, here you go. Here, I'll link it up to you. The link is too freaking long. Images.nasa.gov, Leo, and then search for it. It's there.
Okay, Integrity. Good scene and good voice quality.
Hey, thanks for watching, Dave Areno. I appreciate you, man. H2, I saw. First of all, thank H2SR. I saw for the. I saw you subbed, and I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Welcome to Mission Control. This is the Doppler data that we got for launch. We lost our strong signal at T+130, and again at T+3. You imaged. So, guys, check this out. H2 in chat imaged.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
SLS
You're getting a live look on console as the
with a
Orbit 2
Doppler
team
radar
has come into the Mission Control room.
That's badass, man.
Near the top right of your screen is Flight Director
That's
Paul
so cool.
Kanya, joined by your new Capcoms for today. That'll be Mark Reagan and Sandra
That's
Moore.
awesome.
Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single voice communicating with
That's
the
cool.
crew aboard Orion. They gather information along with the flight director and make decisions on what can be called to the crew to keep that communication streamlined throughout the day. We are MET, or Mission Elapsed Time,
Doppler
1
radar
day,
scan
3
of the,
hours, and
SLS
51
set.
minutes into the flight of Orion. Another big day for the crew as they completed the translunar injection burn,
Hey,
5
Leping.
minute and
Thanks for the prime sub, dude.
50
Appreciate ya.
second burn that committed them to flying around the moon on flight day
No,
6
that was
and
the actual
returning back to
SLS
Earth
ascent.
with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Mark, if it's possible, we would love to get fan speed down. You're going to be able to hear it over the PAO microphone, but also it's just very cold on this side of the spacecraft.
Okay, copy.
Pilot Victor Glover calling down about turning down one of the fans in the spacecraft. We are coming up on a public affairs event, the first time that the crew will be speaking with media live from the capsule.
Hey.
We expect that PAO event to start in about 7 minutes.
So that dude over there, that's Zeb Scoville. Yes, that's his name. Zeb Scoville's a famous NASA flight director from the shuttle era. Very cool. It's cool to see him there. What are the touch screens on the side for? Radio. Zeb. His name's Zebulon. Yes. It's a badass name, and that's awesome. Zebulon Scoble. He's a flight director for NASA. That's him. He's cool. Cool dude. If you know flight directors, like, dude, like, flight directors for me are like, you know, your favorite baseball player, your favorite sports player, right? Like, I know the crew because these are the people I looked up to as a kid. Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft and you know, those guys. Yeah, those are like people that I like growing up. I just
our 4 astronauts have been configuring the cabin and the
because
cameras for
you know,
today.
when I was younger, like 90s into 2000s, like even after Columbia, the space flight was still very much a nerd's game, and you know, and it's not as cool as it is now. I mean, it was always cool, I would argue. But yeah. Oh, there's a live onboard shot.
The fan speed is as low as we can go right now per flight rule, but you are welcome to try to adjust the direction of those diffusers above the hatch if that helps any.
That is not Pete Carroll, guys. That's not Pete Carroll at all. When we get live streams from the capsule,
Copy your thumbs up, Reed.
About 5 minutes, or you know, 5 seconds. There you go. Gene Kranz versus Mickey Mantle. Yeah, Mickey Mantle's all right. I'm more of a Ted Williams guy.
The crew continuing to set up for the public affairs event. The living space inside the crew module is about the size of 2 minivans and can be habitable for 4 people up to 21 days without docking to another spacecraft.
Any unit but the metric system. Like I said, pretty big walk-in closet. It's a pretty big capsule, guys. For a vehicle, I will say this, for a vehicle that goes as far out as Orion is designed to go,
the teams here on the ground are timelining some exercise for the crew. Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use the flywheel device earlier. Pilot Victor Glover will do the same after this event.
So if you want the measurements for the volume in, you know, actual units, not minivans, man, when you say it like that, the habitable volume inside of Orion is 8.9 cubic meters, or about 316 cubic feet. That's pretty good, dude. That's a walk-in closet. It's pretty good. Or 2 minivans. or two minivans. So they're getting ready for a public affairs event when we will see pictures inside of the capsule. So for now, we see a picture of Mission Control, which has pictures inside of the capsule. Yeah. How much in regular vans? Well, a regular van would be 1 regular van. What kind of van? Talking about an Econoline here or Chevy G20?
Checking in on Orion's distance from Earth, approaching 26,000 miles from our home planet, 216,300 miles away
big.
from the moon.
I want to tell you guys, like, Orion is a lot bigger than you think it is. You know, we think a capsule that goes out to the moon. We think the freaking tuna can that, you know, the Apollo astronauts rolled in. The Apollo astronauts had about as much room as just a small broom closet. This thing's a big walk-in closet. It is much more roomy, and there's 4 people on board. I mean, look, you can see them moving around in there. Also, the cool thing about Orion is that you can reconfigure it. They can pack down the seats. You can basically, they're folding chairs, but they're space folding chairs, so it's a lot cooler than a regular folding chair. You can pack it all down and you can stow everything, and that makes a lot more habitable volume inside of the capsule when you're in coast periods like this. The Apollo could not do that. You could not stow the seats. You couldn't stow anything in that thing. You just kind of had to sit there. I just thought Orion compared to Soyuz. A Soyuz module could almost fit inside of Orion. Just the crew module. It would almost fit inside of there, dude. Not the entire capsule, just the crew module. Not the orbital module, not the propulsion module, just the center part. Orion's big. It is for people that know a little bit about spaceflight, dude, the Orion capsule is almost as big as the shuttle nose. Like the front of the space shuttle. It's almost that big. It's bigger than you think. You'll see it when they pull that camera up. What connection are they using for this transmission? The Deep Space Network? They're using DSN. They switched over to DSN when they went past TDRS after the translunar injection burn. Right now, they're using Madrid 54 and Madrid 56 for secondary downlink and uplink and downlink. 54 is for up and down, 56 is just down. They skimped on the cup holders. Yeah. You don't have cups in space, you have bags. Bags of water, they squeeze it like a juice box, because a cup is not going to work very well in microgravity. So no cup holders. Did they just get pizzas? Hold on. Hey, all right. What do you got? You got pepperoni there or what?
Standing by for the start of the public affairs event. Crew aboard Orion is ready to speak with teams here on the ground.
I'm fast forwarding to get everything all caught up. I didn't see it. I didn't see what type of pie it was. Come on, open it up. Open it up. No, 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 no. Open it up. What do you got? What do you got? Show me the goods. Show me the goods. Plain. Thin crust, New York style. Yeah, that's thin crust New York. You got to fold it. Look at how big that slice is. Now we're talking, dude. Yes, we're watching them eat pizza in Mission Control. All right? What else am I supposed to look at here? Yeah, I don't know. 2 pizzas ain't gonna be enough to feed all the Mission Control. Just saying. It looked like pepperoni. Mint. What does that mean, Overdrive? Could the shuttle have been used to do the Artemis 2 mission? Shuttle couldn't have gone beyond low Earth orbit, Caffeine. Shuttle's maximum altitude is almost about 300 miles. Yeah, that's it. Can't go any further. The shuttle wasn't designed to go any further. What it was designed to do is build something in space that goes further. We built it to do that, and then never did that. We used it to make a space station.
Integrity Houston,
that's cool.
You ready for the event?
That's cool too. Like, dude, onboards, here we go.
Houston Integrity, we are ready for the event.
ABC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Holy crap, dude.
Integrity, this is Gio Benitez at ABC News. How do you hear me?
Outstanding. We have you loud and clear. How about us?
Why did they stow Jeremy Hansen with the
I
cargo?
hear you loud and clear, and I truly cannot believe it. You are quite literally on the way to the moon right now and still speaking with us. Tell me, how do you feel? What's going through your mind? I mean, this must be so incredible because have you allowed the weight of the moment to really fit in here? Have you allowed that to happen?
That's the space.
You allowed that to happen?
Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first because we are pretty far from Earth and we have not gotten to say hi to them yet. But there was a moment about an hour ago where Mission Control Houston reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind the Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see in that moment, but you could see the entire globe from pole to pole. You could see Africa, Europe, and if you looked really close, you could see the northern lights. It was the most spectacular moment, and it paused all 4 of us in our tracks.
What has been most surprising to you about this so far?
How do you feel? Yeah, Boreal, I believe that.
Well, I think probably one of the things that surprised all of us is when those solid rocket boosters actually lit and we left the pad. It was just a moment of disbelief, and yeah, the fact that we launched, it just totally takes you by surprise, even though you're expecting it, at least for me anyway. And I just had a huge smile across my face.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did it feel different? Because I can imagine that's such a powerful rocket that must have felt different for you.
for Jeremy Hansen, who's never launched on a rocket before? Yeah.
One of the biggest surprises was how smooth riding those solids was. We all expected a really just dynamic ride, a lot of motion. We were prepared to potentially not being able to see telemetry, maybe even not being able to, touch switches, and it was very smooth. It was a definite difference when they separated and we were just on the main engines, but just a steady rumble and a great ride.
It's because I have NASA's audio boost.
What do you want to tell Americans here at home who are watching this right now? They're quite amazed at the fact that you are speaking to us on the way to the moon right now. What do you want to tell them about this particular mission and why it's so important?
Vic, turn it on, homie.
First and foremost, I would just like to say thank you. Your support and trust in us has enabled this, and so many people that have worked for so long to make this possible. But also, we're just getting started. We've worked really hard, and even though we were a little surprised to actually launch yesterday, we have a lot of mission left ahead of us. And so I really want to tell them, stay tuned and keep tabs on what's going on. NASA's doing a great job of communicating all the things to come.
I can't even tell you how many cheers were there on the ground. I was there watching you all lift off from the Kennedy Space Center, and everyone was so excited, so happy, and that was just incredible. Jeremy, I know this is your first time in space, and you're surrounded by all of these space vets. What's it been like for you that this is your first mission there?
There has been a tremendous amount of disbelief for me. It's just so extraordinary. I just kept saying to them yesterday, I really like it up here. I wish I could have got here sooner. It's just such a tremendous place to be. The views are extraordinary. It's really fun to be floating around, and it just makes me feel like a little kid.
Yeah, I heard that there was a little bit of an issue with the toilet. Which one of you was the plumber?
Oh, God.
I'll take that one. I'm the space plumber. I'm proud to call myself the space plumber. I like to say that it is probably the most important piece of equipment on board. So we were all breathing a sigh of relief when it turned out to be just fine. It was just an issue, I think, of sitting for a long time and needing a little time to warm up, a priming issue. But we did originally think that there could have been potentially something fouling up the motor. And luckily, we are all systems go.
Oh, well, I'm sure I could see the faces right there. Y'all are very happy about that. I see that you're very cozy in there. It's tight quarters, but it was also a little chilly, I heard.
It is quite cold, and we're wishing we had the lower temperature sleeping bags with us. But right before this PAO event started, I pulled my knit cap off, and I'm ready to put it back on. But Houston's been working with us to change fan speeds and temperature set points, and we've actually been able to warm it up a lot better in the last half a day or so. Our last nap before TLI, we got a lot more comfortable.
Well, that's a really interesting question. How is it that you take a nap in there? What does sleeping even look like?
Hey, you duct tape, you Velcro yourself to the wall. You just chill.
Well, let's see. So we've been off the planet for, about 30 hours now, and we've had 2 very short naps. We actually just gathered for our first meal together in space. That is how busy we have been the last day and a half. It has been really an amazing beginning flight plan, but sleeping here is it's actually sort of comical. Christina has been sleeping heads down in the middle of the vehicle, kind of like a bat suspended from our docking tunnel. Victor's been up where Jeremy is right now. He's got a nice little nook wedged in there, and then Jeremy has been stretched out on seat 1, and I've been sleeping under the displays just in case anything goes wrong. It's more comfortable than you would think, and it's nice to sleep in weightlessness again. Every time I was dozing off last night, I had that image that I was tripping off a curb and I was waking myself up. So my body's getting reacclimated. It's been a few years since I've been up here.
I've heard it's the best sleep up in space. Do you feel the weight of history knowing that you're going to be traveling farther than any other human?
There's no weight in space, pal. Hey, wait a minute.
You know, it's a remarkable thing. It's you would think it would be weighty, but we just feel like we're lifted up by the team that supports us, and you just sort of execute the plan. A lot of people telling us how to work this and manage this vehicle, and a lot of great training, and you just kind of go step by step, which I think is pretty remarkable what this team can do, and it really highlights their excellence.
And I think I just want to add, we just got done our translunar injection burn, and it was pretty tense moments there. For a second, and when we got done that burn, we just kind of looked at each other as a crew. We have been to the moon before in 1968 through 1972. It's been a long time since we've been back. And I got to tell you, there is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort, and we are now just realizing the gravity of that.
Yeah, nothing normal about this. What are you most excited about once you get to the moon?
Oh, I don't know. Like maybe seeing it up close, maybe. Like
having just experienced incredible views of planet Earth and seeing the entire planet out the window in one pane, knowing that we're about to have some similar views of the moon in that same way is definitely getting me more excited for it. I knew that is what we would see, but there's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your home planet both lit up bright as day and also the moon glow on it at night with the beautiful beam of the sunset, and knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon. I'm really excited for that. And then of course heading home. Right now we're in our cruise phase outbound, but we'll be turning our sights back on our home planet shortly. Shorter probably, it's going to fly by, but we're just excited for both of those milestones.
As you all know, there is so much division at home right now. What is it that you're feeling, and what message do you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. The audio cut out. That's so strange. That's so weird. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. Like it cut out. Like.
Trust us, you look amazing. You look beautiful. And from up here, you also look like one thing. You know, Homo sapiens is all of us, no matter where you're from or what you look like. We're all one people. And so, this mission, one of the things that's amazing about being around and just being an astronaut, serving our countries at this time is that we get to give ourselves a mission that we can hold on to say, hey, look at what we did for the rest of our lives. We call amazing things that humans do moonshots for a reason, because this brought us together and showed us what we can do when we not just putting our differences aside, when we bring our differences together and use all the strengths to accomplish something great. And so this mission will give us one of those that we all can remember and hold on to for the rest of our days. And I hope people will tune in and give us a chance.
Integrity, what an honor to speak with you. Thank you so much.
Rebel, you know nothing about me, right? Thanks for that. Appreciate that comment.
Thank you for being with us.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the ABC News portion of the event. Please stand by for a voice check from Fox News.
You call it like you see it. Well, you must need glasses, dude.
910 ready. Integrity. This is Trace Gallagher with Fox News. How do you hear me?
Hey, Trace, we got you loud and clear. How about us?
I've got you loud and clear. I want to explain to the audience that there is a 4-second delay, so there'll be some pause between the questions and the answers. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the first humans to leave Earth's orbit in some 54 years? Is there a difference in Earth's orbit and being outside the orbit?
Well, we are still technically in Earth's orbit, although we did just do our translunar injection burn, and so we are definitely 100% on our way to the moon. The lunar gravity will take over in a couple of days here and start pulling us around the far side. At the end of our translunar injection here about an hour and a half ago, we just really looked at each other, and I know the United States has done this 1968 through 1972, but this is unbelievable that we can put our minds to something and pull it off. This is this is an unbelievable technical accomplishment.
No, Zimasi.
Yeah, I mean, it really is unbelievable to us. We watched this thing. It was just this flawless launch, and it was unbelievable to watch. And what really fascinates me about this is that you, in a few days, will become the first humans to travel the farthest in space, more than anybody else has ever done. It took us a long time to get back here, and now we're about to exceed that. Is that a moment of pride? Is it a moment of history? How do we feel about that?
It's great you brought that up. We were aware that we would pass that milestone if we happened to launch on this date. There were other days where we wouldn't have necessarily. So we are not necessarily a crew that lives on superlatives, but it is a milestone that's important. It's important that people can understand and wrap their heads around what is the latest in what we're doing. What does this mean relative to what we've done in the past? What are we going to be pushing for into the future? We think that the journey that we've been on and all of our teams have been on with us is so much more than just one number. But we also hope that that number just keeps being exceeded and exceeded by the future crews. That's why we're here, to build a legacy for the future.
You know, it's interesting because yesterday, I mean, this thing went off almost perfectly, right? It was on time. Was that surprising? Because, you know, you look back just in recent history and missions tend to be delayed, sometimes hours, sometimes days. This thing went pretty much according to what everybody was hoping it would do. Was that somewhat surprising when they said we are a go for launch?
Yes. You know, it was
nice.
It was surprising. I think we were, you know, we like to say that we're prepared without having an expectation. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you kind of hope you launch. And then when we got really close, it was like, wait, we're getting ready to go to space. And when those solids lit, you know, it was a ride where you're trying to be professional, but the kid inside of you wants to break out and just hoot and holler. But what I wanted to say about that was, our Exploration Ground Systems team, our launch control team, they have had some time to practice since February and March and really dial in their procedures and learn and grow. And so I just want to give them some credit. It was an example of how hard they've been working lately that we launched. And it was, even though we didn't get to really watch, but it felt beautiful.
Fair.
Yeah, they should give themselves a big round of applause because it really, I know it felt beautiful. It certainly looked beautiful. Very quickly, Victor Glover, while I have you on the microphone, we are broadcasting across the nation, but we're focused. We're based in Los Angeles. And I thought since you were from Southern California, maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your friends and family here.
Oh, well, of course. My mom lives there, my grandparents, all the cousins, aunts and uncles, and just everybody in California. Thank you for all of the support and the love for all of these years. So many of my career milestones happened in that special place. That will always be home, no matter where the government sends me. You're going with us.
How has it been? Yeah, how has it been on board now for your first night? I know you haven't gotten much sleep. They keep waking you up. They kind of send out the songs they are doing. And I hear, Christina, that you are somehow sleeping upside down or face down. Maybe you can explain that to us.
Sure. Yes, it has been a great couple of days just learning how to live in Orion. And I would love to give a quick shout out to our families before we keep going on with the questions, just because we haven't had a chance to say hi to them. And it's just so great to have had their support building up to the launch. And we miss you guys already. Living in Orion isn't quite the same as being at home with our families, but yes, some of the exciting things are the burns that we do. They kick off with such an acceleration that most things that you see Velcroed around that aren't actually fastened down all fall down to the floor of Orion. But speaking of floors and ceilings, it actually is just all by convention only. There is no difference between up and down, and so yes, I've been sleeping with my feet there and my head down here, and it's very comfortable. I think I'll probably stay there the whole mission unless someone kicks me out. So we're finding out how to make this space capsule a home.
Maybe we can hand it to Jeremy Hansen here. And Jamie, you can also say hello, give a shout out to your family. And I'm wondering, while you do that, if you'd like to tell us if there have been any glitches, any problems. I know we heard there was some kind of an issue with the onboard toilet, but beyond that, are we good so far?
Well, I told you, man, it always comes back to the damn toilet. It always comes back to the toilet.
Great to have a chance just to say thanks to my family and missing them, and for the support from Canadians back home. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and do this. We did have another little surprise today. I mean, the vehicle is in great shape, and we feel like everything's going really smoothly. But on our way to the translunar injection burn inside of 20 minutes, we did get warning message that, emergency message for cabin leak suspected, which grabs your attention because this is right when you're coming through some of the higher density orbits and you might run into something. And, you go from 20 minutes to doing this burn where you're going to head to the moon to thinking about, are we going to cancel this burn, start getting in our spacesuits, and then trying to figure out how to get home in a day or less. And luckily, that was just a little anomaly, and the Houston helped us out. They confirmed they were seeing good cabin pressure, as were we on board, and we did the burn, and now we're on our way to the moon, feeling good about Integrity. She's a good ship.
It's going to be fantastic. Reed Weissman, you are the commander of this mission. Maybe you'd like to give a shout out to your family as well. And I'm wondering, the responsibility, does it weigh heavy on you? Do you feel like, I'm just not going to go to sleep. I'm going to make sure that we do everything we need to do. What is it like to be the commander of something so historic and something that people have been waiting for so long?
Wasn't a bad sensor health issues. The sensor was working. It was just cabin reconfiguration.
Well, to answer that, I'm learning from my crewmates here. I'm flying in space with two of the most skilled astronauts that we have, most accomplished astronauts, and Jeremy on his first day in orbit yesterday was just getting the job done 100%. So my job here is pretty easy. Definitely sometimes you get a little bit nervous. There's a couple things that caught our attention so far, but it's going great, and my job is very easy. I am definitely getting pulled along by my crewmates. And then you gave me the opportunity. I'm taking it. Say hi to my family, my dad back in Maryland, and my brother probably heading home to Washington, and then everybody back in Houston. My daughters, my girlfriend, everybody's doing great back there. Thank you.
I guess really, lastly, what we really need to know is, are you happy so far with the food? Are you happy so far with the wake-up songs and the music? Any kind of request that we can make on your behalf while we get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later? We get a chance to talk to Mission Control a little bit later.
We just had our first meal together. That's how busy it's been. And this morning, our lead public affairs, Courtney Beasley, we heard her voice come on the radio first, and she introduced the songs and some amazing messages from the teams across this international program that have put this vehicle together. And we all agreed we would wake up slow and get into the day easy and quiet. And this morning, we all got up cheering and rocking and getting everything ready to go. It was the perfect way to start our day.
Get some.
Yeah, well, you are making history. Reed Weissman, Christina Koch, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover. Congratulations to all of you. America, the world is with you. We are watching every moment of this journey, and we will cheer you when you get back and along the way. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck to you, and safe travels.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
And thank you to all participants. Integrity, we're now resuming operational audio comm.
I'm a little jealous that is Christina seems to have a really good sleeping spot. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, dude, we still got the live view. See it up there on the mission control board? So, a little bit of capsule orientation. The hatch is behind... Oh, she shut it off. The hatch was behind Reed. So, the hatch is on the port side... Or no, starboard side of the capsule. It's like if you're sitting in the capsule, the hatch would be to your right. So obviously where Christina was just at the end of that, that's the top of the capsule. Camera was on the port side. Now, in terms of orientation of the capsule, if we go back over here, over here, those are the consoles. So the commander and pilot seats are over there. The mission specialist seats are usually right here, and they stowed them. That's why there's a lot of space inside of the capsule. That's your forward docking tunnel right there. That goes to the front hatch. That's not being used for this mission, but the console's right there, and it looks like it can. Looks like you might be able to move that thing. If it doesn't move, the seats are there, and the seats would face that way, guys. So we're on the port side of the capsule. Reed's over there on the starboard side. That's the bottom, so that's the nadir of the capsule. Zenith is that way. Bow is that way. Stern is that way. The door is right there. Well, there's two. There's a forward hatch up there in that tunnel, right? And then there's the side hatch. Side hatch is how you ingress and egress when you're down on the ground. Forward hatch is how you go to another ship when you dock to it. Now, once again, there's no docking port on the front of Orion because there's no docking needed on this mission. So, how is the hatch sealed? It uses a vacuum seal, ice cold. So they have like the hatch and the door jamb kind of butt up against each other. But if you look, like, see right there, there's a little gap, and then there's an inflatable seal. Well, not inflatable. There's a rubber seal in there, and what they do, kind of like an O-ring, and what they do is they evacuate. They pull the area between the O-ring and the two seals, right? They pull it down to vacuum with a vacuum pump, and it expands. The O-ring expands into the cavity and makes a nice seal. Yeah, that's why when we were watching the closeout crew work yesterday, they had pneumatic lines hooked up, air hoses. They had them hooked up to the hatch. Yeah, it's a vacuum. And then what keeps this thing all locked together? You see all that whole mechanism back there. These are all different tab latches. So think like a bank vault where you have to turn it, and it has a bunch of locks all the way around. That has that too. That's just keeping that seal in place. Now, once again, guys, that hatch, just real quick, like the hatch doesn't have to, you want the hatch to seal. You don't want it to leak. But the pressure differential here is not incredibly high between outside and inside of the spacecraft. I know what people are thinking, like, what do you mean? Now, don't get me wrong. If the hatch blew, you'd have a real big problem, right? It's not going to. It's fine. The pressure, it doesn't need to hold that much in. The pressure differential is 101 kilopascals. It's not a lot. That's 15 psi. There's nothing. That's nothing for the hatch. Like, it's pretty easy to get that thing to seal up. But with that being said, every spacecraft leaks to an extent. It's not a lot, but they do leak. It happens. Especially older spacecraft like the ISS, that thing leaks. Oh, does that leak? It's not like the point that I'm trying to get at. It's not like a submarine hatch. Submarine hatch has to hold back a pressure differential way higher than that spacecraft hatch. That's for sure. Yeah, that Russian segment. People want to harp on the Russians on the Zvezda aft docking port.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Daily Push gift to sub to Rogue Systems. Thank you. You want to harp on the Russians with that aft docking port. That module is from the 1980s. It was made, the Zvezda module on the ISS was made by the Soviet Union in the late 80s for the Mir 2 space station. The module is almost 50 years old. Well, actually, it's closer to 40, and it's been in space for 25. Almost 26 years, actually. Close to 26 years. That was the Pizza Hut rocket launch. Yeah, you think I'm kidding. And that aft module where it does leak in the vestibule back there, that's the module that the Russians attach the Progress resupply vehicle to, and it boosts the entire station. That means there's 400 tons it's boosting a 400-ton station around because they use the Progress capsule to boost the station from time to time. So I'd say after a 25 years of service life, right? And the fact that they use that thing to boost the station constantly, I'd say it's held up pretty good, dude. What is wrong, EJ, with the clothes? The lunar mission, man. Dress for success, baby. How long until they light the engine, you think? The engine's not going to fire again, Snickers. They did the translunar injection burn. Translunar injection burn went off on time, 7:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It was about a 5-minute, 50-second burn. Expended about 1,000 pounds of fuel. Or 480 kilos of fuel. It was a 386 meters a second delta V burn, or a 1,275 foot per second burn. Everything's good. They're going to the moon, dude.
1 day, 4 hours, 29 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We got a great look at the crew aboard Orion, also called Integrity.
Oh, thanks, Nervous.
That was their first opportunity to talk with media back here.
So how much fuel is in reserve? Joe, this mission is honestly kind of a cakewalk for Orion. The second stage, okay, like orbital mechanics doesn't work exactly like this, but in terms of like delta V, in terms of speed, all right, space flight's are always about speed. It's how fast you can go. The SLS and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, I would say got them probably, let's see, so with a 300 meter a second burn at perigee from a high Earth orbit, the upper stage got them probably like 3/4 of the way to the moon in terms of speed needed. The service propulsion system did that additional 25% to get them on that free return trajectory. So what I'm trying to tell you, they got plenty of fuel. This is not very high demand on Orion. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Orion has about 1,500 meters a second delta V worth of fuel, meaning that it can change its velocity by 1,500 meters a second. That burn to get it to the moon, right, was only 386.3 meters a second delta V.
This is space.
It was nothing.
I'm in space.
It was nothing. It barely expended 25% of its fuel. So they have a pretty hefty amount of fuel reserve. Future missions with Orion will not have this type of reserve fuel because of more demand on the capsule, depending on where we send that thing in the future. But yeah, this is pretty low on the demand side of things. They have a pretty high margin for fuel. That doesn't mean you should be, liberal with your fuel. You don't want to just go outgassing it all over the place, right? You still want to be pretty conservative because you're trying to get the capsule to work right. This is very much a shakedown cruise for the Orion capsule, as the crew just said. Fuel reserve is why they have such wide open abort scenarios. Yeah, Demoody, if this was a mission where Orion needed to stay out at the moon for any period of time other than just a flyby, they would not have an abort post-TLI, just like the Apollo missions. The Apollo missions, once they did translunar injection, that was it. You're going to the moon, or you're going to the moon, and you committed to the full mission, and you're going to go out. You're going to go out around the moon at the very least. You committed to the full length mission.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, don't stir the tanks. That's right. Hey, for hire. What's up, man? 4-month resub. Had to resub. You explain everything so well. Hey, my pleasure, man. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Apollo had abort options, but just like Artemis, it hit a point where you don't. Yeah. I suppose you could have used the CSM for an abort. I'm talking about with the S4B. Once the S4B commit, that's pretty much it for that stage. But yeah, I forgot about the CSM. There were contingencies, but it's only to a certain extent. This mission has that too. But on other missions, you wouldn't have as wide of an abort contingency window post-TLI. How's Artemis doing? Malta, it's doing just fine. Scholar, damn, that was cool. You deserve all the success in the world.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thanks for being here and sharing knowledge. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm just here. I just like space. And guys, I muted the crappy question from the press just in case anybody's wondering. I muted as a joke. Because I don't want a crappy question about politics to ruin the vibe. We're going to the damn moon, and it's pretty cool. It doesn't need any additional context, in my opinion. And I don't something that when you sit here and you cover the space program as much as I do, and you listen to every freaking NASA press conference, it's always really gosh darn annoying when someone tries to bring it all back down to Earth in a bad way. If you want to talk about the implications, the inspiration for the mission, that's fine. But there's always one that tries to ruin the frickin' vibe, and that pisses me off. I don't like that. Like, dude, this is us at our high point, man. Well, we're not at the high point yet. Give it a couple of days, but I don't like this being dragged down by the mundane of everyday life, because this is anything but that. And don't get me wrong, guys, I ain't ignorant to what's going on, in terms of like political events down here. I'm not stupid. I understand. I just don't really feel like you guys want to be dragged into that here when we're enjoying this moon mission. That's all. I got your point. All good. Realistically, what year do you think humans will land on Mars? Realistically, David, probably late 2030s, early 2040s, if we keep going on this course, like if we keep doing this kind of more rapid iteration. Honestly, dude, need a cough drop. Give me a second. Even if we wanted to go in the 2030s. All right, dude. So the 2030s in terms of developing spaceflight architecture, let's say 2038. All right, 12 years from now. If you're thinking about going to Mars in 2038, let's just make an abstract date, right? You should really be thinking about that now. Space programs take time. They take time to develop, decades. Even the Apollo program that went super fast, right? President Kennedy gave his speech at Rice University in the early 1960s. I always confuse it. It's 62? Or was it 63? That we choose to go to the moon, right? That was not my mouse cursor, by the way. Right? Look, we didn't really get going out into the moon until the late 60s. Took about a decade of time, a little bit less than that, because NASA had basically a blank check to get there. This stuff takes time. So, I guess what I would say, like, realistically, dude, is that, you want to get a good gauge on when Martian missions happen. Think about when somebody like NASA comes around and says, this is how we're going to do it. One of the first things you have to do when you're developing spaceflight architecture is come up with CONOPS, concept of operations, to discern stakeholder expectations. I know it sounds like we're in a board meeting now, and the tie and the dress shirt is not helping me. Not helping my cause.
I'm in space.
Hey, to the point. Thank you for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. It was 62. Cool. So one of the first things you figure out when you're trying to go somewhere in space, like the moon or Mars, is kind of a high-level overview of how you're going to do it. So, like with the Apollo program, I'll give you an example. So the Apollo program, they decided they were going to launch everything in one shot. They were going to put the lander and the crew capsule on the rocket, co-manifest it. It's called co-manifest payloading, right? So have them both there, launch them in one shot, right? And do a lunar orbit rendezvous architecture. All right. They had that figured out by 1964. They knew exactly what they wanted to do by 64, and then they started building it. So what you got to do, dude, is look for somebody to come up with an end-to-end architecture to get to the surface and back. And once you start seeing that, you can kind of get a good rule of thumb on when this is going to happen, right? And that should be a good indicator. I haven't seen anything right now. So that's why, realistically, like you said, I'd say late 2030s, early 2040s. We've heard no whispers of that at this point. I hope it's not annoying, but I'd say the whole Apollo program and half of Gemini, well, the Vietnam War was going on with all of its implications, and people are absolutely hyped about it. Let's keep that mood with Artemis here. Exactly. That was the intention there. But if you guys don't want me to mute the stupid questions, I won't. Interesting, Boreal. There you go. Good thing. And to the point with the 5 subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys a lot. Do they have any other power than solar in the battery, of course? Nope. 4 redundant solar panels for Orion. Yeah, ARJ, that's kind of where I was at, dude.
Additionally, on the docket for the crew during the remainder of this Orbit 2 shift are exercise activities on the flywheel exercise machine that was tested out for the first time earlier today. Flywheel is a simple cable-based device for aerobic exercises like rowing and resistance workouts, such as squats and deadlifts. It works like a yo-yo, giving astronauts as much load as they put into it, maxing out at 400 pounds. Following this, the crew will head into their pre-sleep period before getting some rest.
They reported earlier they're making 13 kilowatt of power from the solar panels. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. 13,000 watts is pretty good. That's enough to power a house. Probably not a modern house with like a 200 amp system, but that's a lot, dude. That's a good amount of power. What's your personal best? 400 pounds in a vacuum. Well, if it's 400 pounds for squats, it's not that much if you're in shape, dude. I mean, I don't know. Look at me. I haven't gone to the gym in a little while, but 20 years. But I'm pretty sure that's for a squat, dude. I remember in high school pushing way more than that on a squat with squatting. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Anybody here physically active? Because it's definitely not me. You should exercise with the crew? What do you want me to do?
You're looking at an animation of the Orion spacecraft. Integrity is now 31,000 miles from Earth.
Exercise
and just over
equipment.
211,000 miles from the moon, traveling at a speed of 7,820 miles per hour. We did have a successful translunar injection burn earlier today.
Zero sugar, baby.
5 minute and 50-second burn, sending Orion on the path
Go
to the moon.
up. I think you cosplay Mission Control, not the crew, right? Does Mission Control need to exercise? If so, if they don't, then yeah, that's what I'm doing. Push-ups?
Additionally, this burn
you could do a
set
3-minute
up the
plank.
Orion
Good for you,
spacecraft
ARJ.
and its crew to travel the farthest distance from the Earth.
How fast will it be going when it gets to the moon? Oh, not very fast. It'll definitely be going a lot slower than
The
this.
distance that we expect Orion to travel is 252,021 statute miles.
How many push-ups can you do, Jason? I'm more saying this to not necessarily embarrass myself, but to hopefully, implant an embarrassing core memory into my mind to motivate myself to work out more in the future. I bet you I probably couldn't muster 5 right now, dude. That's pathetic. I played football in high school. Like, that's gross. Like, that's disgusting. But yeah, it's I probably have trouble with 5. All right, Ursi. See ya. In reference, 3 fuel cells at 100% output could only do 4,700 watts. Man, those solar panels are beast mode, Boreal. No, seriously, get yourself in shape, knock it off. Yeah, there's a reason why I said that on the internet in front of everybody, dude. I bet you I would have trouble benching like 200 right now. You have some strength working with my hands, my wrists. Surly, my wrists are starting to go, dude. It's not great. Look at my wrist. Look at that. That's not normal. I don't believe 5. Okay, let me doff the suit. I'll put not suit on. I'm not doing push-ups in a suit. Give me 1 second. Chat, we are go for step 155, suit doffing. I will be back momentarily.
And you're looking at a live view of the Orion spacecraft. The large engine that you see in the center of the Orion spacecraft on the bottom of the service module is the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This was built by Aerojet Rocketdyne and was the engine that was used today for the translunar injection burn. Again, that 5-minute 50-second burn, sending Orion on its way to the moon. This is a repurposed Space Shuttle Orbital Maneuvering System engine that has flown in space before. This engine flew on the Space Shuttle Atlantis on several missions, including STS-101, STS-98, And just to continue with the times that this Orbital Maneuvering System engine has flown on Space Shuttle Atlantis, that is STS-101, STS-98, STS-104, STS-108, STS-109, and STS-110.
All right, I'm back. Oh, still got another burger to have. I'm gonna probably have to heat that up later. Reentry is the highest risk left. Yeah, wrong for sure. Yeah. Reentry is gonna be a little spicy. You look so comfy now. Oh, thank you. Was the filter installed? You're talking about the toilet lemon? Actually, the filter thing was not exactly what broke the toilet. They didn't fill up the toilet with enough water. Seriously, so it gave a fault showing it had low water. The filter did, they did end up reseating the filter, but the toilet was really just unhappy because it didn't have enough water in it. Do I get the NASA badge watching this one? No, you don't. I'm not NASA. I'm this stream is like okayed by NASA and my logo is used with permission. But yeah, I'm not NASA. Yeah, no, RB, its name is Mark. It's Mark Burger. No, on your toilet. I don't have a toilet. I have trees behind my garage. Hey, Jay, can you make a recap of everything interesting happening in the mission so far? Bone translunar injection and the rendezvous proximity operations demonstration were two big milestones in the mission. RPOD, the RPOD, happened on flight day 1, and the translunar injection burn happened just 4 hours ago. How's the night? Good. Yeah, got to keep the grass watered. Yep. My wife is asking why they don't show Orion from James Webb or Hubble. Bob, it's the same reason why you wouldn't use binoculars as a microscope. Like, you're not going to look through a petri dish with binoculars. That doesn't make any sense. Those things are designed to look way far out. Orion's much too close. And even if you could, man, when it's in the sunlight, that would be really hard to see it. The sun would wash out most of the light. Could they do it? Yeah, I'm sure they could probably do it if they tried. But James, like, okay, so here, with that, I'm talking about just with Hubble here. Now, with James Webb, all right, so here's a little bit of a primer, high-level overview here. So there's Artemis. It's going out to the moon. These are TDRS. That's where geostationary is. James Webb is over there. It's at Earth Moon Lagrangian 2. It's a long way away, and even then James Webb's looking that way. James Webb sitting at Earth Moon Lagrangian 2 is designed to look this way into the solar system. It's looking out away. That's why it has that big old shield on it, because it's trying to block out sunlight so they can get a good picture. See what I mean? So it always stays like this towards the sun. I mean, it's orbiting around the Lagrangian point, which is actually super cool. But yeah, you're not going to be able to see Orion with this. It can't look over there. It could. You just, if you turned it and tried to look, you'd end up heating up the mirror array on this thing and breaking things. This thing needs to be super cooled to work correctly. Heat will distort the image. Now, in terms of Hubble is a lot closer than James Webb. The Hubble Space Telescope is in low Earth orbit. It's over there. You might be able to get a picture of it, but honestly, that's a little bit close for something like the Hubble. It's the using binoculars as a microscope analogy. It's a little close. Yeah, Sun Earth Lagrangian 2. Yeah, it's Earth Sun L2, not Earth Moon L2. Excuse me. Sorry, it's getting late here. Relative velocity is too high for Hubble. Yeah, yeah, she's going too fast. Yeah, something about push-ups then, too, while we're here. Are we still doing that? I'll do push-ups on stream, I don't care.
We are continuing to bring you live coverage of NASA's first crewed flight test to the moon aboard the Orion spacecraft. Orion now 31,500 miles from Earth following launch.
I didn't do that, hydrogen. I'll match him. Guys, when I say I can't do like 5 push-ups, I'm not talking about those kind of push-ups. I'm talking about full motion, like nose to the ground and then up to full push. I'm talking full push-up. I'm not talking about those little wimpy push-ups that people do, like where they're like, I'm talking about a full push-up, all right? I played sports. I'm talking real push-ups. Challenge level impossible. Finish the coronet before splashdown. Yeah, that's probably not happening.
And while we're waiting for that to happen,
no, I don't, Chris.
Jeremy, the answer on this toilet maintenance is that we're already getting close to the bingo, so we'd like you to go ahead and get that started as soon as we're done with this flight director conference.
He copies.
Thank you.
Swap the filters on the toilet. All right. Give me 1 second.
And we're just going to have Jeremy get going on the toilet maintenance now.
Okay, copy that. Sounds good.
All right. So I should have the shop cams configured with the Artemis 2 stream going on up in the corner there. All right. You're going to watch Out of Shape Streamer Man try to do it because I said we would. Actually, it'd probably be better over there. All right, cool. Probably not going to do 10 push-ups, man, but we'll see. Wait a minute.
And we did just hear some communications from the ground up to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, getting things configured for their daily medical conference to check in and see how they're feeling. Everything continuing to go smoothly now, 1 day, 4 hours, and 55 minutes into this historic test flight of NASA's Orion spacecraft.
Hey, not bad. I did 10. That's good. Right? Not bad. That wasn't bad at all. Oh, my wrists hurt. Do 250 for America. I don't think I can do that. Oh. Ow. What are we seeing? Brian, that's my shop. That's where I work on cars on stream. Is there a summary of the mission up to this point?
This is Space.
Hey,
I'm in
Patrick,
space.
get the 10 subs for 10 push-ups. All right, I'll take that. Is there a summary video of the mission up until this point that you could recommend watching with your daughter? She missed a lot due to schools and time zones. She's a big fan of Christina Cook. Oh, here. So they just did a PAO event. There's no high-level overview of the mission right now, Exo. But here, let me timestamp this. So about an hour ago on the live stream, they did they did an interview with the crew and Christina talked in it, dude. I would start there. Yeah. Nice. Cars too? What do you not do? You're into everything. Yeah, I got a lot of hobbies, man. Spaceflight is my passion, though, just like graphic design. I'm out of breath from doing those push-ups, and that's not, I once again, that's not okay. But yeah, EXO, I would start there, dude. What is WND inspect? Let me take a look, and I will tell you. So let's go over to the schedule here. Refresh this bad boy. WND inspect. It's a developmental flight. It's some type of flight test that requires an attitude change to the capsule. Oh, it's the Optimus timeline. Yeah, Wrong Knuckle. Yeah, I have it. And one of my a viewer, Revs Up Rays, put it on his website, and he has the mission elapsed timer moving through the timeline, dude. Hey, Cosmic Realm, what's up? Last 2 days have been great. Yeah, no problem, Kolka. Yeah. I think we should start drinking 10 beers for 10 push-ups. Please, no. Would you say Starship is a resurrection of the shuttle? No, Starship is its own thing. Boreal, what was it? It's window inspection, checking over the windows to see their visual, to make sure their visual quality is up for lunar photography. Oh, window inspection. There you go. They're moving up the private medical conferences and flight director conference, according to Capcom and the PAO. Okay.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and we're continuing to bring you live coverage around the clock during this historic crewed test flight of Artemis 2 and the Orion spacecraft named Integrity, humanity's return to the moon for the first time in over 50 years.
How many windows does Orion have, and are they bigger than Apollo? It has more
Following
windows than Apollo,
liftoff atop the Space Launch System rocket from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, separated from the SLS, remaining inside Orion and still attached to the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They then orbited the Earth twice to ensure the spacecraft's systems were working as expected, while still close to home and demonstrated new capabilities, including manual piloting Orion.
Do we know what toilet noise is on day 3?
Earlier today, the orbital maneuvering system engine, the large engine you see on your screen there, fired for 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
Dude, I'm not sure what's going on with the background noise. It could be a grounding issue on my end, dude, but I'm pretty sure. Gonna have to reboot the bathroom again. It might be just toilet maintenance, dude, for what it's worth. Yeah, Demoody, it's probably messy. What will be the major differences between this Artemis 2 mission and the Artemis 3 one? The Artemis 3 mission is not going to the moon. It's going to low Earth orbit, and it's designed, Jack, it's designed to test Orion's docking operations. So they tested rendezvous operations on this mission by moving around the upper stage in the very first part of the mission, right? And Artemis 3 is going to test docking. It's going, so the commercial providers, SpaceX with their human landing system, so Starship HLS, and Blue Origin with their Blue Moon Mark II, whoever is ready, or if both of them are ready, they will perform a docking in low Earth orbit, and they'll do a checkout on the lander to make sure the lander is moving, and then come back down. Yeah, RB. People were saying that noise is me, and I'm like, no, it's not. That's not me. If both are ready, do all three rendezvous? Yeah, not at the same time. They'll rendezvous to one lander, and then they'll rendezvous to another. Okay, Livin, good to know. No wine equals no signal. Oh, good to know, Boreal. Yeah, that makes sense. They probably need to turn it off so they don't trigger the suction pump. Yeah, maybe. Weren't they going to test the new spacesuits too? On Artemis 3, yes. So Artemis 3 is going to stay in low Earth orbit. Artemis 4 is a lunar landing with whoever's lander is ready. And Artemis 5 is a lunar landing with whoever's lander is ready. Ideally, one or the other. Like you get SpaceX on one and Blue Origin on the other, or Blue or SpaceX, whatever. But yeah. Wow, thank you. So if 2 and 3 is a success, then Artemis 4 is the lunar landing for sure. You got it, Jack. Yep. A lot of things have to happen for 4 to be the first landing, though. Not only are they going to rendezvous and dock with the lander, with the landing elements in low Earth orbit as a test, like that's what an Apollo mission did. Apollo 9 did that. It was a Saturn V that they launched to low Earth orbit just to check out everything and make sure that everything worked on the lander and the CSM working as one contiguous unit, right? That paved the way for Apollo 10, where they sent the CSM and the lander out to the moon. And they tested it out at the moon. And then Apollo 11 landed, right? So not only do the commercial landers need to be ready in 2027 for an on-orbit docking operation, they also need to, between Artemis 3 and Artemis 4, they also need to test uncrewed landing on the moon. SpaceX with HLS and Blue Origin with Blue Moon Mark II have to they have to do uncrewed tests. NASA's looking for unmanned landings first as a demonstration to show that the lander's ready to go. And then Artemis 4 and 5 can happen. I will add, dude, that it is absurdly bold to try and get those both landers ready by 2028. That's a really bold goal. The right kind of goal. That's like the Apollo program. You know, the Apollo was crazy, but it was doable. It was ambitious, but achievable. This is ambitious, but achievable. We could do it. It's possible. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. That's what I was thinking. I don't care which is ready. It doesn't matter as long as we get there. Yeah, Ballin, I like SpaceX and I like Starship. I don't care either. I really don't care. Because if one's ready, that means the other one's right behind it. So, whatever, dude. Do you think Elon will use the robot to test the lander? He might be Optimus? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Makes me wonder if they'll change plans again and do an Apollo 10 for Artemis 4. I think the uncrewed landing tests are supposed to be the quote-unquote Apollo 10. Okay, Cosmic Realm. Thanks, man. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. When is the next Starship launch? Do we know? I would say the end of April, Sim. End of April, probably into May at this point. They're getting them ready. They're getting, SpaceX is getting Booster 19 and Ship 39 ready to go. They're getting, both of them are getting their engines installed right now, and SpaceX keeps torture testing Pad 2 with Pad Deluge tests. That's exactly the idea, Matt Flip, yeah. Yeah, there is a New Glenn launch. That's right, a New Glenn launch is on the 11th. The day after this mission concludes. Why doesn't NASA Communications use Kindar tones in between communication for this mission? Long story short, 7 radios have gotten a lot better. SpaceX uses the Kindar tones because it's cool. There you go, SpaceX Live, yeah. So, I just want to add here that for the stream uptime right now is pushing 39 hours, 36 minutes. Out of those 39 hours, I've slept for 8. Maybe. 8. 8, Bob. Yeah, I'm here and I'm sleeping when the crew sleeps. How is the couch? It didn't work, dude.
And from this view of the Orion spacecraft, we're also getting a look at the auxiliary engines.
I don't play around, Cosmic. I'm not missing one.
These smaller engines are located on the bottom of the service module in 4 sets of 2. And each engine provides about 100 pounds of thrust.
I haven't heard anything yet, Ricky. Need to bring the bed into the office? Yeah. What about tonight? Couch round 2? No.
But again, that larger engine, the orbital maneuvering system.
Guys, the couch is not a couch. It's a love seat, and I'm 6'4", and I can't fit on the damn thing. It's probably good for taking a quick nap, but not for a full night's sleep. What I do is just to not wake up Bree or anything. My wife, we have a TV in the basement and a couch down in the basement. We have a furnished basement in the house. I'll just go down there. I'll flip the TV on with my stream just to make sure nothing goes wrong. And yeah, I'll just nod off down there. Kindar tones, Chriselle, the beep. Control, this is Houston, do you copy? Beep. Those are called Kindar tones. Yeah, the house isn't that far away, dude. And if something goes weird with the stream, I have it up in front of me, dude. Yeah, Epic. My back's not great, guys. I gotta be careful. I have bad discs down there. Might need to invest in a cot. Cot ain't gonna do my back any favors.
Integrity Houston for exercise.
Hey, Gusto, what's up, buddy? They're called Kindar tones, Shirley. I do have an air mattress, but yeah, I'd have to clean the shop more to do that. You need to sleep in zero G. I do.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, at this time you have a go for exercise. We'd like to remind you to do the AGA readings before you get started, and also ask you to give us the state of charge on the batteries on the accelerometers first.
Thanks, Ricky. I'm like the Gary Sinise character in Apollo 13. Thank you.
To get the state of charge on the batteries on the accelerometers, am I going to have to go plug PCD into each of those 2 accelerometers? I'm guessing you're talking on the exercise device.
No, Bandit, they don't.
Actually, Reed, did you catch that when you did the initial activity? Did you remember seeing that?
HLS is so large, why don't they scale up
state of charge.
Scale up Orion to support a bigger crew? Making a spacecraft bigger is not easy, Lemon, and we already got one that works.
No, we don't want you to go to the trouble
of
plugging in a PCD, so we'll catch it on the next one. So disregard that one.
Okay, sounds good. I do have a flywheel Excel data transfer activity later today. I can try to do it then.
Ballin, better than being Gary Sinise and Forrest Gump.
Okay, that'd be
Lieutenant Dan's one of my favorite characters in any movie, dude. And Gary Sinise is a damn saint, by the way. With how much he does supporting the troops. A lot of people, go around saying like, hey, support troops and veterans and stuff, and they just say that to make themselves feel better. Gary Sinise actually goes and helps troops. He has a foundation that helps disabled veterans because his character, Lieutenant Dan, was so inspirational. He goes and does USO events all the time, dude.
And Reed, when you do that later, that is only on one accelerometer, and that'll be fine. We'll just take that reading from the one, whichever one you choose.
I haven't watched that one, Dinkelberg.
Okay, we'll see where we get to today.
And I do believe in...
Sounds good.
I do believe in supporting veterans, man. Look, you signed away...
And there's communications to the Orion.
When you sign away however long of your life to Uncle Sam, that's a hell of a sacrifice. I don't give a frick if you weren't on front lines, saw combat or anything like that, dude. I try to look out for people that have served or active or past. I make it a thing. I don't tell anybody about it. I just do it. So If you're out there, well, let me just say this while we're on the subject. You out there signing that damn contract to sign a good portion of your life away, right, allows us to do stuff like this. And I don't give a frick what anybody says. It's the gosh darn truth. So thank you. I do appreciate it. It does not go unnoticed. Right, Ballin? For sure, man. Garrison is awesome, dude. He's such a cool dude.
Houston, integrity question for toilet maintenance.
Go ahead.
Hey, Mark. Jeremy is doing a very thorough cleaning, and notice the...
Yeah, of course, Epic.
The lid on the commode.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Nah, Lemon, it's all good, dude. You can't just make a spacecraft bigger. That's a hard thing to do.
Keeps it shut. Inside there's another moving piece that the toilet seat is installed into, where the fecal bag is held in.
Oh, no.
On the bottom ring of that, it appears to be covered in tape or some type of seal protector.
This is ridiculous, man.
We were just curious if you know that
course,
that
Pop.
should be removed, or if that's actually supposed to be there. And also, just for your awareness, when you lift the toilet seat up, the cover raises the toilet seat. They're kind of friction fit together, and you have to reach up in there and pull the seat down so that you can actually use it.
Oh, gross. You have to reach into the toilet to
Okay,
readjust
checking
the seat.
on that.
Oh. I swear, that's all anybody's going to remember from this damn mission. The first time we go back to the moon in 53 years, everybody's going to be like, hey, they couldn't poop. Like, oh my God. This mission is quickly becoming Artemis toilet. Oh, God. Artemis 3, successful criteria, no mention of the toilet. Thanks, Green. I appreciate those words, man. I didn't see what y'all said. It went off the screen real quick. Been off and on the last day. Congrats to you for still having the energy. Spaceflight is the best drug. It's the best drug around. What about Factorio? What Factorio? Artemis, number 2.
Hey, Victor, we are checking on the tape question. The seat lifting issue you described is a known feature, and you're right, you need to make sure you separate them and that the lid is down properly for use.
It's a known feature. Okay. Oh, Kohler. So this toilet, guys, is it's a similar design to the one on the International Space Station, and the one on the ISS is derived from the shuttle's toilet. It's a shuttle toilet. It's a shuttle-derived toilet. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a Bethesda toilet. It just sucks. Time to model the toilet in Maya. No. No. Yeah, I used to love getting flush every night. I'd be like, flush me, Dave, flush me, Jay, flush me. Yeah, I'd be like, nah. Oh, thanks for the link, Socklex. I appreciate it, man. I actually do, yeah. KJ, nice, dude. Did you do them? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, that's my boy right there. Full push-ups, baby. There you go. Nice. KJ sent me a Discord message of him doing push-ups. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You know what, dudes? My neighbor said this to me once. The cool neighbor, right, that gives me beer from time to time, ironically. You know, he said something about the gym that was kind of poignant. I was like...
Integrity Houston, the answer on the tape on the toilet seat is that does belong there, so let's please leave it that way.
Okay, we copy. Thanks for checking.
You bet.
Okay. My neighbor said to me one time, dudes, that, you know, you never want to go to the gym. You never want to go and work out. It's always, nah, I don't want to do that. But you never regret it after you do. I.e., you know, when you leave the gym, you always feel better, right? Or when you do a workout, you always feel better after. You never regret it. You know what I mean? And that's a very good point. I'm like, oh, it's a good call. You had to leave right after the translunar burn. Is everything good? The toilet's acting up again, Alric, but we're doing all right. Nope, full regret. Gym is pain. I see it, H2. You're tracking integrity from Southwest Florida from your patio. You're tracking it? How? What are you tracking it with? What is this? What is actually happening right now? That's awesome, dude. Yes. Dude, H2, that's badass, man. That's so good. I love it, dude. Dude, I love it. That's some jury-rigged awesomeness right there. That's so good, dude. What a nerd. I know, I love it. Oh, that's really good. Give us the signal strength. Yeah, there you go. That's so good. Absolute cinema. And report it to NASA to get your QSO. Yeah, Boreal, you can do that, can't you? Yeah, NASA did say that. They were going to rely on amateur astronomers to track the capsule and stuff, right? Like they said that they actually encouraged that. They're like, yes, please do that. Is that a shopping cart or a barbecue grill? Jay, I don't know, man. It's awesome, though, whatever it is. Going to the chiropractor hurts, Dan? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're kidding. Ryan, 57-year-old Navy Devil Doc here. If anyone can help me, I'm unemployed and running out of options. Any help out there? Brian, you serious, dude? I'm sure we can find something. You willing to relocate? I'll ask around. Eavesdropping on Artemis, Dan. That's right, dude. Tell us with your story of the neighbor and the beer. My neighbors are Irish. That's the story with the beer. That's the story. There does not need to be anything else said. I'm sorry. Like, but you're thinking about how that probably panned out. Yes, that's what happened. Yeah, you know. Yes, you met me when I was playing Kerbal. Yeah, I know, Brian. I remember you, dude. And you were talking to me about my shop a second ago, dude. Yeah, brother, I remember my viewers. I remember who I'm talking to, dude. I make that a thing. All right? Call it hospitality, dude. I remember who I'm talking to. You could talk to me in a month, a year from now. I'll remember this conversation. I don't do that on purpose. My brain just kind of does that. You're in Fulton, Missouri. Solid rocket candy going for 250 beers drank before splashdown now. Yep, nope, not doing that. Thank you for the $5 though. So the neighbor gives you a run for your money in drinking. Yes. Love your work. Thanks. Thanks, Coke. I appreciate it, man. There was a news conference a little bit earlier, yeah. I seem to recall sharing a conversation who could come up with the most racist joke with your neighbor. No, that wasn't me, RB. Yeah, that wasn't me.
The Integrity spacecraft with NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, closing in on the 200,000-mile marker to the moon. They're currently 207,485 miles away from the moon, and they're 36,600 miles away from planet Earth. Orion is traveling at a velocity of 7,239 miles per hour.
The arrow is what you want. That'll tell you visually where Orion is. It's on its way out to the moon, and it gives you numbers and mission elapsed time and stuff. There's another thing if you want more of a high level or more of a kind of a deeper dive into what Orion's doing. There's Eyes on the Solar System from NASA. This is a free public thing that you can use that kind of shows a little bit more of what's going on in the solar system right now. Like, it shows all the NASA payloads that are up there right now. It doesn't show Starlinks or anything like that. It's just all NASA stuff. So Artemis 2 is on there. See? There's Orion. There's Integrity. It's got integrity. Got a lot of integrity, chat. I did see Goalie's video. He texted it to me, yeah. And then you could see, like, James Webb. You could see the moon.
This view of the Orion spacecraft showcasing the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, which provided the burn today for the translunar injection burn. That burn was 5 minutes and 50 seconds long, sending Orion and its crew on a trajectory to the moon. We can also see a view of some of the auxiliary engines on the Orion spacecraft. There are 8 in total. These engines provide trajectory corrections and can be used as a backup to the main engine if needed. Each engine provides about 100 pounds of thrust, can provide steering during burns by pulsing on and off. Also, on the very top of your screen, as well as behind the large orbital maneuvering system engine, we do see a portion of the solar arrays. These serve as the primary power source for the European service module.
Yeah, the OMS engine.
And in this animation, you can see a better view of the Orion spacecraft, as well as those 4 solar arrays. Each wing measures nearly 23 feet long and is composed of 3 panels.
Pretty sure.
The 4 wings can pivot on 2 axes to remain continuously aligned with the sun for maximum efficiency.
Nice level.
And the arrays provide enough electrical power to power a 2 3-bedroom homes, which keep the crew safe and the systems running during their journey.
Did she just say that 13,000 kilowatts was enough to run 2 3-bedroom homes? That's nope. My meter is way higher than 13,000 kilowatts. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, maybe a house that has like a record player in it. Maybe a house that's empty, yeah. With no HVAC systems, right? Right. That's like 13,000 watts is not, that's not a lot. You thief bread from homes when you're on vacation. Yeah, right. Dan, I see the plane you're on ADSB. Pretty cool. That's neat. It's cool that I can talk to you. I wish there was more live on board video. Yeah, me too, dude. Me too. Yeah, Jalopy. I was just thinking back to when the blizzard came through and I had to switch my house over to generator power. I had two 6,000 watt generators, and that was it was running things, but I had to shut a lot of circuits off. All right, so mission elapsed time here on the Artemis 2 mission. 1 day, 5 hours, 30 minutes, 8 seconds. We're into flight day 2. What the crew is doing right now is they are doing window inspections to make sure the windows on Orion are clear and clean for being able to take pictures during the lunar flyby. How was TLI? Magical, Bowsy. Magical. It was good. Everything went good. The toilet's given them more problems than the actual trajectory for the mission. I'm not even kidding. Wonder at what stage in space travel will we see a continuous live feed of the crew from launch until splashdown? Jack, yeah, I know what you mean. Guys, they could put the internal cameras on right now. In fact, Mission Control probably has them on. At least somebody in Mission Control has internal views. The thing is, dude, do you really want to like watch astronauts go to the bathroom, like, or just sleep or eat or whatever? I like space and I don't want to see that. Like maybe eating, that'd be kind of cool, right? But you know what, dude? Like, you got to think about it from their point of view. Like, you're in a tin can that's about the size of a walk-in closet for the next week and a half. If you had cameras on you the whole time, I would not be happy. Like that, like, yeah. That would not be fun. Yeah, dude, that would make this mission, which is already difficult, more difficult, dude. Could we get onboard views the whole time? Yeah, dude. There's an onboard view right here. That's a live shot of the capsule. It's just you can't really see Earth because Earth's over there and the sun's over there and the moon is over there. So it just looks dark here. But that's a live shot. This is a shot on board the capsule right now. Pretty much, Jono, yeah. You know, like, could they stream the whole thing? Yeah, sure. They have the technology to do that is right here. But I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want a camera in my face the whole time, and I sit in front of a camera for a living.
Integrity on one. Can we start a very quick stream of the HHP camera just for an off check?
I wonder if they heard that. Hey, Brandon, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thank you for becoming a flight controller. Appreciate it. Well, if they're doing their private medical conference right now, yes, they would absolutely not. That's a private conversation between each astronaut and their doctor. If you vote someone off, do you leave them on the moon? Only if they're
integrity. That was unreadable. We're trying something, Hang on a second.
HIPAA says no, exactly. Yeah, I didn't really get what was trying to be said there. That was the capsule trying to talk to Mission Control, and Mission Control replied back saying, we didn't really get that. The small thrusters for precise maneuvers. Yes. So, RB, you have 3 sets of thrusters with 3 thrust outputs here. The big one is your main thruster. That's an AJ-10-190. It's a shuttle engine. It's flown 17 times on 3 orbiters prior to this. I'm not bitter about that. That they're getting rid of it after this mission. And then I believe these are A4D thrusters. There's 8 of them. They're in 4 clusters of 2. So you have them here, 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 and here on the back. Those are forward thrusters for dialing in a maneuver. Like this would do the majority of the burn, and then these things would round off like a half meter a second delta V or something. They're for smaller margins, right? And then on top of
Integrity Houston, we are doing some config changes here. When we're ready for a 2-way comm check, we'll let you know.
They're A4Ds, Boreal? Yeah, you're the one that told me that, dude. I learned that from when you told me it yesterday. And then there are other sets of thrusters up here, right? And those are your rendezvous proximity operations thrusters. Those are your RCS. There is 8 thruster blocks. Each thruster block has 4 thrusters on it, and they're pointed at 45 degrees. So there's 4 thruster blocks that have 2 thrusters that are pointed forward at 45 and 2 thrusters that are pointed back at 45. You could just see them right there. Those are for your forward and back translation, right? And then they have that on the European Service Module. They have that same block of thrusters rotated 90 degrees. And there's 4 sets of those.
You're looking at a
live
view inside the white
pitch.
flight control room here, serving as Artemis Mission Control.
Yes, Hugh, they are.
The team of flight controllers on console during this Orbit 2 shift are currently being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya.
Hey, Nathan, what's up, dude? Crew's just chilling. They did a PAO
Serving
event, and now they're having
Capcom
PMCs.
is Mark Reagan. And
How you
next
doing,
to
buddy?
him is Sandra Moore.
Is light reflecting off the craft, making it too bright to see the stars?
We're now 1 day, 5 hours, and 34 minutes into the flight of...
So, no. This is not... That camera that's giving you this shot, dude, is not some fancy space camera. It's a GoPro. It's a Hero 11, if you really want to know, if you like GoPros. The GoPro is not really designed to be able to image space particularly well. But it is cool to have cameras on the end of the solar panels. There's 4 of them. There's 4 GoPros that are riding on the SAW. The solar array wings is what they call them. So with this, guys, I don't think a GoPro could be able to get to the exposure that you need to be able to see constellations. That doesn't mean they're not there. What's going on here, dude, is just, you can't see any stars because there's one star that's a lot closer than every other star. You see that star every morning when it pops up in the sky. That's a lot closer than every other one, and it's washing out the light from those other stars. It would be like, okay, so if I have my phone, right, and I turn the light on, right, and I put the light in the way, right, you can barely see me, right? It's funny because this 4K camera actually, you still kind of can, but see what I'm talking about? That's what's going on. You're getting that washout. It's very hard to see. You can't see me back here. See what I mean? That's what's going on, dude. EJ webcam is better than NASA's cameras. Well, it's a 4K camera. I would hope it's better than the GoPro. Jeez, I paid enough money for it. How about that TLI burn? It's pretty good, Novus. Pretty good, man. Are the cameras exposed to the sun? Yes. Nice, Gas Mom. Yeah. So what was the thing that got damaged at launch? It looks like the uphill ride Vader damaged the toilet a little bit. Turns out they didn't fill it all the way up with water. You like the camera you have now? This Elgato 4K Pro is actually pretty good, man. Yeah, it's pretty nice. What sort of camera spec would a SAW need to see the stars in this orientation? You'd need to really, what is it, guys? I'm not a photographer. Turn down the exposure? You'd need to turn down the exposure, right? Increase the exposure, you need to turn it up. There you go. That's what it is. Sorry, I'm getting late, so my recall goes wonky when I haven't slept in a long time.
Yep, Ike was totally fine with that. We just wanted to do the test real quick. So I'll go ahead and stop it now. We know it's got a good end-to-end work.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
It looks like they reconfigured the antennas and re-established contact with the capsule. I don't think the internal cameras are on Wi-Fi, Galaxy. I think that you can wire those up. But yeah. Or a high dynamic range that can see a larger range. Yeah.
We did hear those communications from the ground up to the crew on board Orion. One of the crew members is utilizing the flywheel exercise device, which uses a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra-large shoebox, which functions like a rowing machine.
Don't skip leg day, guys.
When exercising on the flywheel, the crew uses a strap placed between their feet, which attaches to either a bar or a harness to interact with the device.
I know that, Ivan.
Pulling on the strap allows the crew to perform aerobic, resistive, and rowing exercises. Crew member straps their feet against the footplate of the device, which is held at a slight angle from the front of the frame, and using the bar, the crew can perform exercises such as bicep curls, bent over rows, and deadlifts for resistance training, as well as rowing for aerobic training. During this mission, the crew will use the flywheel every day except launch and landing.
Chornagrub, I don't know how to do drops, dude. I enabled them for this stream, but I have no
Each
idea. Each
astronaut will spend about 30 minutes per day performing exercises. And the teams on the ground will be gathering data the entire way to verify information about the flywheel. And this data, amongst other observations, such as video of exercise, will be used to further develop the flywheel in preparation for future Artemis missions.
It is wobbling. And yeah, that might be from them working out. From them going, you know, they are wobbling the spacecraft a little bit. Look at that. Yeah, good observation, dude. Does it have pineapple on it? No. No, it was New York style. I mean, I don't know. I really hope it doesn't have pineapple on it, but I don't know what they're doing down there in Texas, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, look at that. It's very subtle, but yeah, they're Doom, you said it like 5 times. Yeah, dude, that is what's going on, dude. Yeah. They're doing workouts, right? Like doing this inside of the capsule, and it's moving the solar panels around. It's not very much. It's just shaking it a little bit. Yeah, it'd be tough to get this. Tough to see the stars. The star tracker can do it, but that's because it's using infrared. They talked about it during the presser today. Remember that. Vic's going to throw off the trajectory? Yeah, because, yeah, he'll use his Chadliness to move the spacecraft around, see? If the spacecrafts are rocking, that means somebody's working out. Yep. Yeah, I know. That's probably not what you wanted to hear, but all right. Ignore the no stars? Well, you know what, Shipment of Fail? Most of the people asking about the no stars thing haven't done the meme where people are like, I don't see any stars, it's fake. No, most of the time it's just been genuine questions, dude. I haven't gotten meme asked about the stars once today. I'm actually really impressed with you guys. Thank you. Thank you for asking good questions. That's the kind of stuff I want to talk about, you know? Yeah, no, I haven't. And yeah, I haven't really heard any space meme questions asked. They may have been there in the chat. I just didn't see them because chat was moving fast. But I'm usually pretty good. I like to stay on. I like to stay on it, you know. But do you still have pants on? Yes. With the Centaur, would they still keep the ESM? Yes. Yeah, Orion, this dude, keep this. Everything on the spacecraft from about here forward, you should just keep it. Orion is working excellent. I still have my trepidations about the heat shield, but once again, do not tempt the space gods. Everything is going just fine. The commode was today's space meme. Yeah, exactly. I think the toilet is distracting all the people that would usually ask those questions as a joke. But you know what, dudes? Like, that's part of the reason why I talk about the toilet and how it works and stuff. Because, like, you know, most people, if they see people ask meme questions, that, you know, they assume they're gonna piss me off. Like, oh, this is fake. And you know what? I just reply, hey, your mom's fake. Got him. Get roasted, nerd. Like, no, if you talk about the toilet, people, like, you see that I don't take myself too seriously. Like, I love this stuff and I'm very passionate about it, but, you know, I'll sit here and talk to you about the toilet. That's hilarious. Like, I'm not going to sit here and deny that. That's really goddamn funny that the toilet doesn't work. Like, you know, Houston, this is control. You are go to power cycle your toilet. Like, that's freaking funny, man. I'm not, you know, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the reason why I haven't got asked any trick question. Like, hey, it's fake. There's no star. Like, why people aren't doing that? Because I'm sitting here. Like, they come in here, they think, you know, we're going to ask the guy in his suit, like, hey, is it fake? And I'm sitting here talking about a toilet. Like, they're like, wait, what? You know? It's possible with the solar eclipse around the moon that we might see some stars. Dude, that's a good point. Yeah, man. Like, I don't let those people bother me, dude. I don't, you know. But I'll tell you guys, for the most part, you guys have been great. The questions have been fantastic. What are the temps like in the Northeast right now? 40 Fahrenheit, something like that. To be fair, you thought yesterday the toilet was an April Fool's joke. I wouldn't joke around on a lunar mission, dude. Like, if I was NASA. I joked around. I think that's funny. You know how much it would cost to take the shuttle main engine to the dump? we desperately need to get rid of it. Yeah, but it would look bad if we just put them on a barge and hauled them somewhere. We had to make up the story about going to the moon. Yeah, my pick. I'd believe that. Have you done an A2 recreation mission in KSP? Honestly, Novus, I tried. I thought it would be, you know, like there would be more downtime, but there really isn't.
Integrity for comments about the PWD when convenient.
Ooh, Christina tried to hail mission control and it was garbled. Novus, I haven't done it yet, dude, because I've been answering good questions about this all day, like, and yesterday. Like, maybe when we have more downtime, I'll send it out.
Hey, Christina, can you give us a minute?
I have a pretty mean Kerbalized Orion capsule. Like, my shuttle is a Kerbalized version of the space shuttle. I have a pretty good Orion capsule. Dude, the Orion capsule that I made in KSP has the LAS, and the LAS works exactly like the real thing, dude. I made it so it looks like it's one contiguous fairing, and it actually comes apart in 3 pieces. Like the LAS will jettison, and then the shroud fairing jettisons too. And the shroud fairing's using a 3x sim fairing, so it jettisons just the same. My KSP toilets work, yes.
Okay, now we're ready.
And then I put it on top of Falcon 9, my Kerbalized Falcon 9, just to confuse people. Orion looks very strange on top of a Falcon 9, let me tell you that.
Excellent. Hey, actually, question about that. When I first made the call and there was the pause in calling back, we saw a ping suspect.
I know tweets.
Do you expect ping to go suspect when you're doing large or high rate file transfers? We did check and saw we weren't in a handover.
Yeah, Christina, that was an artifact of us trying to push up file transfer rates. We're kind of playing with that in the background to see if we can find a place where we can get files faster, but also not impact comm and overload the buffer. I think what we've decided is we're just going to stay at the safe rate that's been working so far in the mission and play with this a little more tonight after you guys go to bed.
Okay, copy all, makes sense. We're just trying to understand our displays, and we love the exploration on that one. The original call was about the PWD. Wanted to let you know that after doing a fill, we have been having to wait 30 seconds
it just
minimum
data throttled the Orion
so that
capsule.
when we remove the water bag after closing the valve, there's not residual water coming out of the dispenser. We've just been implementing that as a workaround to wait that 30 seconds, but wanted to let you know both for your awareness and also to see if there could be a workaround.
Something with the
okay, copy the report. Let us talk about it. We'll let you know.
Yeah, that's why the radio signals got garbled out, guys, because NASA was trying to update files on the Orion capsule software. And they overloaded the file buffer,
and as you
it
probably
started hogging all
imagine,
the
that's a low
bandwidth.
priority. We're getting by just fine as it is.
Copy that, and glad to hear it.
That's why
and you certainly look like you're doing great up there.
Was all messed up like that before because they screwing with the bandwidth.
And those communications from the ground to NASA astronaut Christina Cook referencing the PWD, that's the potable water dispenser, which gives the crew easy access to water inside the crew module during their missions. It's also used to rehydrate food and drink packages.
They're pushing files too fast and was running out of bandwidth for downlink audio. It's like back in the 90s.
At this time, we are now 1 day, 5
hours. It's like back in the 90s, man. If you were sitting there playing like Tribes or whatever, or Counter-Strike, and your mom wanted to make a phone call and she picked up the phone. Oh no. No, Mama, no! Don't pick up the phone! Somebody's calling! I don't care!
If you remove a bag after closing the valve prior to about 30 seconds, a steady stream of water continues to come out, and it might be just a little less than what the standard flow is, but it's definitely a steady stream.
Early 2000s cable modem speeds with a full house.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
And to be fair, I've never actually seen the full bore what it would be if the valve were open without a bag on it, so I can't compare, but the stream is steady and maybe about 1/8 of an inch wide.
Okay, thank you. Copy.
Isn't there a way to have a separate uplink and downlink path?
Could you give me a guess of how much volume it ends up being?
So, Ricky, radio transmissions really are not my wheelhouse. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that. I have a very surface level understanding of how that all works. If I'm understanding this right, they are layering data streams, the uplink and the downlink, over one frequency using phased modulation with frequency modulation on top of that. That's what Apollo did. If I'm understanding this right, if there's any ham radio operators, somebody knows more about this than me, which I know there is here, don't lie, please let me know. So the uplink and the downlink are on the same frequency, I think, and that might have something to do with it, but I'm not 100% sure. I think that's what's going on. Somebody wants to let me know, please do it. It's called QRS, quality of service. They wanted to give the file transfers more bandwidth and it made the audio transmission have issues. Yep. It does use water, Ivan. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, yeah, Bandit.
If you're just joining us, we're continuing to bring you live coverage of the first crewed flight test of the Orion spacecraft to the moon. We're now 1 day, 5 hours, and 54 minutes into this test flight, and the Orion spacecraft is traveling at over 6,900 miles per hour.
Nice.
And as you can see on your screen there in this visualization, is about 40,000 miles away from the Earth, with 204,000 miles remaining between the Orion spacecraft and its destination, the moon.
Where's Orion? So,
following the translunar injection
there's the moon right
burn
there.
Earlier today,
there's
the
Earth.
Orion spacecraft
Orion.
is slated to beat the Apollo 13 record of farthest distance from the moon by which will be 252,021 statute miles.
DSN S-band hasn't changed much from the Apollo days. You transmit on one frequency and just modulate multiple data streams on that same frequency. That's the phase modulation, Boreal, correct? They have frequency. They're using FM, but they have phase modulation with frequency modulation layered on top of it. I was reading a paper about it the other day, but like I said, I have a superfluous understanding of this. Like, it's not enough to be able to teach it like I can, like, orbital mechanics or something. Yeah, good dog. There are good ways out there. Oh, okay, Binary. Cool. Thanks for finding that. But it's also not a system like we typically use on Earth. It's not TCP/IP. TLDR, ping gets too high, and TCP go burn, quits working effectively. Remind me what TCP/IP stands for. I know that IP is Internet Protocol. What's TCP stand for? I knew it. It's just the name is escaping me right now because I'm tired. Transfer Control Protocol, Internet Protocol. That's what it is. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. For DSN, you also have to use the DTN, the delay-tolerant networking. Boreal, delay-tolerant networking sounds like one of those things that if I say, hey, how does that work? We get into like a 4-hour rabbit hole of what it actually
Houston
does.
For Victor.
Am I correct in assuming that? Oh, it's a rabbit hole. Yep, okay. Yep, that's what I thought.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, on this PAO daily imagery transfer activity, we would like priority on those Earth photos. The first 30 minutes after TLI that Reed was excited about, if possible.
Essentially, systems must allow a very long acknowledge response.
Okay, copy that.
Okay.
No work, thanks.
Thank you.
Look, Atana, the burn was on the stream. You can scrub back about 5 hours. 7:49, well, 4 hours, but 7:49 p.m. Eastern Time.
And you did just hear those communications referencing some imagery that was taken shortly after the translunar injection burn. We did hear that Commander and NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman was quite excited about the imagery of the Earth that he was able to capture.
It's just
so
timing.
They're going to work on getting that down to the ground, and we will share with you all once we do have that available to be shared, and are looking forward to seeing it, as are you.
In normal terms, it's called upper or lower sideband. You can have more than one data stream on the same frequency. Yeah, Shai, that's how Wi-Fi works, right? Like, but Apollo was doing it 50 plus years ago. Like, yeah. Right? Typical internet sends a message and expect an immediate back response, so it times out if you take too long. Yeah, I've been there. DTN says, I'll wait for you to acknowledge and then keep sending, and just keep sending you stuff. Tell me if you miss something. Oh, okay. So DTN is just transfer control protocol, internet protocol with a really large window size. That's what it sounds like, SysV. But once again, guys, I'm not the best at this part. I'm out of my wheelhouse here. Like, I'm not afraid to say that. Like, part of being, you know, if you watch this and you're younger, right? Just quick little bit of advice. First of all, it's way past your bedtime, by the way. But whatever, it's the moon mission. If you're watching this and you're younger, there's no shame in saying you don't know something, okay? Know what you know. There's no shame in saying you don't know. I'm willing to admit that I don't know something here. I don't know everything. I stay in my lane because I know how the spaceship works. However, you should always want to learn. You should always want to learn. Saying I don't know doesn't admit that you're like, oh, I don't know. That's not admitting defeat or anything. That just admits there's another you're just admitting that there's another opportunity to learn something. Right? Just remember that. You kind of keep a continuous send of messages and just stamp them with a sequence number. If the receiver sees a problem, it says, hey, I missed this specific packet, send it again, please. That's very interesting, Boreal. That's a very interesting transmission control protocol, right? Like, that's what you'd call this, right? That's weird logic. How does it even do it? How does the receiver even understand that it missed a packet? And how does it send that information back? Like, I understand you have uplink and downlink, dude, but yeah. Jalopy, I don't know is much different than I can't learn this. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with saying you don't know. But saying you don't know doesn't mean you don't want to learn either, or you lost or something. It's not a game. It's about learning. Checksums. Guess they stopped exercising. Yep. Each packet has an embed packet ID or count. Okay. If I say I'm going to count to 10, I count 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and you notice you didn't hear 4. How does it notice, though? Each packet is labeled with a very specific number, so the receiver counts those numbers until it reaches a point where it goes, oh, wait, there's a missing number. Does the receiver being able to recognize a missed number, Boreal, mean that, is that like, would that be software controlling it? Or, you know, if you go back to the Apollo days, they have a basic logic circuit to be able to count it as it comes in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you think Flight 12 will make it to ship splashdown? Absolutely, Lemon. She's going to make it. Ricky, remember my son and I learning machine language programming a game on a Commodore 64. Program a helicopter game and it didn't save. Yeah, there you go. It can be either, depends on the type of gear. Okay, so that's hard. That's a hardware contingent thing. A lot of it is software nowadays.
And you're looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Orbit 2 team on flight day 2.
Also, what kind of neurodivergentism produced phased modulation with frequency modulation layered over it for multiple data streams over one frequency? Who the frick thought of that? Like, seriously, what type of neurodivergent nonsense is that? And I mean that like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. That's freaking cool, dude. Like, who the hell cooked that up? Like, come on, man.
To the moon and back. At this time, NASA astronaut Christina Cook is utilizing the flywheel exercise machine on board Orion as part of her...
RF is basically black magic. I say this as a radio nerd. Yeah, right? Like, dude, whoever thought of that is just way smarter than me, dude. Way smarter
Meanwhile,
than me.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working to downlink some of the imagery taken earlier today.
No way, Boreal. That's awesome. Someone who really likes plotting wave interference graphs. Hey, like Ronnie, I have an unhealthy obsession with spacecraft design. Believe me, I get it. Oh, I get it. I don't mean this in a derogatory way.
The crew will continue to step through a few more procedures before they have a private medical conference. This is a standard daily conference.
Right? I mean it though. Like, I mean that in a good way. Like, bro, neurodivergency has been around for a long time. Do you think we went to the moon with a bunch of regular dudes? Do you imagine the tism that was needed to produce the freaking LEM? Like, come on, man. Like, like they were cooking, man.
Cabin lights, but it's next to impossible to get a clean image of these windows.
That's awesome, RB. That's pretty funny. Or the space shuttle, for that matter. Dude, there's some systems on the space shuttle that some dude was just there, like, thinking about it for, like, 5 years. And one day he's like, yep, I got it. This is going to work. Let's do that. Look up credit card antennas for tap to pay. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly, Shaw. How your card doesn't have any power source, but somehow can electronically communicate with no electrical source. I know that. That's wild, dude. I mean, I'd assume it's... Well, no, I was going to say it's RFID, but I don't think it's RFID. Sarah, your dad has a PhD in electrical engineering on radio antennas. Black magic and witchcraft. It really is, dude. It really freaking is, dude. It's so interesting. AT&T developed it to send 24 phone calls over 4 copper wires. How? Like, yeah, I guess, like, hey, we need to figure out a way for everybody to use one phone line.
We're trying to just get a good characterization of all the panes and understand how clear they are before we go and do the observations through them. So understanding the overall condition is the goal here. So
it is RFID.
If you see any scratches or imperfections, that's of most interest, and especially if it looks like it's in the outer panes. And understand that the photos might be difficult in the lighting, and so just best effort on that if you find anything that warrants a photo.
Right, Fooled? For sure. What do you call a very smart...
Sounds good. I will do my best. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't know. A neurodivergent. Oh, nice. 128 by 128 constellation encoding that is used in the QAM. It is used in QAM and analog modems was nuts. You know, Dino. You know what I was just about to say? There were analog modems, but yes, of course there were analog modems. And the fact that the analog modems actually existed, it like kind of blows my mind. Like that's some skills, dude. That's the regular, like there's no way. Yeah, 56K is using a phone line. Like that's just
Houston integrity for exercise.
Just kind of clicked in my head. Like, oh yeah, that is how that works.
Go ahead, Christina.
All right, hold up. Hey, RT.
Yes, I'm in the flywheel exercise ops procedure step 8.4. This is our first time with the accelerometers configured, and it does say on MCCH Go, switch them both to the on position. I actually just did that. Is that going to be okay?
Ooh.
Yes, it's going to be okay, so you have a go in hindsight.
Thank you for the retroactive go. Do you need us to get the accelerometer go every time, or is this just a final check to make sure we're go for exercise?
Checking.
Scalar waves. Okay. theoretical nonlinear, non-Hertzian waves that propagate longitudinally parallel to the direction of motion. All right. Oh, yeah, that's a thing. Just helical radio transmissions, because frick me. All right, of course that's a thing. Sure.
Hey, Christina. Those files are basically only able to record as long as the exercise is scheduled. So the important thing here is that you turn it on right before you start, and that you also turn it off when you finish. And then we get a new file going for the next person. So if you guys can remember that and understand that, then you don't have to report that every time.
Yeah, the Curious Mark video is where I learned about this. I'm really happy I watched that video last week, Boreal.
Yeah, thank you.
I love Curious Mark. That channel rules, dude. All right, yeah, and Galaxy, that's really what the conclusion that I've been coming to here is that radio frequencies and transmissions are, just black magic. It's like a helicopter. How does a helicopter work? Yeah, it works. Black magic.
And those words to NASA astronaut Christina Cook as she wraps up her exercise for the day on the flywheel machine.
The DSN has not changed since then. It works exactly the same. Really.
The flywheel exercise device is utilized for 30 minutes each day by every crew member during this test flight.
There's a reason why Falcon 9 uses Carolocks, right? Because that was Elon. Go with what works, right? That was the simplest way to make the damn thing work, and they did it. Really good call. It's funny to see that on the RF side of things, right? Go with what works, man. Yeah, Rev, for sure. Voyager's using the same type of communications from that era. Yeah, it would, right? Yeah. Right, good dog? Dude, I'm more of a hardware guy. I like the rocket engines and stuff, and mechanical engineering. RF is just all right. And the crazy thing is I understand how a helicopter works. I know what a swash plate is doing. I know about retreating blade stall. I know exactly what that's doing. I know about the gyroscopic precession from the blades that gets induced on the vehicle over time, and it's kind of why you have a tail rotor, right? I know how all that works. I'm just what blows my mind with a helicopter is that I know how all that works, and I see that whole damn thing spinning around, and I'm like, how does that not explode? Yeah, how does that not explode? I don't know. Can't figure that one out. The best thing I can think of is that black magic is holding the whole thing together. Yeah, the Jesus nut. Yeah, that's what's holding it together. The helicopters simply beat physics into submission. That is what they do, Doom. That really is it, right? They're aerodynamics. No. Piss off. I'm gonna make this fly. It vibrates so bad the Earth rejects it. Yep. Snackless. The conclusion I've come to is that everything in engineering is mass on a spring. That's good. I like that. Yep. Do you know anything about the listening device the KGB got into the U.S. Embassy in a wood U.S. seal? It was a simple antenna connected to a membrane that would capture voice and transmit it without it being powered. I have heard about that, but I didn't know how it worked until now, and it's relevant to this conversation. Yeah, it was the eagle, right? The wooden carved eagle? DSN literally does your voice, video, telemetry, ranging all in one communication system. All Orion does is take the input signal and turn it around and send it back. Crazy. The worst part is how to use left, right, up, down movement in a helicopter. It's so much it's so much complexity. Yeah, exactly, Destroyed. Getting the cyclic to take this motion, right? To take this motion with a cyclic and make it move the swash plate like it does is just... How'd you do that, Igor Sikorsky? How'd you figure that one out? All right. How do you get the NASA badge? It has to be on the NASA channel symbol. Yeah, I'm sorry. Here's the video people are referencing with the credit card and the credit card and the wood emblem. Is that a Veritasium video? Yeah, I'm going to have to add that to my list of videos to watch. I'm putting that on my watch later list. There we go. Cool. The next NASA stream is during the Lunar flyby. Yep. Hiller went from designing helicopters to designing guitars. Dude loved vibration. Yeah. Or you've spent so many hours listening to the Apollo and real-time network loops to hear how they operated the system in detail. Dude,
this is space.
For the
I'm in space.
For the 50th anniversary of Apollo, we did Apollo real-time on stream, and I covered it just like this. Well, it was a little bit more cut up. We did the whole PDI, all the way down to engine stop, and we went a little bit after that. Yeah. Yeah, we did bits and pieces of Apollo 11. We have a liftoff. 23 past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Yeah, Apollo in real time is sick, dude. It's so good. Hopefully we get Artemis in real time soon. Orion is now the furthest ever from Earth. Eh? What do you mean? Furthest ever from Earth destroyed.
Houston, integrity on 1 for window inspections.
How do you think Starlab is going to be deployed? Not sure, Lemon. That's a good question.
Hey, Mark, I will put all those images on PCD.
Oh, since this launch, this is the highest it's been this mission. Oh, okay, I got you.
I'll make sure that's what it says in the procedure. I'll double check that. And then just big picture, there's just a few little blemishes here and there, a couple little scrapes on the innermost panes. And then there are some blemishes on the outer panes. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do anything about. The most notable one is on window 1. So what we're calling window 1 is the portmost window. There it looks like just a touch of charring on the outer edge. I think it occurred during last jettison. I noticed it on the way uphill. Shouldn't be a factor for our photographs, but you'll hopefully see it in the picture. It's really hard to get a picture of it. It's very small.
Tip. It reminds you of a team you have to work with that stands for Plan, Design, Implement. We regularly call them IDP based on how their projects go.
Okay, Reed, copy all of that. Thank you for that report. And actually, we don't need you to downlink those. We'll get those for post-flight analysis.
All right. Hey, fellas, I'm gonna eat my dinner here real quick. So I leave you in the capable hands of the NASA PAO just for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Just gonna grab a quick bite. I haven't eaten anything since 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll be right back 1 second, okay?
Houston, integrity for portable speaker.
Go ahead.
Okay, I've connected the portable speaker to Beat 1's AIU. I put it into J2 instead of J3. I don't think that makes a difference, but if it does, let me know. I can swap it over. We had a Peltor headset hooked up in J3 already, just sitting there. I was just going to leave it connected.
Yeah, Jeremy, those are fine. J2 and J3 are functionally the same. We have one command, but thank you for letting us know where that is.
Okay, and so over to you guys to do your configuration then, and I guess the speaker will just start working.
Checking. Yeah, Jeremy. Our command is to prevent feedback. You'll still need to make sure that you've plugged in the USB port for power and turned on the knob.
Okay, those are done, and it has a light on it, and the knob is full volume.
So, Jeremy, testing, are you hearing this call through it?
Try one more test, Mark. Can you give us a 5 count?
Testing on the portable speaker. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're not hearing anything. Let us troubleshoot a little bit.
If there's nothing you see that's obvious, we'll go ahead and send that command as a first troubleshooting effort.
Yes, please send it.
Okay, in work. Okay, that has been sent. How are you hearing me now through the speaker?
No apparent change.
Okay, well, let us scratch our heads.
Jeremy is unplugging the Peltor and putting it in J3.
Okay, copy.
Copy.
If you're just joining us, we are 1 day, 6 hours, and 21 minutes.
And if so, are you hearing any difference?
First question, Mark. This is on seat 1 umbilical, so don't we need seat 1 on listen?
Checking. Okay. Can you verify, first of all, you are plugged into J3 now and you're still not hearing me in that config, is that correct?
I think we resolved the issue. We just went to listen on seat 1, and now we hear out of both speakers very well.
Okay. Very good news. Thank you.
The only issue is now when we transmit, we can hear it almost real time coming out of the COT speaker.
Okay, copy that. We're talking about it. Okay, we sent another command. Does that change anything now?
We're checking. Yes, we do not hear that feedback at all.
Like magic. All right, good news.
Yeah, strongly agree. That's awesome. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, our pleasure.
And the crew on the Orion spacecraft continuing to step through some procedures to configure audio, all working as expected now at this hour, 1 day, 6 hours and 27 minutes into the flight of the Orion spacecraft with a crew on board for the very first time. Orion is now 43,380 miles away from the Earth and closing in on the Moon at a speed of 6,608 miles per hour. Orion is 201,994 miles from the Moon, as you can see in this visualization of the Orion spacecraft on your screen. Inside Orion are 4 human beings, 3 of them NASA astronauts. That includes Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook. Additionally, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is also on board. Cook, Glover, and Wiseman have all flown to space before, but this is the first flight for Hansen.
So, everybody, I'm just eating right now. Just trying to get a quick bite. Well, it's my second meal of the day. Haven't gotten much, so yeah, just eating, but I don't want to chew in your ears. So, of course, they how the DSN works. Oh, thanks, Mob Farmer. Yeah, heck yeah, I'll look into that. This has a lot of detailed info on the DSN. Damn, dude, you guys got the links teed up. I'm in. I will read those while I'm eating, to be honest with you. But yeah, figures they stop talking. they stop talking right when I go to eat. But yeah, food ingress is nominal, and I can confirm that my toilet actually works. So that's good. But yeah, I will be right back. Just gonna finish eating here.
Houston Integrity, any leans against starting the third exercise set in the next 5 to 10 minutes?
No leans, have at it.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. 1 day, 6 hours and 43 minutes into the flight of the Orion spacecraft with crew on board for the first time. You just heard those communications from the ground. Capcom currently serving during this Orbit 2 shift is Mark Reagan. He relayed up to the crew that they do have the go to continue with their next set of flywheel exercises. The flywheel is a simple cable-based device for aerobic exercises like rowing and resistant workouts, such as squats and deadlifts. It's used for about 30 minutes per day by the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft during their test flight around the moon. Earlier today, the crew worked to install accelerometers on the flywheel exercise device. Additionally, a software checkout of the flywheel was completed and everything is up and running, and it is being utilized by the crew on board Orion today. Observations and data from the flywheel, such as video of exercise sessions, will be used to further develop the flywheel in preparation for future Artemis missions. For Wiseman, Glover, and Cook, they are no strangers to exercising in space, as they both lived and all three of them have lived and worked aboard the International Space Station, where exercise is a key requirement as part of the regime to stay healthy while living and working aboard the microgravity environment of the International Space Station. Crews on orbit on the space station exercise for about 2 hours per day to prevent bone and muscle loss. On board the International Space Station, there are 3 ways which the crew can exercise, which includes a treadmill, a cycling machine, and an advanced resistive exercise device called ARID for lifting. In the Orion spacecraft, space is obviously a hot commodity, so the flywheel exercise device is a condensed device that the crew on board Orion can use to get the exercise that they need.
Okay, I am back. Fuel tanks filled up and ready to go. The man is back. Yep.
Coming up here shortly at about 1 a.m. Central Time, the crew will settle in for their pre-sleep period before getting some rest.
Welcome back. Thanks,
the crew on board Orion sleeps in lightweight sleeping bags that attach to the wall.
SpaghettiOs? No, I had Five Guys. But it was Five Guys from this morning. Five Guys from like 12 hours ago. Did you go look at the stars and the moon? Oh, no. Give me 1 sec. I was infatuated with my hamburger. I'll be right back. I'll go look. I got this. Just give it a second. You guys told me to do that. I didn't do it. I gotta go do it. It's cloudy. It's freaking cloudy, dang it. Can't see no stars. My telescope. Oh, I see the stars.
A short time ago, we did hear communications about the procedures that were being utilized to take photographs of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. This was one of several tasks on the crew's timeline today, but the largest of which and the biggest milestone for today was, of course, the TLI burn, that translunar injection burn, sending the crew on a path to the moon. At this point, the crew is now closing in on 200,000 miles away from the moon and is 45,814 miles away from Earth, traveling at a velocity of 6,412 miles per hour. As you can tell from this visualization on your screen.
20 kilowatt power, transmit power on MAD 54, on the DSN 54. That's pretty cool. Right now,
from this visualization, you can see the Orion spacecraft as well as the solar arrays, those 4 solar arrays which help provide power to the Orion spacecraft throughout its mission.
I haven't seen any images.
On the backside of this animation are the engines on the Orion spacecraft, including the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, which was responsible for that translunar injection burn earlier today.
Backup on MAD 50. Backup is MAD 56.
Additionally, there are 8 auxiliary engines on board Orion on the bottom of the service module in 4 sets of 2. These engines help provide about 100 pounds of thrust and can provide steering during burns by pulsing on and off. And here you're looking at a live view from a camera on the solar array wing of that OMS engine as well as the auxiliary engines. The Artemis 2 spacecraft, named Integrity, features over 28 cameras, including exterior, interior, and crew-operated systems for monitoring, as well as public affairs. Key positions include solar array wingtips, the crew module exterior, and multiple interior cabin cameras for recording, navigating, and live streaming crew activities during the 10-day mission.
Isn't it only Tuesday? Are we already 40 hours in? Yeah, uptime's 41:20.
Back inside Artemis Mission Control, you're looking at a live view of our Capcom, or capsule communicator console. This console is responsible for communicating with the crew aboard a spacecraft. Capcom this evening during this Orbit 2 flight is Mark Reagan. We also see a view of Flight Director Paul Kanya standing up. He is the flight director in charge of the room during today's Orbit 2 shift.
I really don't like that they're using Imperial. I hope they at least are internally.
There are a variety of
units.
other console positions which help monitor the Orion spacecraft and its systems, such as Prop, which played a key role earlier today during...
Stig, you say, I really don't like that they're using Imperial. I hope at least internally they're using metric units. Mixing units has not gone well before in spaceflight, but you just hoped that they were mixing units in literally the sentence that you said before that sentence. Crew is getting ready to sleep, Zakadul.
that have been controlled and flown
I think you just
out
don't
of
like
this flight
Imperial,
control
you
room.
dunce. Rick is a kilometer, man. See that flag? See that flag up there? That flag means I like to use feet and miles, and I don't
once
care what
a
you...
mission wraps up,
Sorry,
one
I'm
individual
too tired,
that
man.
played a particularly impactful and important role during the mission is selected to hang up the flight patch on the wall.
Letty Edgefox, hear good things about your stream. Oh, God. Oh, good things. All right, good. All right. You know, the last time people say, you know, I heard a lot about you, I'm like, oh, no. That's good, though.
And
that's cool.
Another view
Hope you're all having fun.
recognizing the flight control team here that is helping to monitor.
I'm having a great time. Honestly, Orion's coasting out to the moon for the first time since 1972. We're moving people out there. I'm ecstatic. This is awesome. I've dreamed about this since I was but a wee lad. Yeah, it's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. All you have to do is say, I like claps. I mean, if you guys really want to know how I feel about measuring systems, yeah, I'm kind of the same way as what Sig said. I don't care what you use. I really don't care. Like, look, a half inch is always going to be 12.7 millimeter. There's no... You can call it a half inch. It's the same thing as 12.7 millimeter. As long as everybody knows that and everybody's on the same page and using the same measuring system for the project that you are working on, use whatever you want. You could use furlongs per submarine or something. I don't care. As long as it makes sense. And as long as everybody understands what's going on, it doesn't, yeah. Units of measurement are arbitrary, if you really want my honest opinion. Yeah, that's right, Kay. You got it. Joules per square centimeter is your favorite measurement. Oh, yeah. UK stones are out of the bag now. Can a bot be scripted to respond to the measurements thing? No, Karen, I don't mind doing it. I get asked this all the time. I don't mind, unless you're getting bored of it. But I don't mind. It's conversation. Hey, you don't get to a 41-hour uptime by automating chat interactions. You know what I mean? Pizzas per cubic centimeter is your favorite measurement. Yeah. I mean, guys, if you really want my honest opinion for a spacecraft, right? So spacecraft with an inertial navigation system around a celestial body, they use longitude and latitude to figure out position, right? It could be through GPS. It could be through inertial navigation. But you're always, because a rocket launches from a terrestrial reference frame, meaning it launches from Earth, right? It's always going to need a starting coordinate in longitude and latitude. So technically, the right speed to express velocity for a spacecraft would be knots and nautical miles. Technically. But people really don't like hearing that. People really don't like
And you're
hearing
looking
that.
now at a live view inside the science evaluation room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. This room was built specifically
Not
for
meters
the
a
Artemis
second,
missions.
not feet per second, not miles
This
an
team
hour, not
consists of
kilometers an hour.
scientists who support the crew's lunar observations, photograph, and provide video activities to
Because, yeah, they're
evaluate
rowing on the
data,
ship.
which
That's
helps
right, that's
inform
right.
and plan
Yes.
for future lunar landing sites.
Now, this is where they keep the nerds, huh?
When the crew flies by the moon later
all
on
the
in the
scientists
mission,
are
they
over
will
there, all
be
the
flying
engineers
in an area of the moon that has never been seen by human eyes before. And one of their prime objectives during that time frame is to gather as much imagery that they can, as well as use the tools of their eyes to make observations about the lunar surface, which they'll pass along to the science evaluation room for analysis of the moon.
So, Rick, yeah, the long-term Orion architecture is something that I'm kind of like, what are you doing? Because getting rid of Gateway does kind of, that's kind of like, especially with the Orion capsule, you know? It's definitely where the nerds are. That room is dark. Yeah, right. They did stream some video inside of the capsule, Robert, a little while ago. But yeah, for the most part, they're getting ready to sleep. So not really right now. I'm not. Yeah. Hey, what up, nerds? What up, nerds? That man has Twitch chat open. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Yeah. What was I saying? Sorry, I'm getting tired. We need Gateway for long-term missions to service the moon base. You could use a Starship Depot or something, or honestly, Rick, you know, SpaceX could just put a Starship out there and just have it station keep, and you could use that. You could use that as your gateway in low lunar. In fact, I'm willing to bet that Blue and SpaceX have a solution to supplement for the fact that Gateway isn't a thing anymore. I'm pretty sure they do. I don't think Jared Isaacman would have gotten rid of Gateway if he didn't have some dude, brain's going too fast. The mind is willing, but the body is weak and spongy. I don't think he would have done something like what he did with canceling Gateway if there wasn't at least some type of low-hanging fruit commercial alternative that could be a thing in the future. But that's just me. But yeah, I think the solution here would be giving Orion a bigger service module. You make the CEV variant of Orion, the crew exploration vehicle version, not the multi-purpose crew vehicle. A lot of people don't know that during the Constellation program, there were two versions of Orion. There was the CEV and the MPCV. Those were supposed to end up being used at different phases of the mission. The Orion CEV has a bigger service module than the MPCV. The Orion crew exploration vehicle was the one that would have been used for ISS rotations, at least on Ares 1X in the interim. And then it would have been used for lunar exploration missions, launching on Ares 1, coupling up with the Altair lander, and loitering around the moon. So that one got canceled. They didn't make that. They went with the MPCV, which is the deep space version of Orion. This version of Orion, the one that Integrity is right here, is an MPCV, multi-purpose crew vehicle. That one was the Orion from the Constellation program that was designed to attach to like a much bigger vehicle and be sent out to Mars, and you know, because it's attached to it, it'll be used as a lifeboat. Or you could use it to control the spacecraft. That's basically what Orion is supposed to do. It's supposed to be able to dock with other things and become the bridge of a much bigger transfer vehicle. That capability is on the MPCV here. But the MPCV is not the crew exploration variant of Orion. You're going to have some problems if you're going to try to do lunar exploration with that thing. And that's part of the reason why Gateway existed. Gateway was drummed up in the first place because they built the Mars capsule for a lunar program and went, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that. And so they tried to, the gateway was the kind of supplementary solution to that problem. Do you know any details on the corrosion issue of the gateway modules that Max brought up in the interview? Andrew, I actually have no idea what he was talking about. Yeah. Why are they not doing gateway? They just canceled it. They canceled it because NASA wants to opt to build a moon base, right? They want to build a moon base instead. So they said, no, don't use gateway. And the funding that was going to gateway, they got a congressional addendum, I guess, to be able to use that money non-discretionally. So like they could shift around cash, and they're going to use that to build a moon base instead. How you holding up? I am starting to crash, Jonathan. I just formed an explanation up in my head to answer somebody's question, and I tried to say it, and nothing came out. I went, actually, yes, I can do back. That was not good. Yep, I'm flying through the air. This is not good. How do you feel about the requirement for Starship to refuel in LEO for HLS? Seems a bit sketchy. It's a little bit complicated, but on-orbit refueling could pay dividends if you can nail it. SpaceX needs to get their butt in gear. They need to get this stuff tested soon. Words are hard, Reboot. Yeah, you ain't kidding. When does the spoiler rule go away on Project Hail Mary? I usually do 2 months, non-playing gamer, but I've been incessantly telling my chat to go see Project Hail Mary for like the last 2 weeks. If anybody hasn't taken that advice by the end of next week, that's when I think I'll be like, yeah, all right, whatever. Just say whatever you want. Not right now though, no spoilers. It's a great movie. Missed my bump. Crazy thought I had. Why not launch an SLS core stage with a small docking area instead of a second stage into LEO for an ISS replacement? It's an awfully big vehicle to do station keeping with, Trey. How are you going to keep it from deorbiting? What kind of thruster systems are you putting on it? I contend to say take the EUS qualification articles and make that into a dry workshop station and then launch that on SLS. But yeah, Rick, it's good stuff. Hail Mary's a great movie. I won't say nothing else though. It's just a great movie. You've been trying to watch it, but you busy? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, beats. 2.5 hours until EJ could go to sleep. Where are we at in the mission? Let's take a look. Okay. No, that's not what I want. So, we are 1 day, 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 7 seconds. Nice. Into the Artemis 2 mission. We're on flight day 2. My current time here is 1:42 a.m. We are 14 hours into flight day 2. Right now, the crew is having a conversation with the flight director on the back loop channel. That's why we can't hear anything. And then, honestly, dudes, once we get into the gray, that's probably when I'll stop for the day, dude. Yeah, that's probably when I'll stop. Yeah, once we get up here, yeah, I think that's when we'll, actually probably in like the next 15 minutes, they said the sleep cycle will start at around 2 a.m. So yeah, that's probably where I'll just put this stuff on in the background and then kind of go from there. Do you need to restart the stream anyway, right? I don't actually know how that works. Do I have to restart the Twitch side of things? I could use the sleep catch-up. Yes, Shifty, I could. Twitch has a 48-hour cap. Yeah, but what happens when you do that? The Twitch stream will stop and OBS will auto-reconnect at 48 hours. It deletes the channel instantly. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Sometimes it will auto-reconnect, sometimes it doesn't. So it's probably better if we jogged it. Everyone I see go more than 48 manually resets it. Okay. If your encoder is set up to reconnect, it should be good. It is. But I'm double streaming to YouTube, Jerv Curve. That's where I'm kind of like, that's where I don't know if it'll get sus. It'll try to reconnect on Twitch and it could disconnect the YouTube stream. Don't want that. YouTube stream still is at 5 hour 24. So, yeah, that's not 5 hours. So it's 12 hours there. So got about 5 hours. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh. Thanks for having ads set to minimum. I hate ads, Liquidator. I hate ads, and I'm not gonna. I think honestly, trying to make money off of ad revenue is wasting your time and mine. But yeah, you're absolutely welcome. I hate that crap. I can't stand it. Because, you know, dudes, I do this for my job. Absolutely, I do it for my job. But I also watch streams. I watch streams and I watch YouTube. A lot of it. I was a Twitch chatter, Twitch viewer and chatter before I was a Twitch streamer. I know what it's like being on the other side of this stuff. I still do it every day. I hate ads.
This is Artemis
They're terrible.
Mission Control, Orion and its crew of 4 human beings, including NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency
I ain't gonna sit here and waste your time.
Jeremy Hansen are on their way to the moon following the translunar injection burn that occurred earlier today. That burn lasting 5 minutes and 50 seconds, placing the crew inside Integrity on a trajectory to the moon and back. Integrity is now less than 200,000 miles away from the moon. The distance between Integrity and Earth continuing to grow at this hour, now 47,770 miles away from Earth.
No, it's three humans and a Canadian.
One
okay?
day, 7 hours and
that's what
9
they're
minutes
getting at.
into this test flight of the Orion spacecraft around the moon to test out key systems on board the Orion spacecraft.
Thanks, I try, man. I try to let my work speak for myself. Like I said, I don't ask for subscriptions. I earn them. I want to earn your money, if that makes any sense. I hate asking for it, and I never will. I would rather not stream. Keep in mind, everybody streams differently. Everybody has their own formula, and the real down and dirty truth is that if you're in content creation, you do what works. You do what puts food on the table. With all that being said, I would rather not stream than ask for support. If you are here to see me beg, then you will be disappointed. I'd rather not ask. I'd rather let my work and content speak for itself, because actions speak louder than words, and I live by that creed. Even though my job is to sit here and talk to you all day. You know? Elon Musk, you're about to graduate with an associate's in electrical engineering technology. At the start of May, I started watching EJ in 2014, a month before he got a Switch partnership. It all started here. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not. Good job, man. That's awesome. That's cool. You know, I was wondering where you went, dude. I was like, man, where'd he go? I haven't seen him in a little while. You do what works, and when it quit working, you find something else that does. Noble, my creed and my work ethic regarding streaming has not failed me. It has not failed me in decades. Yes, I've been streaming for 15 years, quite actually decades. Riv, I came for the Finnish mechanicry here till 2 a.m. for the exquisite situation monitoring. Bro, I'm good at monitoring situations. I'm very good at it. I can monitor so hard. Will there be a Buc-ee's at the moon base? The astronauts need them beaver. Dude, Trey, you know, I'm not even going to sit here and discuss the implications of a Buc-ee's being on the moon. Let me just say I would like to be in the timeline where there is a Buc-ee's on the moon.
As we've mentioned, the crew inside of Integrity is on their way to the moon. That crew does consist of NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman,
is there a live
Victor
feed
Glover,
schedule
and
from the
Christina
module?
Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
We're really not going to get interior shots too much.
Wiseman was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2009 and is the Artemis 2 commander.
But they do these public affairs events, and we did get an interior shot in the capsule about 4 hours ago. Yeah,
he's previously served as a flight engineer aboard the International Space Station for Expedition 41 from May through November 2014, and he's logged more than 165 days in space, including almost 13 hours as a lead spacewalker during 2 trips outside the orbital complex.
That's a long way out there, man. There's nothing on the DSN for downlink and uplink. They're configuring Goldstone. They're in a handover. That's why we don't have onboard views right now. That's why we have the simulation. They're reconfiguring the antennas. Actually, I'll be honest with you guys. Actually, looking at this, they're kind of in a dead spot. Madrid could probably see them low on the horizon, and Goldstone maybe.
Also on board Integrity is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was selected in 2013 and is serving as the pilot of Artemis 2.
Yeah,
this is also
Madrid 54 and 56 are configuring. Sorry, I fast forwarded
SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which landed in May of 2021 after 168 days in space.
I'm sure this is answered before, but if you please.
During his Expedition 64 mission, he contributed to scientific investigations, technology demonstrations, and participated.
Okay, what's up, Ragnar? I see a sleep schedule of 8.5 hours scheduled. Does this include being on watch duty, or do they all sleep and Houston keeps an eye on them? They all sleep and Houston keeps an eye on them. Mission Control has the watch. They're configuring DSN for Madrid to Goldstone handover and setting up for OPCOM. DSN has minimum 10-degree elevation angle. Yeah, so, okay, low on the horizon is not going to work. Boreal, low on the horizon probably doesn't work because you don't want to fry something on the ground with a high-power transmission. Am I thinking about that correct? So you probably always want to keep that thing pointed up to an extent. Is Jeremy the first person in space who isn't an American? Jeremy Hansen is the first person that's not American to go beyond low Earth orbit. Yeah. He's from Canada, our neighbor to the north, and yeah, he's the only other country that's had a person outside of low Earth orbit. Also, look angle gets restricted because of objects above the horizon. Yep. If I remember his bio right, he's from London. London, no, London, not London, England, London, Ontario. Yeah. What is OPCOM? OPCOM is optical communications. Right? That's optical communications. And what was the other one? ORCOM? So a black man, a woman, and a Canadian go out to the moon one day. Yeah. Jokes. Nah, this crew is the real deal. For real though. This crew is the real deal. They're pretty dude, if you look at like Victor Glover's resume, you're gonna be like, wow, I am not doing something right in my life. I mean, that's frankly the case for any astronaut, right? But yeah, Vic's pretty cool. Reed's awesome. Christina's just all right. You work too much, and I don't know. That sounds weird coming from me. Like, Jeremy Hansen I believe he's a colonel in the Canadian Air Force, Royal Canadian Air Force, CF-18 pilot. He knows what's up. Yep, laser from ground station. OpNav is optical navigation. Optical navigation for a star tracker. Yeah, okay. Who's the least accomplished astronaut? I don't know. Like the quote unquote least accomplished astronaut is like it's like, oh, you only have a mechanical engineering degree from MIT? What are you, dumb? It's like what? Yeah, I don't know. Katy Perry. Oh dear. No comment. Boreal Diaz in Madrid Horizon Mask. Okay, yeah, there you go. Hey, Rare Apple. Hey, new here. Enjoy your commentary on NSF. Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. Yeah, we've been going a long time over here. That's why you haven't seen me over on NSF since the stakeout stream yesterday. I've been here. And when I mean here, I mean I've been here. My
and you're looking
uptime
at
over
a
on Twitch is 42
visualization of the
hours.
Orion spacecraft.
I've
Orion
slept.
now 48,586 miles away from Earth and less than 200,000 miles away from the Moon.
Do you know if Tianlong 3 made it into orbit?
Orion is currently the only
No.
spacecraft capable of crewed deep space flight and high-speed return to Earth from the vicinity
Okana
of the Moon.
Mafusu! Mufata! No, it's dead. It's dead, Jim. It blew up. Late in the ascent. Something went wrong. It popped. Whole thing. Gone.
Orion's missions will span
ashes.
multiple phases as part of NASA's framework to build a
Flame trench
flexible,
this week?
reusable, and long-duration presence on the Moon.
I think about it.
The Moon is the proving ground for sending astronauts to Mars and gives us opportunities to test new tools, instruments, and equipment to expand humanity into our solar
You
system.
spend your spare time flying T-38. Yeah, exactly, dude. Belloc. Belloc. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Jovitos don't know you like I know you, Belloc. And you could warn them if you only spoke Jovitos.
The Orion spacecraft, with NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida 1 day, 7 hours, and 19 minutes ago.
What do you got there, Crash? Oh, that's cool. Who made that? Super cool.
After launch, Orion and the upper stage of the rocket, called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, orbited Earth twice, ensuring the spacecraft systems were working as expected while still close to home, and to demonstrate new capabilities, including manually piloting the Orion spacecraft, which was done by NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Yep. Look, their ejection angle out the moon is retrograde relative to the moon. Moon's going this way. The moon's orbiting
that
going
initial
that way.
elliptical orbit around the Earth lasted about 90 minutes before the upper stage fired to send the crew to a higher elliptical orbit around the Earth.
Will pull them back in.
After the burn for high Earth orbit, Orion separated from its interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and at that point used it for that piloting demonstration as discussed.
Chuck, there's snakes. Oh yeah, that's just my pet Reggie. I hate snakes, Chuck. I hate them.
Additionally, checkouts of the life support system, communications, and navigation elements were conducted before Orion continued its journey into deep space. Orion's European-built service module fired its engines during a move called the translunar injection burn to send the crew on a path toward the moon. It will take the crew about 4 days to reach the moon. During this phase, astronauts will fly around the far side of the moon in a figure 8.
Cool.
Artemis is slated to set a record for the farthest distance anyone has ever traveled from the Earth.
I know, Gold. It's on my mind. Thank you.
As of now, we are targeting the travel distance from the Earth for the Orion spacecraft at 252,021 statute miles. This beats the Apollo 13 record by 3,366 statute miles. And at closest approach to the moon, the crew of Orion inside the Integrity spacecraft will be 4,010 statute miles away from the moon.
My longest stream that I've ever done in one sitting, and keep in mind this was without sleep, was 29 hours, 29 minutes. Now, I've had about 8 hours of sleep recently, but the stream uptime is 41 hours, 53 minutes. So even if you take into account the time that I was sleeping, this is still my longest ever streaming session in one sitting.
The crew will then splash down in the Pacific Ocean, where a NASA and Department of War team will extract them from Orion and transport them back to a U.S. Navy ship ahead of their return to land.
Been gone. I had 2 4-hour sleep segments. So if we look at the schedule, right, on flight day 1, I went live over here somewhere. I was live at 7 in the morning. That was 12 hours before launch. So I went live at mission elapsed time minus 11. So I was over here. That's when I started. I went all the way through here. I slept for 4 hours there. I came back for the perigee rays burn this morning. I slept for 4 hours there, and I was up. Flight day 2, I was up over here. So I did 2 4 hours back and forth, and I got up at the first segment. I got up here in this gray area, and I went to bed in this gray area. I woke up this morning at mission elapsed time, 20 hours, and now we are at 31 hours mission elapsed time. 1 day, 7 hours, 27 minutes, 17 seconds. I sleep when the crew sleeps. I usually go to bed in the gray areas. What are these gray areas here? Just in case anybody's wondering, free time. It's when the astronauts are off the clock, so to speak. Yeah. It's when they're off the clock. Go look out the window. This is a really cool concept for a stream. Dude, I came up with doing this, Hellfish, on Monday. I was thinking about it, and it was in the middle of the stream. I was like, huh. It was when I was like, oh, I got to prepare. I got to get this right. That's when I came up with the idea of doing this marathon stream this way. And it turned out to be a really, really fruitful endeavor thus far. So, for the entire rest of this mission, I'm here, guys. The only day that I'm going to miss is Easter. And even then, I will be back. I will be back. I should be back in, depending on how that all plays out, Sunday night. Yeah. What is it they're doing on Easter? It's not them, it's me. I have a family party that I need to go to. I'm cooking for Easter dinner. So, got to do that. So I'm not going to be here for Easter, but I'll keep, we will keep the stream running, etc., etc. And yeah, past flight 5, there's day 6, day 7, day 8, day 9, and day 10. This marathon stream ends in the recovery operations when Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor are sitting on terra firma. What are you cooking? All kinds of good stuff. Bring back some fat eggs and stuff. Oh, I will. I have to do an extra streamricular activity. Oh, yeah, Mob Farmer. Oh, yeah. Good call. Rare Apple, you got an interesting question. All right, what's on your mind, dude? As of now, would you say SLS is more successful than Starship? At executing missions, yes, but you really can't compare them until Starship does some operational missions. Right now, every Starship flight has been an iterative test flight, dude, so they really don't compare. The SLS is a completed vehicle. And the 2 operational missions thus far, the 2 operational launches for the operational missions that it has launched, it has performed beautifully. Yeah, Judd Friedling, flight controller at NASA in the press conference that happened right here on the mission timeline, said that SLS was right on the money, like 99.9% accuracy with its insertion, which is pretty dang impressive. Now, with that all being said, Apple, let's wait until Starship does an operational mission. I'd say the first fully operational Starship mission would be the ship catch. When they do that ship catch, that's the first operational mission. We'll see. I think SpaceX will nail it. There's no doubt in my mind. And if they nail that ship catch, guys, well, Starship missions will start coming at you pretty quickly, I think, in the later part of this year. Move the family party to their sleep time. Yeah, I know, right? Here, let me check the spreadsheet schedule here. Crew wake up at 11:39, so I'm going to be gone, but I will be back. Yeah, I'm going to be back in time for the OTC3 burn, dudes. So, yeah, I should be back for the outbound the outbound transfer correction burn. OTC3. I should be back for that, and then I'll flip the stream back on, and then guess what? We're grinding all the way.
We're continuing to bring you live coverage of the first crewed flight test around the moon in over 50 years.
Is there a date for Flight 12? I would
At
say
this
the end
time,
of April.
Orion and its crew, now less than 200,000 miles away from the moon. You're also looking at a live view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
Yes, after OTC3 SIG, we will catch lunar SOI transition. Yes,
on console during this Orbit 2 shift are flight controllers who are monitoring all of the systems on board Orion.
Yeah, Livin, that's fair. Yo, what's up, Kurt? Tell them you should simulate going to the moon like the crew. Yeah, right? They need to increase the launch tempo for SLS. The only thing holding it back. Agreed. That's what Jared Isaacman wants to do.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Delrante BR. I'm going to assume that BR is Brazil, so I'm going to say
the team
obrigado.
Inside of the White Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas is currently being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya.
Brewer, thanks for the raid, dude. I appreciate it.
And serving as capsule communicator during this shift is Mark Reagan.
That's Pete Carroll. Come on now. No, that's Mark Reagan right there. He's a capsule communicator.
This room is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the Artemis 2 mission in a format of 3 orbits, orbit 1, 2, and 3. We are currently in that orbit 2, as I mentioned.
They just noticed something.
Integrity Houston, what's comm check?
See, Mark noticed something. Hold on.
And Mark, was that a call for us? It was broken, but we thought we heard the word integrity.
Yes, it was a call for you. Do you hear me more clearly now?
Yes, you can go ahead.
That gave me the heebie-jeebies
when
for a
we
second.
left Madrid, we should have handed over to KUS, and we did not get a clean handover for a while. If you were trying to call us, looks like we are locked in right now. We will eventually go to Goldstone, but wanted to let you know what was going on, and also if there's anything you have for us. We're in listen mode.
Thanks for letting us know. We were not aware. We've just been busy around the cabin.
Well, then I'm sorry I interrupted you, and carry on.
Sorry, wrong number.
Always.
Well, then I'm sorry I interrupted you, and carry on.
Always great to hear from you.
There's a glitch in the Matrix, guys. They changed something.
Thank you.
And those communications from Capcom Mark Reagan up to the crew on board Integrity, namely NASA astronaut Christina Cook. We did have a brief period of handover while we transitioned to the Deep Space Network. We do have communications with the crew, and as mentioned by Christina, they've been busy stepping through their procedures, continuing to get things configured as they prepare for their sleep period here beginning in just about a few minutes from now. The crew does have a time period ahead of their sleep period to prepare for sleep.
It looks like we have this crew preference event for Victor that's scheduled now. Do you guys still want to do that?
What?
When it comes to sleeping inside the Orion spacecraft, the crew actually sleeps in hanging sleeping bags.
Is it just over one of the Orion to Earth loops?
Yeah, we would privatize too.
Yes, please. Yeah, I'll set that up now. Thank you.
Okay, Wilco, and just be advised it could drop out too with the problems we've had, but it looks like it's been pretty solid for a few minutes.
Understand. Thanks for the heads up.
It's a spreadsheet for all the mission timeline marks, Krampus.
Houston, integrity on 1 for accelerometer download.
Go ahead, Reed.
It takes a second to load.
Hey, first on the COT speaker, we all of a sudden are getting that feedback again. Any chance you can fix that? Oh, it just went away.
Okay. Let us know if you hear it again.
Actually, it went away because we just turned the volume down on it. I didn't know that. For the accelerometers for the flywheel, based on the configuration of the cable that was shipped up, I cannot plug the cable into the accelerometer without removing the accelerometers from, at least from the hull of the vehicle. So the serial number 1012 on the hull is going to have to come off every time we download. I've tried repositioning it, and the cable just doesn't permit.
Don't get this with commercial missions, man.
Removing it.
They're going to be going to sleep in a second, Astro. And probably so am I.
Okay, Reed, your go to remove it and replace it each time you need to do that.
Yeah, just with the O2 part there's just no way to do it. And then on the app itself, the Orion Crew Seat Accelerometer, the procedure, 28.3.300, 28.3.300. Let me know when you got that up, and I'll tell you where I'm having a little bit of difficulty.
Cool. Give me a sec.
No, it's not bad, Hellfish. Yeah, my pick. We heard that play out on stream. NASA being tech support. They also troubleshooted. Who was it? Christina's or no? Jeremy's Surface tablet.
I have that up. And can you guys confirm you're done with exercise at this point?
To hard cycle it. They were like, yeah, hold down the power button and the volume.
We are complete with exercise, and you can go to step 4 of that procedure.
Yeah, not factory reset.
Okay, I'm there.
Give me a break.
Okay, step 4.5. It says to select all completed recordings in the event box and then select download. I just want to make sure I am not doing that in the review tab. I'm doing that in the main control tab. If I go to review tab, I don't have anything to download.
Obrigado.
Yes, we can confirm it's in the control tab.
Okay, so if I'm doing this correct, I do not need to go to the review tab. So step 4.6 is unnecessary, correct?
Everything's good, Talkative. I agree, Novus. They are
Reed, the intent there is that after it's been downloaded, you should see them show up in that review tab, and you can see that it was successful.
Guys, like, we haven't gone to the moon since 1972, but let me just say this. Like, Novus, I really hope that this makes people see why, like, if you know me, why I've pushed for SLS and Orion all this time. Everybody's like, no, don't do that. No, don't do that. Brother, this is different, man. It hits different. It's not a commercial mission. It's not. This is a totally different ball game. It's so much more involved than even like, Demo 2 or Crew 1 or any of those missions, right? Those things launch and then nothing. This, with a NASA mission, you get the whole thing. The loops stay open the whole time. You can listen to everything. Hey, Textura. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. That's why it always killed me when people said, no, cancel this, cancel that, cancel this. And even when Jared Isaacman said, like, get rid of the EUS, I'm kind of bumming, dude. Like, but also, at the same time, like, I understand why they did what they did. But these missions... Guys, this is why I love the shuttle so much. Because shuttle missions were like this. Shuttle missions were like this. Textor, thank you for all the live streams and for following the mission. Greetings from Spain. Gracias, amigo. Let's see. Buenos dias. Yeah, it's the morning over there. Actually, almost buenos tardes. Yeah. Gracias. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you very much. Mike, I know you haven't been around for a while. Could you summarize what you think about HLS for these Artemis missions? It's a little bit big for purpose, my pick, but if Elon gets his way and they start launching these things in mass, it'll work really well. But yeah, guys, you know what the cool thing is? Every single shuttle mission was like this. Every single one of them was this cool. And that was only in low Earth orbit. And yeah, it was awesome. They were all awesome missions. You could hear the whole thing. Every single nitty-gritty detail. Good morning. Yeah. It's 8:18 a.m. Yeah, it's 2:19 in the morning here. I'm about to sleep, dude. I just really hope that people see what I mean when I say I want NASA doing their own missions too. The commercial market and commercial partners are excellent, man. I'm as big of a SpaceX fanboy as the next guy. But nothing replaces that. Nothing. This is on another level, dude. It's just, it hits so different, and it really captures that excitement that, these guys are standing, they say they're standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Like the Apollo missions. It really captures that magic, and it really hits home. It really shows why we should be pushing the frontier and why this stuff needs to get done this way. It's so important. I'm glad you like it, Devil Dog. Yeah. It's so important, man. There needs to be more NASA in-house stuff. Like, I want more SLS flights, not less. It's so important. Thanks for the channel. My pleasure. My pleasure, good dog. My pleasure, dude. I don't do this. I mean, the money is great, and you guys are fantastic to me, and I couldn't ask for more. Like, not that I ask in general, but yeah, pleasure's truly all over here. I do this because I love it. Starship HLS scares me with how restrictive its landing slope has to be. Yeah, you're concerned there isn't enough topography data on the poles to find adequate landing spot. Malapert Massive should be able to facilitate a good landing, my pick. That's relatively flat. But yeah, I do understand what you're talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX had to do a little bit of iteration on those landing legs. Not like the ones we see in the renders. But the other thing to think about is that Starship is really heavy down low. It's heavy down low because of all the engines. So it's got a low center of gravity, right? But a bigger landing leg might not be the stupidest idea either. Look at Intuitive Machines. Maybe dumb question. Do you think the crew has the jet lag effect? No, Kurt. The mission is running on Central Time because that's where mission control is, dude. So, no, I think they're fine.
Has ever traveled before.
I'm kind of screwed because I'm going to be stuck on Central Time, and I definitely don't live in the Central Time Zone. But hey, whatever.
It's the Apollo 13 record by
the cargo is at the top.
366.
Not in the initial HLS variant, my pick. There's just going to be 2 people in a control mechanism up there. It's going to be mostly hollow space. Now, for the later cargo variants, yeah, dude, I don't know. Hopefully they have graded terrain in there by then. But the initial versions of HLS are not. It's just hollow space up there for the most part.
As we prepare to return to the moon once more, this time to stay before we journey on to Mars and beyond.
I mean, guys, if you really want my honest opinion, I like Starship HLS. I think that's a great idea. Blue Moon Mark II with their whole transfer vehicle setup, I think is really, really good, well thought out architecture. I still think NASA should make their own lander. Just personal opinion. I want the redundancy because I don't trust putting our entire space program subject to the winds of capitalism. I don't think that is the wisest decision around. And also, I don't think that our national space program should be like NASA should be doing stuff all in house either. Because if it's just all in house, you never know when some bonehead politician is going to come along and cancel the whole damn thing just because he didn't like the last guy that was in office. You know what I mean? The only way to go forward, guys, is to do both of these things. That's the only way this is going to work. And I'm sorry, like I don't mean to rustle anybody's jimmies or anything like that. That's the only way this is going to work, is if NASA is doing their own thing and the commercial partners are doing their own thing. It's a symbiotic relationship. They feed off of each other, but you need either one. You need either one, because if you don't have either one in that yin-yang relationship, right? Who's to say, like, once again, if it's all government, somebody could Richard Nixon the entire space program, and then that's the end of that, and then we're stuck in low Earth orbit for 30 years, or for 50 years, excuse me. Simultaneously, if you subject your space program beholden to launch providers that are subject to the winds of a capitalistic market, you know, the ebbs and flows of capitalism, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't mind that. That's pretty cool. You could have what happened in the 90s. Just at the slightest bit of economic recession, the dot-com bubble bursting crashed the commercial launch market to the point where the United States had to force companies force the market consolidation because the launch market collapsed, and give contracts just to keep the commercial launch market alive. And that's how ULA got made, right? Either one, if you lean too far into commercial or you lean too far into the government side of things, is going to create, it has led historically to stagnated programs. The only way forward is to do both. You have to. I want more missions like this. But I want Elon to build that damn railgun on the moon to launch satellites into orbit. I want both of these things. That's the only way this is going to work. It needs Hopper-style legs. Something like that, Brandon. Yeah. Hey, Rise Against. Morning. Just woke up. Did I miss anything? There was a crew conference inside of the capsule, Rise, which is pretty cool. Press conference here and there. The last 7 hours, you would have missed the TLI burn as well. But yeah, Novus, I just really hope people see this and they see the worthwhileness of NASA doing its thing. I really hope so. And I hope people in Houston, Texas, the Orbit 2. I hope people become enchanted with it the same way you and I got enchanted. Like we love the shuttle program, you know, or like Phil Sloss. My buddy Phil Sloss that works over at NSF and has his own YouTube channel. Same thing, dude. You just become enamored with this stuff. You know, Chris B, same deal. Do you know what, like Sawyer, do you know why all my buddies over at NSF, why we all love the shuttle, is because we grew up with these missions. Every single shuttle mission was this cool. Every single one of them was special. And I would contend to say that this is even more special because we're going back to the moon. But this is a worthwhile endeavor, and it's something that we should be focusing on at a national level. It should be a high priority, you know. And I hope people see that. I really do. What's NSF? NASA spaceflight. I do. So Elon, nowadays I do commentary every once in a while on a YouTube channel called NASA Spaceflight. It's a space news journalism
Earlier
outfit.
today, Orion's European-built service module did the heavy lifting to fire its engines during that move called the Translunar Injection Burn to send the crew on a path toward the moon. Again, this is the first time humans have been sent on a trajectory to the moon in over 50 years.
See?
For a little bit of perspective, this is the first time in my lifetime that we have traveled to the moon, as well as for about 75% of the population of humanity on Earth as well.
I don't like that statistic.
It will take about 4 days to reach the moon. During this phase, astronauts will fly around the far side of the moon in a figure 8. before returning home.
So, hydrogen, what did they put in place of the docking port on Orion on the Artemis 2 thing? There should be a docking port on that flat spot right there. What did they put in its place? Nothing. You got to understand that a docking system is not part of the forward hatch. Those are two different assemblies. This Orion still has the forward hatch. There's just no docking port, so it leads to nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. They don't need to take the docking port off and put like a plug in its place. The forward hatch is part of the capsule. It's not part of the docking port. They are agnostic to each other, but they're right next to each other. The docking port is usually goes around the forward hatch, right? So when the docking port attaches, you open up the hatch in, right? Hey, Mike, one more question to catch up. What's up? What are your honest opinions about the earliest manned Mars missions, U.S. or China, especially if you factor in the rate of delays? 2040s, dude, at the very least. My pick, if we were serious about going to Mars in the 2030s, we'd be discussing Martian architecture now, right? With NASA's budget and how that all works, unless you're getting a crash course in funding, it's not happening in the next 10 years. I'm honestly okay with that if that means moon base. Yeah, I'm good with that, dude. I've always been team moon. Always. I think it's foolish to try and attempt Martian architecture when you haven't learned how to live and work in deep space on the moon. It's more difficult to work on the moon than it is to work on Mars. Mars has more resources available on tap, like a trace of an atmosphere. The moon is nothing. It's just a big rock that's floating in space. However, with that being said, that big rock that's floating in space that's harder to live on, harder to live off the land on the moon than it is on Mars is close. It's right there. It's only 3 days away. So it's let me put it to you like this. It's easier to get to and it's harder to live on. If you can master the moon, you can master Mars. So that's why I'm fine with moon base in the 2030s. That's cool. I'm good with that. You know? Did you see the POV launch from the Cessna flying near it? I did, Glutch. That was a really, 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 really nice shot for being out the side of a Cessna. I mean, it would be ridiculous to even attempt a Mars base before constant presence of people on a lunar outpost. Agrees? Yeah, agreed, Mike. Yeah, agree across the board, dude. I thought so. I used to love watching the shuttle missions. Yeah, me too, Brandon. I believe SpaceX will send people to Mars in the will send stuff to Mars in the 2030s, but uncrewed. I agreed. I agree, guys. Look, let me put it to you like this: Orion by itself can survive 21 days free flying before you run out of life support. If there's nobody on board, it can be up there for 200 plus days. So it can like sit around the moon while you go do stuff on the moon base, right? It could sit there and do whatever. It can loiter for 221 days with nobody on board. With crew on board, the consumable starts getting consumed faster. It only could be up there for 20 days. All right? That is the best thing that we have for exploring deep space right now. A Martian transfer, if you're being optimistic and in the most ideal transfer window, means that you're going to need to be able to engineer a vehicle that can free fly in deep space, like what Orion can do, and last at least, I'd say, averaging probably about 5 months transit time to Mars, 3 to 5 months, or 5 to 8, depending on what type of chemical propulsion you use. You need to be able to free fly in deep space with people on board for months. We're not even close. That's going to take some time to get that right. Orion is the best we got right now, and that's 21 days. That will not get you anywhere near Mars. Now, the flip side of that, if you're willing, thanks, Knight. The flip side of that, dudes, is that environmental control and life support systems are fairly scalable. So that's not necessarily going to be your end-all, be-all. However, a full Mars mission let's take into account, like, let's say we're using chemical propulsion. Let's say it's a 5-month transfer between Earth and Mars. By the time you get to Mars, you're going to have to spend 2 years on Mars before you get into that ideal transfer window again. The reason why is because Mars has a higher semi-major axis. It's further away. So Earth and Mars aren't always near each other. Every 26 months, they come near each other again, and that's the time when you want to transfer. Not necessarily when they're at their closest. You got to kind of lead the shot a little bit, so to speak. So when they're kind of near each other, or getting to the closest point, ideally, right, but you want to get there when they're at the closest point, you want to get to your destination. So you got a 5-month transfer out, right? 5-month transfer out, 24 months on Mars, however you're doing that, right? Take off, hit the Earth transfer window on the way back, another 5-month transfer. Okay? So that is a 34-month mission. Okay? 2.5 years. Well, actually, it's more than 2.5 years, almost 3 years. Think about that for a second. That's the factor of difficulty we have here going to Mars. It's not that it can't be done. It's that that's a difficult thing that there's a lot of things that need to get solved that aren't particularly unsolvable problems, right? They aren't particularly unsolvable. Somebody just has to do it. And I personally, for what it's worth, I think SpaceX will. Like, if you guys are big Starship fans, yeah, I think they'll do it. Like, sure. You know, even SpaceX said they want to go to the moon first recently. So think about that for a second. That is an extraordinarily complicated mission, going to Mars. That's really, really, really difficult. It makes going to the moon look like a 737 flight, you know, in terms of difficulty. And the moon is what you're looking at here is the most difficult mission that we've flown since the Apollo missions. Yes, I do, Halingar. Yeah, Halingar, I do think that's what's going on. Mm-hmm. And it's all deep space. Orbiting Mars is effectively deep space with no magnetosphere. We're talking about a very complicated mission architecture. Novus, that's why I've always been Team Moon. Look, if we can't... The lunar outpost, that's what I mean about learning how to live on the moon. You make a lunar outpost. If you can have people... If you basically have a small city, small moon base on the moon where people can stay down there, and you, for the most part, make it self-sufficient, make it live off the land indefinitely, and people are doing 2 to 3 year stays down there, then you're ready to go to Mars. Then you're ready. If you can make a self-sustaining city on the moon or a self-sustaining base that needs minimal resupply, that's great. That means you got the systems that you need to do that 3-year mission going to Mars. Realistically, would Orion ever be used for a Mars trip? Orion could be used for a Mars trip if they attach it to a bigger transfer vehicle. Sure. And it rides along as cargo. Yeah, absolutely. Can a moon base be self-sufficient? Well, with water ice in the Shackleton crater, Sig, I don't see why not.
Other
iron on the
events
moon?
for the...
There's iron everywhere on the moon. There's iron in the dirt, dude. Regolith, not dirt. But, yeah. Blue Origin is working on ISRU technology to actually get to extract the iron out of regolith. They posted about it today on X.
About their mission thus far.
You think a flyby of Mars with people would be worth it? Sure. Absolutely. Much easier. Because you don't need to spend that 2 years on Mars if you just do a flyby. I think, we'll talk, but I would say I think it's easier to fly by Venus if we're going to do something like that. It would be easier to do a Venusian flyby. Venus is closer. Seriously, it's closer. That's not the right way to say it. It requires less delta V to do a Venusian flyby, and it's easier with Venus's orbit to be able to basically bounce right back to Earth. You could do it with Mars, though. You could put yourself into a cycler. Like that's doable. Would a Mars base be underground? You could do that way, sure. Anyway, guys, so all right, we're almost at 3 a.m. Guys, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to jog the YouTube and the Twitch streams here, and then I'm gonna catch some Z's. The crew is going into sleep mode, and I think that's the end. That's gonna conclude flight day 2. But I will bring the stream right back. We're coming right back online. I will just be, my brain's not working anymore. I will just be sleeping like the crew, but I'll bring the live stream back up over here on Twitch and on YouTube. So stand by for a momentary loss of signal, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes.